We are live at Coletco for Saturday night's live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. I got to go up here and do a few things. I think they can still hear me if I walk up here, though, so that's good. Here right quick and see. This to work. Clop, clop. Oh, let's close this out. Maybe now I'm in range. I've been talking this whole time. I doubt y'all could hear me, though. I wonder if they could hear me. John said, I don't know.
I really don't.
I think they can now. I was up front grabbing my comments and fixing this water. Well, actually, I was fixing purple juice. All right. So here we go. Can hear us now. Great. So, first thing is I've got to inform you have just entered the Twilight Zone. Portrait of a man. His name is Seth Hackett. He's entered a bizarre universe where everybody picks on him. Yeah, he has to relive the pain. What Seth doesn't know is he has entered the Twilight Zone. John has handed me a Who the Gurus. Wow. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see here. Glad everybody can join us on Friday. Saturday. There's the singles that didn't sell. Let me move some stuff around. Let me put those there. We'll get a big good pile going for that. Whoops. All right. Let me take this. Oh, I do need my laptop for sure. Just up front. Welcome, everybody. I hadn't got to look at hardly anything yet. I was just about to say, do you have the lure auctions? Great. I was about to text you. I was going to yell at you, but I figured that'd be inappropriate. Hey, Paul, can you bring the dollar auctions? I mean, the lure auctions up here? There's so much stuff around me. We have all of a sudden accumulated a lot of stuff around me. I gotta probably spend all day tomorrow just basically cleaning all this up to get ready for the next week. That's gonna be fun. All right, I'll set this right here. Let me click, and YouTube. All right. Thank you. Is this him? This is him. This is him. All right, great. Hallelujah. Okay. So welcome everybody. If you hear me, what I'm doing right now is I've got I just pulled April dates, and there's even some March because of Hatchet Ed crates, stuff that got laid over. So around me is a wall of vinyl and CDs and empty boxes and flip crates and trash cans and stacks of bundles, and that's what's going on. Quiet as the new loud. I feel great. I hadn't had any caffeine yet. Y'all got to remember it's morning for me, so sometimes it depends on what time I get to go to bed, what time I wake up, obviously. So we're good to go, though. I feel great. It's Saturday night, and we're about to sell a bunch of stuff. I'm about to take my first drink of purple juice, which is something obviously I need. So you got purple juice, you got blue juice. Okay, these are going to be, yeah, these are going to be on sale later. So put that there. That's good for now. That's good for now. All right, I hadn't shared anything yet. All right, so make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook. I'm going to hit share, copy link. I'm going to hit share group. I'm getting Nashville. I'm going to hit a whole lot of records. I'm going to take that same link. That's this, and hit the like button there. Let's get this link here shared. I need to pull up the final count for the dollar sale. See how many actual dollar items we sold. Let's do that right now. The total count for dollar items over the last 2 days, just dollar items, was 4,508. That's 4,508 $1 items. That's a lot. And you add that into what we put, you add that to what we've already sold this week here live. We're on some kind of crazy weekend for here at Coletco. So that's a lot of $1 items. Plus we sell other stuff in the store. You know, we sell a lot of other stuff. So 25% off anything else that was up front. So, and now that all that's done, it's time to, I'm really now going to restart resetting the front part of the store. We're going to get all that stuff out, and we're going to essentially get the front set back up so I can have another miscellaneous sale in the future where I walk around and do what I was doing. Get this YouTube link posted. We're good to go. Okay. I'm actually on my phone I'm on Facebook and looking at stuff almost for the first time today, really. All right. There's that. Let's see here. All right. There's that. There's that. I might tell I don't know when we're going to be able to clean all this stuff out, Mike. So what I'm going to tell my mom when she opens the store back up on Wednesday, we're going to have a couple days to plan how to get all this stuff out of here. So if you're local and you still want to come dig on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it's probably still going to be in here for a few days. And I'll tell her to still honor that sale. Unless somebody I know that may be coming to buy everything. I have a guy, a cousin of mine who may be buying everything that didn't sell, like everything, all the stuff out on the porch and everything. So there's probably, gosh, how many 45s are still out there, John? 5,000? Thousands. We still got thousands of 45s. I'm gonna have to. No crates. Where's the crates? Here's a crate. And there's a crate if I need it. Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Jill. Yeah, there's thousands of 45s out there, so I'm probably gonna price him It would take somebody a couple hours just to thumb through all the 45s, unless you're really fast like John. If you're out there just looking at song titles and stuff, you'd have to come here for 2 hours just to flip through those. It'd take you another couple hours. But yeah, I think we're going to just try to bring it all back inside and spread it out. And then I'm going to tell my cousin he better come down when he can and buy it. We'll probably set some up with him like on Thursday, unless he comes sooner. I have somebody that he's probably gonna show up in a trailer and buy everything that didn't sell. So we got to get rid of it. That's why we do it. We sell what we can, and then we got to basically expedite it because, if you were standing right here in my position, there are just literally towers of records stacked up around me back here. So. All right, here's some stuff that pre-sold. Let's get our first auctions going. Has everybody hit the like button? I'm looking for Just Like Heaven, Tribute to the Cure, Anthrax, Soulfly, both No Doubts, Modest Mouse. Matt Shiker wants other Modest Mouse. We'll do that in just a second. Metallica Black Album, Paradise Lost, Paradise Lost, Operation Ivy, Fuel, Anthrax, Catonia, Paradise Lost, Modest Mouse, Third Eye Blind, Operation Ivy, Everclear, David Bowie, Nickelback, Breakfast Club, Nickelback, Cannibal Corpse, Fuel, Offspring, Modest Mouse, Third Eye, Dead Kennedys, Def Leppard Story, Just Like Heaven, Tribute to the Cure, both Dollies, and Nickelback, Dark Horse. All right, so let's get started. First is our Japanese auctions. And we have 3. I'm actually about to take a picture of this crate. And we got 3 crates of on sale new vinyl tonight. And I'm going to be getting word out about that. We'll start that a little bit after we get done with all this. I think y'all know what that means. Absolute pandemonium. I've got 3 crates of May dates. So all the vinyl that we ordered for May, there's only 3 crates left. That's pretty amazing, being that almost 5 nights a week we get shipments of 4 crates, 5 crates, 9 crates, 12 crates, 4 crates, 3 crates, and everything from May, everything from April, the entire month of April, there's only 3 crates left. That's why I rarely discount it. That's why I tell y'all, if we discount it, it's only on one time, and that's when we close it out, because we will sell it. It's new vinyl. It's very desirable titles and stuff we order. So there's only 3 crates left from the entire month of April, and we'll be doing that, okay? There's no Aussie. If we sell something like that, it would be on Thursday night. It'll be sold at auction. No Aussie. If we have that, it'll be Thursday night, and it'll be sold at auction. You will not find that here on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, or Saturday. Okay, so what was I about to do? Still trying to hunt. I think there was another crate of Japanese. Is there a crate of Japanese around the corner there? I think there is. Yeah, I'll come over there and get it in just a second. First thing we're going to do is this right here. We're going to put up some of these right here. All right, so we got a Japanese pressing of Night Ranger. This is 7 Wishes. Cannibal Corpse. There is a Cannibal Corpse record coming up in one of these crates. I don't know when, but it is. This is Night Ranger 7 Wishes, a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert, and there's the cover and obi. $35 start on that. John's officially boxing me in. he's closing the only way I have out. Hey, new order. Is that an original?
That is.
Wow, and good morning. And good morning, Vietnam. Wow, we got some good stuff coming up. Wow, so I think the current backlog of John crates, I've been having a running total every night, like a live inventory. And I think now we have a backlog of 17 John crates to go through. So, it's just where he's so fast at pricing stuff, and we've been getting so much new vinyl in, I can't keep up. Rod Stewart, but I love it. I love having plenty to go through. Rod Stewart is a 2 LP Japanese pressing with the original under sleeves and inserts. There he is, folks, Mr. Rod, and he's a $35 start. Okay, so you heard a lot of that stuff that's pre-sold. Let me see if I can find it now. We got the best of Man-O-War, the Hell of Steel. That's a 2 LP limited edition on silver-colored vinyl. That's $46.99. Best of Man-O-War, 2 LP. And actually, before I do that, let me go ahead and get word out about this. I'm going to put... let's see. Let me go ahead and get word out about that. That's going to take me 10 minutes to find that video where I was at and get all the comments in the correct orientation. Let me just do it like this. Sorry. I had everything fine, and I realized I had to backtrack. Now I'm good to go. All right, so, and the first sale goes to Hattori Hanzo 2.0 with the best of Man-O-War, the Hell of Steel, limited and numbered to 2,000 on silver vinyl, $46.99. Thank you. There's one left. I also have Stone Sour, House of Gold and Bones, Part 1. Stone Sour is a limited edition of 1,500 on gold-colored vinyl for Music on Vinyl, and Stone Sour is $39.99. And actually, this last copy is still available, $39.99. Make sure I'm going to read through some of these one more time. Yes, that is still available. Those first 2 Japanese pressings are a $35 start. I am going to try to start some more random singles tonight like we're doing. We're going to put up 3 at a time and try to put them up for a $10 start. They could be really random like this. The Larks doing The Jerk. Vicki Lawrence, The Night the Lights Went Out in Georgia. And then Katie Lang. We'll go ahead and put 4 Katie or 2 Katie Langs in there. We'll make it 4. Katie Lang and Katie Lang. And we'll say a $10 start on those 4 records. There's some singles. Also, Yola Tango. This one's called And Then Nothing Turned Itself Inside Out. I guess that's what that's supposed to, how you're supposed to read that. Yola Tango is $44.99. That's a 2 LP. And from what I understand, that's like one of the more popular albums as far as like a lot of these bands. I'll go and see what some of the top streaming stuff is, and that's usually what I find with some of those. This is Dolly's debut album. It's called Hello, I'm Dolly. About the only way it's in print, one of the few ways it's been reissued from Vinyl Me Please. And they cut it from the original master tapes by Ryan Smith. It's on flame-colored vinyl. And Dolly is $34.99. Great price, too. I hope I'm able to get more. But here is Miss Dolly, and she is $34.99. And one is sold to Tim Holloway, and there's one still left. So there's one Dolly left of Hello, I'm Dolly, if anybody wants that. Has everybody hit the like button? Thank you for joining us on Saturday night. Here's Modest Mouse. Now, last night when these wasn't selling, I was like, something's up, because I hadn't had these in a while, and the last time I ended up selling a bunch. Now, Matt Shiker wants not this one, but let's go ahead and start a waiting list. He wants any other Modest Mouse we can get. So he doesn't need Good News for People and who love bad news. And the other one is coming up in just a second. He's already bought that one. Now, this one is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Thank you, Kelly Vlodarchek. That's sold to you. So that's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. And then the other Modest Mouse, or the other person, is Cameron Lingefeld. So let's put Cameron Lingefeld on a waiting list for Modest Mouse. Good news for people who love bad news. Cameron Lingefeld on a waiting list, okay? Thank you, Cameron. The Katie Lang songs are If I Were You, and Get Some, and Imperfect Dreams, and Just Keep Moving. That one's from 1993, so whatever album that's on, that's got to be tough to get. And then this one's from 1995, so probably even more tougher to get an LP version. Those 4 singles, a $10 start. We have Cattonia, and I think this is new, came out this week. Cattonia is $33.99. I know we've sold at least one. This is Nightmares as Extensions of the Waking State, and this is on yellow vinyl. And Cattonia is $33.99, and that's sold to Ronnie Ritchie. And that Ronnie Ritchie is the original Hattori Hanzo. So that's Ronnie Ritchie, Hattori Hanzo. And then we have another Hattori Hanzo 2.0 that's watching right now as well. So that Cattonia is sold, and it looks like I have one left if anybody else decides they want that last copy. And then here is No Doubt, Return of Saturn. And then No Doubt is a 2 LP. It's $39.99. No Doubt, Return of Saturn. And I think there was at least one claim for this. Maybe not. Maybe I was crazy. But it is a 2 LP, $39.99. Yes, and that was Matt Shiker. He wants both No Doubts. So that one sold to Matt Shiker. There's one left of that one, Return of Saturn. And then here's Placebo. And I was kind of surprised on this one because I thought this one I've never had. And I noticed there was a pretty popular album. So Placebo here is $29.99, and this one is a gatefold single LP. And this one, I think let's see, The Bitter End, Special Needs. That's the songs on this album, $29.99. Lord of the Ring and He-Man, that will be in about an hour. That will be in about an hour for those. And let's go ahead and show Weezer. Everything Will Be All Right in the End. Weezer is $36.99. That's a gatefold single LP. I have one Weezer. I have two Weezers. And I have The Offspring self-titled. The Offspring self-titled, there was 2 copies of this, and I think we're going to be down to 1 because this one here is sold to Cameron Lingefeld. So there's 1 Offspring self-titled left if anybody wants that. All right, let's do some buy it nows. Those 4 records can be bought for a buy it now of $10 if anybody wants to grab them. And then Rod Stewart's a buy it now, a 2 LP with Obi, Absolutely Live, and Night Ranger is a buy it now for $35. So those are buy it nows for $35 and $35. Thank you on that. I got a couple CD box sets over here I'm about to put up for auction that I found just a moment ago that was left over here. So somebody must have found them in the back and brought them to me. And I have a Stevie Ray Vaughan DVD over here I'm about to throw up for auction as well. So the first couple auctions here are BINs. And then I've got the other stuff from last night that didn't get a bid. I'm about to reduce the price on those because I thought they were better titles. So there's that and there's that. So the first 2 buy it nows are Rod Stewart and Night Ranger. Let me see what else I got over here. I do have, fortunately, Laura's auction records already over here. I think she got caught up a couple days worth of auctions already for this week. So let's see what we got over here. There's a lot of $50 and up stuff, and then we got several $15 start items. So let's get started with an OG. This is a jacket, is a zipper cover. The disc is an 86 Carrollton reissue that did not have a zipper cover. Okay, so this disc is a 1986 pressing, and the jacket is an original OG jacket with a zipper. So in 1986, they stopped, or that particular pressing in 86, there was no zipper cover. So somebody's Frankensteined it. They basically probably took a better looking disc and they thought they were doing something by swapping them out, and they were actually putting the wrong disc back in there. Probably long before matrix numbers and people knew about the pressings. They probably were just swapping out disc. So overall, a nice Frankenstein copy. A $15 start. Thank you, John. There's a lot of records around here, isn't there? Yeah. By Monday, it'll be where you can walk in here. Every Monday, I have it where people can walk around, at least back here around my area. And then by Saturday, it's just like a bombs went off. And because it takes about an hour to clean everything up and restack and pack and sweep and everything, and some nights I just don't have time. So yeah, I can't, I'm pretty much boxed in right now. If I want to get out, if I had to get out in a hurry, I'd have to jump over about a 5-foot stack of records right now. I could get out through there. Yeah. I'd have to crab walk. Yeah. If I got to go left or backwards, I'm in trouble right now. It's pretty fun. Thank you, Jill. Okay, we're having a lot of fun here. We got so many records here we can't walk. We have Red Hot Chili Peppers. This is their greatest hits. It's a 2 LP, $44.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers greatest hits. And we got Fuel, and I think we did sell both of these. First time I've ever had this, I forgot about that song they do, and I went looking for it, and they were in print and in stock. I was like, yep, let's order them. And Carla Brecky said she'll take one. Thank you, Carla Brecky. And this is called Something Like Human with the song Hemorrhage on it, and it's $38.99. And I think we sold the other one to Cameron Lingefeld. So Fuel is sold out. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And I have 2 copies of Def Leppard On Through the Night. Def Leppard is $33.99 On Through the Night. I'm starting to feel my brain warm up a little bit. And then here's Stabbing Westward, which I really need to post in the group that we can get. About every Stabbing Westward I post, we sell 20 or 30 copies. So I missed a pre-order on this, but there was a lot in stock. And this is called Stabbing Westward Darkest Days, a limited edition 1500, and that's $54.99. The Stones is at 15, and the Stones is at 16, and now the Stones is at 20. And John brought me over here about an 80-pound crate. He had it lifted over his head of some Japanese pressings. Ooh, a fresh batch. Oh yeah, all nice titles here. Let's get started with a girl that's been on my mind all the time. Studio, Phil Collins. Is a $35 start. It is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert with it. It's actually in shrink. It is in shrink, a little bit of a tear down here at the bottom on the shrink, and that's a $35 start. Melissa Bailey wants on the Fuel waiting list. If anybody else wants on that Fuel waiting list, let me know. Folks, I'm going to be ordering a lot of vinyl. I think that old post I made in the group about a month ago or about a year ago keeps getting resurfaced where everybody's dropping clues on what to order. I've got to do an updated one because that one gets lost in my feed where it's an old post from like a year ago and people will comment on it, then I can't find it. So what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to post sometimes on Sunday, hey, let me know what you want me to order. Like I need updated metal artists, people that's maybe modern or deep cuts, I don't know. I need new indie stuff. I'm going to get Laura and Paul to help me out ordering some new stuff for next week because I've kind of expended all my playlist on iTunes, and now I'm going to have to get some public input on that. So just wait for that, or just send Ed a message. I'm going to say, hey, Ed, we might get an influx in messages with people requesting stuff. Just write those down and hand them to me on that one. So first thing I have is Rolling Stones. Let's update this again. It is actually a Frankenstein Carol. The disc is an 86 US Carrollton. The jacket obviously is an OG. So it's Frankenstein, but it's been Frankenstein in a good way. It's a nice disc and original jacket, but it's an 86 disc and what probably is a 71 jacket. And the last bid on that is $21 with Joe DeGaldo. Tony Kepler, yeah, Night Ranger is a $35 buy it now. The only two no bids tonight are these, and I think somebody got Rod Stewart, and I hadn't pulled it yet. Did somebody get Rod Stewart? I think somebody, yeah, Bill Samus. Bill Samus got Rod Stewart for a $35 buy it now. And then over here, this is Night Ranger, and yes, it's a $35 buy it now. So there's only one no bid so far. Tony Kepler said he'll take the Night Ranger. Now there's no bids. And then over here is these CD box sets I was talking about. And thank you, John and Ed and everybody that helped with the dollar sale. Great success. What did I say? We were probably approaching, if you count the other stuff we sold in the store, about 5,000 items sold this weekend. Wow. Think about that. That's like a lot of crates. That's probably, if you could visualize that, like 100 crates. That's a lot of stuff sold. Here's our first auction of the night. It's the Garth Brooks box set. It's the limited series with his classic albums, including the first one, which still hadn't been reissued on vinyl. Y'all know the Garth Brooks box sets that he has made 10 billion of. Well, in that box set, he didn't include his first album, which is part of this CD box. So here it is, Garth Brooks, always a popular set. His stuff is pretty difficult to get on streaming. It's not on iTunes. I don't think it's on Spotify. So a lot of people buy the CDs and import them, unless you want to listen to it, of course. We're vinyl collectors here, but I think everybody collects all media like me. I've got quite the CD collection myself. I got a lot of stuff that's sentimental for more than anything, and then cassettes and 8-tracks. I got 8-tracks of my favorite albums like Yes and Rush and Zeppelin. If I'm going to collect Zeppelin, I've got it on reel-to-reel and this and that. There is a really rare Zeppelin reel-to-reel we still have around here somewhere. And Paul, I haven't seen that since that night. I don't know what's happened to it. It's been boxed up and put around somewhere. So there's that. Self-titled Tracy Chapman. Okay, I'll take a look at that. And here we go. So here's what's left in here. A lot of chit-chatter here at the front. I'm getting my brain warmed up. I like talking to myself. Hopefully y'all are listening. A lot of times I'm just yip-yapping to myself. Best of war, I start remembering stuff like, oh yeah, where's that Zeppelin reel-to-reel? Oh yeah, where's this? Where's that? I start remembering stuff. We got Best of Manowar, $46.99. I got Stone Sour for $39. Yoda Tango's $44. Dolly's debut was $34. The new Cattonia $33. No Doubt was $33. We still got all three Placebos for $29. We got Weezer for $36. Offspring self-titled for $33. Red Hot Chili Peppers, a 2 LP. Don't forget about the great music on here. Under the Bridge, give it away now. This is $46.99, a 2 LP. Californication, that's $46.99. Def Leppard, On Through the Night. This is $33.99. Wasted's on here. That's a great song. Wasted, $33.99. And then Stabbing Westward, Darkest Days. I still got all three of those for $54.99. All right, so Garth Brooks is, I think I said, a $15 start. Nobody else. There was a new bid on the Rolling Stones. Kathy bid $25. Joe DeGaldo, you're out. So Kathy has that for $25. Joe says he's done. Thank you, George Samberez. $35 on Phil Collins, final call on that. And Garth Brooks, the CD box set, the limited series, a $15 start. No bid as of right now. No bid as of right now. So I'm going to take this off the table, and I got to put them over here off to the side because I really don't have a lot of room tonight. So if you do change your mind, I'll have to take a few more steps tonight, but that's okay. I've got two more other crates of new vinyl to flip through, and there are 3 crates of on-sale vinyl we're going to do tonight. I'll probably do it just a little bit later, but first let me go ahead and bring this one over because this one's got, I think, the most variety of selection here. Garth has bids for $15, $15, $20. So collectively, we got 2 full crates of Japanese vinyl tonight that we have never put up for auction, okay? Feed the Machine by Nickelback. Feed the Machine, Nickelback. Tim, I'm not for sure. I've never seen that one. This week, officially, I have ordered, I think, everything in print by Nickelback, which has been a lot of them. The State, Dark Horse, of course, we know the one that has Rockstar on it. Their new album I hadn't had in a while because I figured by now most people got that, but I'll probably order some next week. I just put up a pre-order for No Fixed Address. That one's been out of print for years. No Fixed Address, that's up for pre-order. The only ones in print are All the Right Reasons, Silver Side Up. No Fixed Address is coming. Dark Horse, Live from Nashville, Get Rollin', The Long Road, State, and Here and Now. And then there's a best of Nickelback but it's a UK import. I can get it though, but they're $60. They're $59.99. I've never ordered that just because it's pricey. It may not even, is it a 2 LP? I can get it's a 2 LP import, the best of Nickelback, and they're $59.99. It's a Canadian import. It's a Canadian import. So there's that. Where'd you say? There'll be a post probably on Sunday in the group. Probably on Sunday. That way everybody can start sending requests, and I usually order a lot of stuff from that. And also people be like, can you order Tesla? And I'll be like, no, the only thing I can get is this, So not everything can do that. Or you can go ahead and send a message. But the post will be up on Sunday. You'll definitely see it because a lot of people will be commenting on it, and that means it'll hit a lot of people's feed. We have over here Hank Williams III. This is a single LP greatest hits for $33.99. Nickelback Dark Horse. Nickelback Dark Horse is $33.99. Nickelback Dark Horse. I've got 2 of those for $33.99. And we did sell a Dead Kennedys. And this Dead Kennedys is $24.99. One of them did sell Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death. They're only $24.99. And we sold a Dead Kennedys over here to somebody, Cameron Lingefeld. There's one left if anybody else wants it. All right, let's wrap up some auctions because I got a lot to get to. And here we go. First thing is we need to show the Garth again. I can do that. George Samberez, you got Phil Collins. And thank you, George Samberez. That's sold to you for $35. And we have Garth Brooks. This is called Limited Series. It's the album box set, self-titled, No Fences, Rope in the Wind. What's that one? The Chase, Pieces, and that one. Some of these I don't recall the titles of, but there they are. It has the book. It's all complete and near mint minus. And Garth Brooks has a high bid of $25 with Von Stom. And then over here, this is sold for $25, and this is sold to Kathy Collinsworth, $25. Nice. Okay, so we have one copy left of Stone Sour Self-Titled. Stone Sour Self-Titled, it's $39.99. And then we have Korn, Life is Peachy. Korn, Life is Peachy is $39.99. Life is Peachy. Korn. That's a single LP, music on vinyl for $39.99. Jeff Buckley, Grace, always a popular album, $33.99. Jeff Buckley, Grace. And there was a couple claims for Nickelback. Yes, there was. There was Dark Horse. Thank you. Sorry. Dark Horse was sold, and that was sold to Tim Holloway. Hold on a second. So this, Metallica. I was looking for somebody else's claim. They got Silver Side Up. Okay. Tim Holloway, both dollies and Nickelback Dark Horse. Gotcha, Tim. I've already pulled one dolly for you. There's that. And there's that. Garth is CDs. Yes, Garth is CDs. And Jamie McCord also wants a Nickelback and a pack of inner sleeves. I do have inner sleeves. They're just not MoFi. And I did get an email saying that they're going up and they got a pre-order up. So the cost is going up, and they've sent me basically an email, the distributor I get those from. So I can get them. I just don't know when, and they're going to be maybe a few dollars. They're not going up but much, but yeah. But I still got regular top inner sleeves, packs of 50 for $26.99. Garth is CDs, and then this is sold to Jamie McCord. But just the ones we've been selling, like vinyl style and whatever else we still use for auctions, as of right now, fingers crossed, those still have, those are still at the same price. Okay, I'm going to put up a price reduction. We showed this one pretty late last night, and then this is Nickelback. I'm sorry, Billy Joel. This is Billy Joel, An Innocent Man. Nickelback's the discussion of the night so far. Billy Joel, I put this one up late. It didn't get a bid. I know it's going to get a bid now. Just a $15 star. A complete original Japanese pressing, near mint minus with Obi. And Brandon, if you say pass on Garth Brooks, I'm selling them to Von Stom for $25. And then is Nickelback Here Now, the special edition, which includes Saturday Night. Here and Now. It's a Rocktober exclusive that's still in print. I can check on that for you. It's coming up in just a second. I don't really know, but I can find out. The Nickelback Here and Now is still an original, I think it's a Rocktober exclusive that's still in print from 2017. That's what it shows. So it's basically a Rocktober that's still available. What was that song you said? It is, it was considered Saturday Night. I don't see that track list on here, no. But over here, I've got Nickelback Silver Side Up, and this one, we sold a couple copies of this, it looks like. $29.99, Silver Side Up, or at least one copy. This one is sold to Corey James. Thank you, Corey James. This one has How You Remind Me on it, $29.99 Nickelback. That is available. Billy Joel's at $15, now $17, and Brandon does have a bid in on Garth. Okay, I thought he either had bid and I missed it, or he was going to bid. Let's put up a Japanese pressing I have not shown yet, and it's early, and let's see who's paying attention. Oh my goodness. A near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing of Van Halen's Diver Down. Who's paying attention? Here it is. It's going to go up for a $35 start. There's the insert. There's this. There's the cover and Obi. Let the bidding begin. Van Halen Diver Down. That's now up for bid. Vaughn's out. Brandon, that $1 bump may have done it on Garth. We got Peaches. Peaches is called the Teaches of Peaches. $34.99. Whiskey Myers Firewater. Whiskey's $29.99. And it looks like we've sold out of Operation Ivy, and we're definitely going to have a waiting list. Operation Ivy's $28.99. Operation Ivy's $28.99. The first person who claimed an Operation Ivy was Jeffrey Walker. So Jeffrey Walker got one, Sean Fairweather got one, and the next was Kelly Vladerchek. Kelly, if you're watching, or Michael, I'm going to put you on a waiting list for Operation Ivy, okay? So thank you. Those are sold. Both are sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Here's another Nickelback, and this is the Long Road, $33.99. This has Someday on it. Someday, somehow. That's $33.99. And then Transformers, the movie soundtrack. I still got two of these in stock. Transformers, and this is $39.99. It's on unicorn colored vinyl, and I think we have finally not sold out of them, unless y'all buy two right now. That's been perpetually being restocked for about 2 weeks. That's my last two copies, so I'm assuming everybody that want one got one. Garth CD box set sold to Brandon Johnson for $26. Van Halen has bids for $35, $35, $36, $36, and $40, and $40. And now Billy Joel's moving to a final call. An Innocent Man, shrink wrap, beautiful copy with Obi. Lonnie Jolly has it just for $17. Last night, I had it up for a $35 start, and I was thinking and hoping it would sell. Now it can be bid for just $18. Lonnie has it for $17. The Lord of the Rings. This is on colored vinyl. It is $29.99. Lord of the Rings. And this is still available. It's on colored vinyl. LOTR, the common abbreviation for it. Here is Death Symbolic. Before this was reissued, any reissue was pricey, and original pressings are $300 to $500. OG Deaths are very expensive, $33.99. Brandon Jones got the Garth Brooks box set. I might have misspoke. Brandon Jones got the Garth Brooks box set, and he got that for $26. Make sure that goes to Brandon Jones. Sorry, they probably would have straightened me out, but just so we don't have anything mistagged, we have Alice Cooper, Hey Stupid. Alice Cooper's $39.99, $3,000 on magenta colored vinyl, $39.99. $10 chat say, oh, I definitely sing in the shower. I start singing as soon as the show's over. One night I thought I was alone and Laura was back there still pricing records. I was walking around singing and shouting and doing air guitar. And then I walked around the corner and Laura's back there still pricing records. I went, oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I've been up here singing and like pretending I was Pete Townsend. We have Hermit the Frog. That's $36.99. We have Nickelback The State. That one's $33.99. Nickelback The State. And then here is the Breakfast Club soundtrack. The Breakfast Club soundtrack is sold to Chris Smith. That's sold to Chris Smith. And he also wants Nickelback Here and Now, which was right back here, right? That was Nickelback Here and Now. Have I pulled that one for him, or we hadn't got to that one yet? We hadn't got to that one yet. Okay, so many Nickelbacks. Here it is. I didn't even order their most popular one, Nickelback Here and Now. This is sold to Chris Smith, so he got Breakfast Club and Nickelback Here and Now. And then Van Halen's at $45, and then Billy Joel. The last bid on that Billy Joel was Lonnie Jolly at $17. Jamie McCord wants Nickelback, The State. Everybody's chipping away their Nickelback discography out of this order. And Breakfast Club is $34.99. Over here, we have The Cure's Tribute, Just Like Heaven. Both of these did get sold, actually. One sold to Rebecca Howitt. These are $29.99. And the other one sold. And the other one sold to Antonio Villanueva. So Antonio Villanueva got that one. Thank you there. And then we got Jamie McCord also on Here and Now. Thank you on that. Van Halen, I'll look at it one more time. It should be near mint minus and pristine. Since this one's a more pricier one, let me make sure. I'm looking at side 2, and it's near mint minus and pristine. I'm looking at side 1, and it's near mint minus. There's one, I mean, I don't know if I can even show it. Like, I can't. I mean, I'm having to see it under powerful light. There's one, like, light scuff. When you get it, you'll see what I'm talking about. It is a near mint minus record. It is extremely nice with jacket and vinyl. And now the Billy Joel is sold. And Billy Joel is sold for $17 to Lonnie Jolly. And thank you, Lonnie Jolly. I've already got that one sleeved. I got another CD box set right over here to slip in. The Transformers is a music on vinyl press. It's $39.99. And there's Van Halen. High bid on that. It's $45. Next is Whiskey Myers self-titled, $29. Abbey Road's $36.99. Motley Crue Shout at the Devil's $33. Sponge Rotting Pinata is $39. And David Bowie, We Can Be Heroes Just for One Day. Our next CD box set is the Conway Twitty Collection. It's a 4-disc Conway Twitty Collection, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. Mr. Conway. Now let's add another auction. And let me jump back over here to this stuff, and we got David Allan Coe. And David Allan Coe is unfortunately in VG minus condition. It's a 1982 USOG. It's in VG minus condition, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. And that one's called Rough Rider. David Bowie Heroes is sold to Clifford Umstead. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. That is sold to you. Thank you, Clifford Umstead. All right, so I'm still looking for Anthrax and Soulfly. Another No Doubt. Still waiting for more Modest Mouse, Metallica, Paradise Lost, Anthrax. Some of this stuff's still coming up. Probably in the next crate. Third Eye Blind, Operation Ivy. We just pulled that. Cannibal Corpse is definitely coming up. More Third Eye Blind, more Modest Mouse, Def Leppard, and the other dollies. Yep, that's all coming over here. I think it's actually in this crate that's next to me. I'm going to have to do some switcheroo. No, there's one more here behind me. So let me do that. And let me go ahead and do this and this. So first thing we have here is Hank Williams III. That's 33. Dead Kennedys was 24. I have Stone Sour for 39. I've got Korn for 39. Jeff Buckley was 33. This Nickelback is Silver Side Up, 29. Peaches was 34. Whiskey Myers was 29. Nickelback, The Long Road, 33. Transformers is 39. Lord of the Rings is 24. Death Symbolic, 33. Alice Cooper's 39. The Kermit the Frog album, 36. Breakfast Club, 34. More Nickelback, 33. Whiskey Myers, 29. And yes, Abbey Road, $36.99. Come Together. Oh, Darling, I Want You. Here Comes the Sun. The Beatles Melody, Polythene Tham, She Came In Through, The Bathroom Window, Golden Slumbers, Once There Was a Way, and then Motley Crue's 33, and Sponge is 39. Patty, I'm going to show those 45 sleeves in 1 second. David Allan Coe's a $10 start, unfortunately VG minus. Carol, I'll put that up next as soon as one of these two sell here. Van Halen's at 47, Conway Twitty's at 20, Von Staub wants an Abbey Road. She Came In Through, The Bathroom Window. We got one of those left. I always try to keep in stock Abbey Road. I'm actually going to sit down and compile my probably top 10 favorite albums that's in print on vinyl, and we just need to always keep them like right here. Like Chad's favorite albums that's in print. So it's going to be 9 Led Zeppelin albums, and then yes. It might have to be a whole crate. They'll be like, all right, let's go through Chad's favorites. And then we can just constantly reorder them. But if we do that every night, everybody's going to be like, okay, I am, Chad, you already talked enough about Led Zeppelin and the Beatles. So next thing we have is Don Nicole on Silver Side Up. That is Nickelback right here. And we've almost sold all those this week. There's that. And there's this. And David Allan Coe's at 11. And I don't have any empty cassettes, and I don't have 10-inch outer sleeves. So first thing is, let's go ahead and sell the David Allen Co. Never mind, there's a bin down here at the bottom. John Darden has it for 11. That's not done. And now Tim Holloway gets the Conway Tweeties for 20. And now over here we got Van Halen. And Van Halen's with Corey Ross at $47. Hammers up. We're about to sell that. A Japanese pressing. It is near mint minus of Diver Down. I almost started it at 45. Almost started at 45. You did hear Def Symbolic. Def Symbolic is $33.99. It is available. If anybody else decides you want anything in there, I'm going to put these right here next to me so we can go ahead and knock out the next crate. Let me introduce the next CD box set right quick. And this is Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, the 35th Anniversary Collection. The 35th Anniversary Collection, another 4-disc set. All that great Smokey Robinson music and the Miracles classic Motown stuff, $10 start on that. That crate's going off. Let me swap it out around right quick. I'll be the roundabout. Let's go ahead and put these right over here. Then we need a Paul to order his top favorite 10 albums, and Laura, and then John. I'll get a list from Ed, and then Tanner, and then G, and then Steve. And we'll say tonight is the employee batch of their favorite albums. Death Symbolic is sold to Mac Mahone, and that's sold to him. And I'm going to take a drink of purple juice. I hear Paul's pricing gun in the back. It's a sweet sound every time I hear that click. That means something's about to come up here and sell later. All right. We got to sell our nightly, weekly copy of Smashing Pumpkins. This is $114.99. Smashing Pumpkins, Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness, $114.99. We got Metallica, the Black Album. I did convince Stephen A. Young he needed to buy one. I've got one left, and I think I got one over here behind me that was came in 2 weeks ago. That's been a stray copy in a crate. So that's sold to Stephen A. Young. I've got one more left. And we got Pet Shop Boys, Blue Vinyl, the last copy. We have sold 27 copies of this. That is now $39.99. All right, so Van Halen all of a sudden getting new bids, $48, $49.50. John Durden, you're out on David Allen Co. Cody has it for $15. We're about to sell it to him. It's up to John Durden. Smokey Robinson still getting bids. We did sell a copy of this Everclear. We got a waiting list going for the other ones. These are audiophile grade, that's why they cost a little bit more. It's called Sparkle and Fade. They are $56.99. They are Everclears. And I know we sold at least one to Kelly Vlodarchek. And these are pressed by Intervention, or they're from Intervention. They're kind of a boutique audiophile label. They don't put out a lot, but what they do is really good stuff. They also did Billy Squires' Don't Say No. They do the Everclear albums. They've done Matthew Sweet, I believe, and they're all very high quality. That's sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. I've got one left. Van Halen's still getting bids. Smokey Robinson's still getting bids. He's out on David Allen Co., so we'll sell that. Thank you for letting me know you're out. And this is officially sold to Cody Wright for $15. Thank you, Cody. That was an 82 OG. It was low grade, but if it was high grade, it would have brought 3 times that much. So thank you on that. Here comes Paul with a sweet sound of his pricing gun. we have Celtic Frost, a 2LP edition. This is Vanity Nemesis. We sold one last night to Danny Thomason. I got one left. Celtic Frost, $44.99. No doubt, this is a live concert. It's called The Web You Spin. This is sold to Matt Shiker. Thank you, Matt Shiker. That's so to you. And I've got one extra copy there. And I've got 2 copies of The Offspring. And this is Conspiracy of One. The Offspring Conspiracy of One is $33.99. Offspring Conspiracy of One. It's a gatefold single LP, and I have that available if anybody wants it. Okay, next over here is Paradise Lost, Lost Paradise. Paradise Lost, this is also sold to Danny Thomason. I just spoke his name. And Paradise Lost is $33.99. Thank you on that. Now, Stones bootleg. I promised that would come up next. I've got Queens of Stone Age, Dust, Husker Du, Shame. And here's a Rolling Stones bootleg. And Laura has this as a 1975 or 1974. And it was recorded at Oakland Coliseum, November 9th, 1969. No condition notes on the vinyl for a bootleg. That's a good sign. Very cool front here. It's a trademark of quality. And the Rolling Stones is going to go up for a $25 start. The Smokey Robinson box is at $24, and Van Halen's at $60. Tim Graham is out. Here's the Fates Warning, which is a live concert on red vinyl, live at the Dynamo. 1998 Fates Warning is on red vinyl. That is $38.99. And this is a new release. It's called Star Wars Lo-Fi. The best of Star Wars Lo-Fi, $33.99. And then we got another Paradise Lost. Thank you. I was about to proof the comments. Ken beat me to it, though. So, Paradise Lost. We still got to pull Anthrax, Soulfly. We still got to pull another No Doubt and another Paradise Lost. And then another Anthrax. And Ken Crooker also. Okay, you doubled up as well, like Danny. So, Ken Crooker also got a Lost Paradise. Thank you. I would have caught that, but I'm glad you said something now so I didn't accidentally sell it to somebody live. Thank you, Ken Crooker. All right, so the only thing left in here is the Smashing Pumpkins box for $114, Metallica Black Album for $34, Pet Shop Boys is $39, Everclear $56, Celtic Frost $44, No Doubt. Offspring is 20th anniversary. It is on black vinyl, though. Fates Warning is $38. And we have Star Wars 33, okay? There's that and there's that. Back to the Future auction and OG. Let's see here. Unfortunately, Laura's not here, so I'll have to flip through and check right quick. And yes, it is. She's got a whole section of soundtracks here. Master of the Universe, Warrior, Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Back to the Future, Caddyshack, Porky's, Lost Boys. And we'll do those in about 30 minutes. All right, Stones has bids for 25, 25, and 30. It looks like it's between Carol and Brent, the two biggest Stones collectors that I know on here. And we have Smokey Robinson is still getting bids. And Van Halen, when I come back, I'm selling it to Corey for $60. But first, I'm going to go ahead and take this crate over here next to me. I'm going to go ahead and condense those first two, because it looks like we have filled up some crates. So this time of the week, there's a crate shortage, because the first thing tomorrow and all day Monday and all day Tuesday, they put stuff in alphabetical order, and everything's in crates right now. So, you know, all week I'm saying we sold 8 crates, we sold 9 crates, we sold 8 crates, we sold 7 crates, we sold 12 crates like we did on Thursday night. All that's crated up, and then they got to put it all in alphabetical order by buyer name, and then that's when we start getting a lot of crates. So when I come here Monday, there's usually, or Tuesday, there's crates everywhere. But right now we got a crate shortage. But they're, because all the dollar stuff we sold was in boxes and in tubs. We don't put that stuff in crates because they're too precious. All right. Now the Stones is at 35. Carol says he's got to go. So Brent, it's looking really good for you. Let's go ahead and sell Corey the Van Halen. And Corey, thank you. That's so to you for $60. Always a good idea to watch at all given times. You never know what I'm going to slip in for auction. This was probably hot picture worthy. And here it is slipping by. Smokey Robinson, it's going to be a final call now. I think Lonnie Jolly still has that. And the high bid on that with Lonnie Jolly was $26. All right, let's start going through this crate. Soulfly should be in here. We got Dolly, and this is called Pure and Simple. This is sold to Tim Holloway. Thank you, Tim. That took care of your both Dolly claims and your Nickelback. This is the first time ever on vinyl, limited and numbered to 2,000 on colored vinyl. That's $34.99. Here is Peter Criss solo album. Peter Criss is $36.99. Peter Criss is $36.99. And then we have Paradise Lost Gothic. This one's also sold to Danny Thomason. Let's pull that one for him. And then Ken Crooker also gets a Paradise Lost Gothic. So thank you, Danny, and thank you, Ken Crooker. So those are sold and sold. I've got one Soulfly, self-titled. This is $38.99. It's a 2 LP. And I got 2 copies of Cannibal Corpse. And this one is called Bloodthirst. There are 2 copies left. And Cannibal Corpse is $33.99. And one sold to Kenny Stanley. There's one Cannibal Corpse live here. One sold to Kenny Stanley. Thank you, Kenny Stanley. That is sold to you. So that's done. And now this is officially sold. And this one here is officially sold, which is Smokey Robinson, Lonnie Jolly for $26. Tony Clem gets that last Cannibal Corpse. And here's the Rolling Stones, and that's sold to Brent for $35. Our next Japanese auction is going to go up right now. And that next Japanese auction is going to be a Japanese standard. And that's Men at Work. And that is business as usual, folks. It is near mint minus and pristine. It has Who Can It Be Now, The Land Down Under, big album from the 80s. This would be your ultimate upgrade. You can get this or a MoFi copy. They're both super nice. $35 start. Def Leppard story so far. This is sold to Antonio Villanueva. Unless somebody goes on a waiting list right now, let's go ahead and make a note to order more. We sold another 6 copies of this week. Another 6 copies, and that's the best of Def Leppard. A 2 LP, $46.99. I've got 1 copy of Peter Criss. It is Ace Frehley, $33.99. And Michael, I don't know if you were watching the other night, Michael Rudolph, but I got you a Peter Criss, I got you an Ace, and I got you a Gene. And as usual, Paul Stanley's back ordered. Paul Stanley's always the toughest one to get. Third Eye Blind, a collection. Third Eye Blind, and we sold several of these. This is essentially a greatest hits. Also, Danny Thomason. I've got a problem. One thing is this SoFly is already sold to Danny Thomason. So he claimed it in the video. I just got back down to the bottom. And so Danny got SoFly. John Howard, I'm going to put you on a waiting list for next week, if that's okay. If not, just let me know. They'll be back in like on Tuesday or Wednesday, and then you'll get billed the following Monday. I think you know how that works. But that's sold to Danny. And then Third Eye Blinds here. These are $39.99. It's a 2 LP. Third Eye Blind. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. We're going to give one to Kelly Vladerchik. Thank you, Kelly Vladerchik. And then this one here is sold to Cameron Lingefeld. And those are sold and sold. And there's one left. And then these Modest Mouse, these are probably going to be sold out as well. The next claim for these, Matt Shiker says Modest Mouse, the blue one. And let's not forget, he wants on a waiting list for all of them except the 2 that I had tonight. And we're going to get those for him. And he already got the 2, no doubt. So his comment's done. And then this Modest Mouse is called this is people, blah, 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 blah. Good news. We were dead before the ship even sank. Okay, so this one is still available. This one is still available, okay? Now, Minute Works, a $35 start. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And it's U2, Wide Awake in America. U2's an 85 US OG Club copy in VG Plus condition. And it's going to go up for a $15 start. U2, Wide Awake in America. And then we have Sepultura. Sepultura is Chaos AD. Sepultura is $46.99. That's a 2 LP. We have Anthrax Worship Music. And several of these sold. They're only $29.99. Anthrax Worship Music. The first one here went to Danny Thomason. Thank you, Danny Thomason, on Anthrax Worship Music. And the next one sold to Chris Johnson. Thank you, Chris Johnson. And if some people's like, man, how do I get in on these early claims? Make sure you're in our group, Whole Lot of Records. We post this stuff every morning. There'll be another one in the morning at 6 a.m. And then there's one Gene Simmons left, $36.99. Let me make sure I did all that right. I actually may need to pull Cameron. Let's see, got Modest Mouse. Let's see, Matt Shiker. Let's see here. Matt Shiker says Modest Mouse, blue one. And then I want to make sure I did that right. Let's see here. He wants Modest Mouse, the blue one. Okay, so actually I think what I need to do is I need to pull this one out. And we need to make sure this goes to Cameron Lingefeld. I'm going to put it in the back of the crate. And Matt Shiker was supposed to get this one. Yes, Matt Shiker was supposed to get this one. And that's the same one that... okay, no, I know what I've done. This one sold to Kelly Vladerchik, and then this one is sold to Matt Shiker. So make sure this one right here, the green one, goes to Kelly Vladerchik, and make sure the blue one goes to Matt Shiker. Sorry for the confusion there. And so nobody actually got a blue one, and or actually... there's no waiting list for the blue one. Cameron needs to go on a waiting list for the green one. Good news for bad people. Sorry, I got confused. The claims, I think, were Modest Mouse blue and Modest Mouse green, and then their titles are so confusing, it's confused me. They've got some bizarre titles. Good news for people who love bad news, and what's this one called? We were dead for the... Modest Mouse confuses me, their titles. It's like, and Yola Tango. I've messed up that title from Yola Tango about 100 times. So let me clarify one more time for whoever's tagging. At this point, they probably are ready to shoot me. So this one here was sold to Kelly Vladerchik, the green one, good news. And then Matt Shiker got a blue one here, which is We Were Dead Before the Ship Even Sank. Okay, so those are good to go. And then let me see if there was another one in here. I think that was it. And... yes, so actually we have an extra one of these. Sorry, everybody's probably like, do what now? I think we're good to go. All right, let me double check over here. So yeah, that's all good. And so Matt got a blue one. That's in the crate for sure. And then a wait list for pretty much everything else except a blue one and a green one. And then over here, we got all that. We got all this. And we got Kelly with a green one and her third eye blind and Operation Ivy. Actually, I think she's on a waiting list for Operation Ivy. And that's done. And then that, and that. And then Cameron needs on a waiting list for good news. So we're going to put wait list for good news. We're going to put MM, Modest Mouse, good news. All right, we got that taken care of. He got everything else. And that's it. Okay. So, Minute Works a bot now for $35. Minute Works a bot now for $35. I got everybody's claim taken care of there. So, thanks everybody for that. Appreciate that. That's done, and Minute Work can be bought for a $35. And U2 is no bids. We're looking for a $15 start. U2 Wide Awake in America. Kathy said she accidentally already has it. That's okay. There's no other bids. We'll let that one slide. Final call, $15 start. And Kathy, thank you. Or Brett, thank you on the Minute Work for $35. So U2, let's look at that one more time. It's an OG Club copy, an 85 US OG Club, and it's a $15 start. Okay? Now, boom, done. Next, U2 has a bid for $15. John Darden said, so now I'm addicted to Coletco. I'm driving across Houston to friends and I'm listening to music. No, I'm listening to Coletco. Well, I'm glad. Hopefully this is more entertaining than maybe even music. Thank you. We are selling music. You're listening to me selling music instead of listening to music. That's okay. That's okay. All right, so U2 has 2 bids now. All right, that's done. Now, unfortunately, I don't think the vintage video's been tagged, and I don't think I want that headache of trying to do it live. If I try to do that live right now, we'll have to do that either late tonight, like at the end, maybe even after the Facebook feed's already over, because if I try to do that right now, it would probably take a half hour, and I'm willing to make, there's a chance I could make several mistakes. So the Cattonia was yellow. It says yellow on the hop sticker. I'll look at it right quick, but it says yellow on the hop sticker. But the vintage video, Tanner had to leave early for a wedding. He was here today during the day with the dollar selling everything. He had to leave for a wedding as well. And so he told me the flip video didn't get tagged. And let's not try to do that right now, because if we do, we are willing. It would probably take me a half hour to figure out who got what in what order. It says yellow vinyl from Napalm. So they may call it gold. Who knows? Some of these variants are questionable. U2 has 2 bids. Craig bid 15 and James Frank bid 15. And I'm going to condense these over here. Now those 4 crates of new vinyl that we sold, that we had in the video, are all now left in one. Amazing. So let's keep the show on the road. So you probably don't know what you got yet out of the vintage crate, but you'll find out hopefully before the end of the night tonight. And here's pretty much the agenda for tonight. We got this huge backlog of stuff that John's priced. I mean, and I see good stuff in there. I see David Gilmour. I see Good Morning Vietnam. I see New Order. And, I mean, there's going to be great stuff he's marked. He's been over here digging in this collection of 20,000, it looks like, today. And then Paul's already brought up a crate. I think he's working on another one. I have an endless amount of discount crates we can go through. And we have a new vinyl on sale. And I'm going to do new vinyl on sale about the time I start the featured auctions tonight as well. So James Frank has U2 for $20. And I've already emptied a couple crates. And you can tell these bins are empty. These bins are empty because that's what I've already pulled for the... that's what I've already pulled for tonight's on sale new vinyl. And there's 3 crates full back here behind me. I'll still have to sort them. Excuse me while the table is empty right now. I'm going to move some stuff around over here so I can get back going in a good pace. And I'm going to put this crate next to me for a station. I got to have a good station here next to me. I might as well flip through it. And there's probably April dates in here too. Yeah, there's 3 more crates over here. There's stuff in here that's going to be on sale too. So let's not go through that. I'd rather show it when it's on sale. There will be a new vinyl bin and a vintage flip crate in the morning. And everything tomorrow morning will go on Monday's invoice. So, yeah, the vintage flip crate as of right now, let's see what I got going on here. The vintage flip crate as of right now is still live. It is got 42 comments, so I have a feeling most everything's sold because some of those comments have multiple claims in them. And yeah, I'll have to do that later. See, because I don't have them. Yeah, it'd be very complicated. But we'll knock it out later in the show. Maybe a little bit later when things slow down. Maybe either right before CDs or right after CDs. I might go ahead and do that. And I plan on being done with vinyl by like 11 or 11:30 tonight. Last night we sold like nearly 200 CDs, and I have a lot more to show. Somebody said, how about we do some vintage? That's exactly what we're going to do. Tonight is going to be the night of vintage discount, vintage new arrivals, and new vinyl on sale. I have no new vinyl to show you. UPS does not deliver on the weekends, so there's nothing new. But you will see new vinyl, and it will be on sale stuff. And what I've been doing is, let's go ahead and go through a crate of new arrivals here. We've got some really cool stuff. So let's see what I got in here. Let me take a flip crate. Let me take a flip through this first crate here. And let's go ahead and do these. These are new arrival, sticker price. And there's everything in here has been cleaned, checked, and inspected. And I'm liking what I'm seeing. I think you're going to like what you're seeing. So let's get started. Let's try to sell a bunch of records tonight. Take advantage of the $8 in limited shipping. Take advantage. No Hatchet Ed crates. Ed is being, I do need a personal assistant. I also need somebody to reply to all my texts and phone calls. Because if I sat down tomorrow and tried to call back everybody I was supposed to, that would be a 2 days worth if every conversation averaged 20 minutes. If I probably could do that, we could probably sell a lot more. And that's always the first thing I do. I ask myself, what can I do to sell more? And it usually involves hiring people. James Frank has U2 for $20. It's a 1985 USOG club. It's in VG Plus condition. We started it at 15. Sorry, I've been holding this one up. I've been in a transition phase. There will be a show tomorrow. And that will be Paul doing about like what he did last Sunday. I heard you blew the air horn a couple times Sunday, Paul. I'd even got to talk to him about that. All right, next auction is going up right now. It's a Japanese pressing of the best of Earth, Wind & Fire. Earth, Wind & Fire, the best of Volume 1, and this is a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert. There's the gatefold cover. Nice, a $35 start. First thing, we're off to a great start. An OG copy of Tom Petty's Southern Accents, $34.99. Don't come around here no more. That is available, $34.99. Dale, if you say pass on U2, I'm selling it to Mr. Frank. We have Joe Ely for $14.99. We have Hello, my name is Blotto. What's yours? Blotto is $19.99. And Songs from the Days of Rawhide. That's pretty cool. Sheb Woolley. Rawhide is $19.99. And Sheb Woolley again, Blue Guitar. That's a Bear Family compilation. 1985. That's $19.99. And Neil Young, Sample and Hold. That's a Gold Stamp promo. $19.99. Let's go ahead and grab 3 new singles over here from the box, and these are going to be a $10 start. We got Johnny Cash, A Thing Called Love, and Daddy, the Bo Brummel's Laugh Laugh, and we have Danny and the Juniors at the top, and Danny and the Juniors Rock and Roll is Here to Stay. So there's a Johnny Cash single in there. Those 3 are going to go up for a $10 start. Also in here, we have Kansas. That's their self-titled album. Their debut, $19.99. Shakedown got Neil Young. And we have Dave Guard and the Whiskey Hill Singers. That's $19.99. Capitol Records. Archetypes by Tim Harden. Archetypes is typically a compilation. That's $19.99. And we have Sugarloaf in Shrink. And this is, no, it's just, Yeah, it's impartial shrink. Don't call us, we'll call you. Sugarloaf is $19.99, and Brewer and Shipley Rural Space $14.99 on that. You too, are you a first-time buyer, Mr. Frank? James Frank, if you are, just say yes, first-time buyer. That's actually sold to you for $20. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's Michael Schenker Group, and Michael Schenker Group is a U.S. original 83 Carrollton press with the company inner sleeve from Chrysalis, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. No bid on Earth, Wind, and Fire. We're looking for a $35 start on that. Japanese press. Sticks caught in the act. That's a 2LP live sticks for $34.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Daylight Again, that's $19.99. Aldo Nova, that's in shrink wrap. That has the hit song on it. Fantasy, $19.99. James filled out the form earlier. Thank you and welcome to Coletco. $8 limited shipping. Now, you're on the last night, so anything else you buy will combine on Monday for $8. Billy Joel's and Shrink, an OG, $14.99. Frank Sinatra, Try a Little Tenderness. What I'm liking about this crate is everything is in really nice condition. No condition notes, Frank Sinatra, $14.99. And we have Stand Up and Be Counted, Stray. Stray is a 1975 pressing, a promo, $39.99. Derek Clark says the Joe Ely album, such a great rockin' album. There you have it. Welcome to the Coletco family, James Frank. That will be your first purchase of hopefully thousands. Hopefully thousands. Yes, Drama. OG, no condition notes, $19.99. Bob Dylan, Highway 61 Revisited. This is around a mid-70s pressing, but it is very, very nice for $34.99. Lily McCurry on Aldo Nova. Thank you, Lily, and that is so to you. And Tommy, The Who. Tommy is a Decca pressing, trifold jacket, no condition notes, $39.99. First, these three singles can be bought for a buy now of $10, and Earth, Wind, and Fire can be bought for a buy now price of $35. September's on there. Shining Star, no matter who you are. Earth, Wind, and Fire, the best of Volume 1, a $35 buy it now if anybody wants it. Plus, those three singles are a $10 star. Final call to get a bid on Michael Schenker Group. Just saying. Earth, Wind, Fire is going right over here. We're about to be putting up some other, probably what you would call featured auctions here in about 10 minutes. Guitar Freak Out, The Ventures. I don't recall seeing that one too often. And the covers in shrink wrap. That's $9.99. We have Pink Floyd. That's a 2010 unofficial on colored vinyl. How bizarre is this? It's on like this bluish, darkish vinyl, and it's a bootleg from 2010. Pink Floyd is $34.99. The Kinks Sleepwalker, The Kinks is $14.99. And Canned Heat Cookbook, The Best of Canned Heat. A gatefold edition, very nice, $34.99. John Durden on The Ventures. Robbie Wood second on that one. Next auction is going to go up right now. It is a John Coltrane, my favorite things. John Coltrane, a Japanese pressing with Obi. How nice is this? Coltrane is a $35 start. The vinyl is superb. It has the Japanese insert, and then there is the Obi. John Coltrane, my favorite things. That's going to go up for a $35 start. Lillian first on Canned Heat. Alvo Dabney was second. We have Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace. That's $19.99. Cat Stevens Greatest Hits in shrink. And it also has the poster and the original inner sleeve. It's got a bunch of stuff in it. It's got a lot of different stuff tucked down in there, it looks like. Nice copy for $14.99. Steelers Will, Jerry Rafferty, and this does have the hit song Stuck in the Middle with You. That's $19.99. Jerry Rafferty and Steelers Will. And Stories. Stories is $19.99. Ed Hickey on the Cat Stevens. Thank you, Ed. That's so to you. And Serpent by Styx. Very cool. It is a reissue, $19.99. Michael Schenker's a $15 buy it now. Final call to get a bid on John Coltrane for a $35 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's Sting, We'll Be Together, which is a 12-inch single, VG Plus condition. We're going to put that up for just a $5 start. There's Sticks. Now we got Rafferty, sold to Lily McCurry. Dave Soretna gets to Michael Schenker for a $15 start. Next thing over here is Elvis Presley. That's his self-titled debut album. This happens to be a 1971 pressing, a Hollywood press on the Orange RCA label. That's $39.99. Brownsville Station School Punks. Brownsville Station is $14.99. Next is Hattori second on Michael Schenker, and Lonnie Jolly Sting is a $5 start, and then MS from Dustin Hodges, that was Michael Schenker, so you were third on that. Jack Bruce, you may know him from a band called Cream, Song for a Tailor, one of his earlier solo albums, Yellow Atco label, $24.99 on that. And Lenny Bruce, I Was Arrested for the performances that got Lenny Bruce busted. Lenny Bruce comedy album is $19.99, and David Bowie Changes. The first David Bowie compilation, great Ground Control to Major Tom, $34.99. Unbelievable. Somebody's about to get a great album at a great price. John Coltrane's a buy it now for a $35 price. It's a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine with Obi. That is pretty incredible that is just going to be a $35 buy it now for somebody. Sting has one bid for $5 of Lonnie Jolly, and I'm about to sell that to Lonnie Jolly. There's Coltrane. The next thing I have here going up is a Beatles, Please Please Me. Here's one for some reason I don't get as much. UK Flag Series #1. Their debut album, #1, UK Flag Series. It's a $45 start. It has the Beatles Please Please Me book with it. Just a couple humidity spots on the back. The front's really nice with Obi. That's a $45 start. Coltrane is sold to Shakedown for a $35 buy now. George Sambarez was second. Lonnie Jolly gets Sting for $5. And now our next thing we have is another auction. What do I have here? I have going up for auction right now another Japanese pressing. This one's Rainbow. Rainbow is bent out of shape. This is near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. I'm talking about the vinyl. It looks absolutely phenomenal. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. A little bit of damage there to the Obi, but overall, a nice copy. $35 start. Chad, your bid came in late on Sting. Here is Baby, I'ma Want You. Or excuse me, it's Bread, Baby, I'ma Want You. Bread, gatefold jacket, $9.99. George Jones, Country Heart, a 2 LP, 24-track compilation from Musicore, an older George Jones comp for $19.99. Jackson Browne Holdout does have some cover damage right here. Jackson Browne is $12.99. Blue Cheer, The Beast Is. That's one I don't see as often. Megaforce, that's a different Blue Cheer. Blue Cheer from Megaforce. Wow, $34.99. I guess it is. On Megaforce Records. Wow, what's that doing in there? That's pretty bizarre. Bessie Smith, Empty Bed Blues. Bessie Smith is $29.99. James Blood Ulmer, Black Rock. James Blood Ulmer is a gold stamp promo for $29.99. Mississippi Fred McDowell, I Don't Play No Rock and Roll. It is on this yellow capital label. It's a 1974 pressing, $49.99. Final call on the Beatles. There's one bid for $45 to Philip Hope. Nobody's been on Rainbow. It's a $35 start. So those are final call. Our next three singles are the Isley Brothers, Shout, Cliff Richard, A Little in Love, and Cliff Richard, Devil Woman. Those three singles are going to go up for a $10 start. Melanie Jennings said she'll take some bread. I love bread from Publix. She's going to get Bread, Baby, I'ma Want You. That's so to Melanie Jennings. Thank you on that. I've almost filled up our first full crate here, but I think I can put a couple more in there. We got Robert Palmer Clues. Robert Palmer is $19.99, and Aerosmith Draw the Line. It does have quite a bit of cover wear. The vinyl, though, is nice, $19.99. Linda Banks on the Frank Sinatra. Thank you, Linda. That's Try a Little Tenderness. Very clean copy. That's so to Linda. And then over here, we got Roy Harper Once. Wow. $29.99. $29.99 on that. I'm going to go ahead and swap out Crazy while I got breaking the action. And when I come back, if there's no other bids on Beatles or Rainbow, Beatles is going to sell for $45, and then Rainbow is going to be a buy it now. So you've got probably until I'm back over here, and hopefully the lag don't get you. Hopefully you've already sent in your bid, and it's already on the way, and it's going to pop up on my screen before I can walk back over here. Dr. Zebo did bid $10 on the 45s. So the first thing I'm going to do is sell the Beatles for $45 to Philip Hope. Nice pickup there. Please Please Me, UK Flag Series #1. Philip, did you still need a Jane's Addiction? I don't think you were watching the night. I was asking out loud. I had you on a waiting list. I didn't tag you for one, but I was asking, did you still need one? So I have them if you do. Beatles is sold for $45, and then Rainbow, been out of shape, is a buy it now for $35. We're going through a great first new arrival's been here, folks. I'm going to keep going through these crates and going through these crates and going through these crates. I got to get some of this John backlog here taken care of. We got so many. Rainbows, a buy it now for $35. And Dr. Zebo gets these three singles for $10. Thank you, Dr. Zebo. There's that. Let me throw that sticky note right over here. And let's grab another auction. Let's put up another nice Rolling Stones here. This is turned out to be a very desirable record. A 1969 OG pressing of the Stones' classic album, Let It Bleed. Nice jacket and vinyl. Vinyl ZX. You can't always get what you want. Gimme Shelters on here. Wow, you can't always get what you want. I saw her today at the reception. Rolling Stones is a $35 start. It's a 69 OG Best Way. Best Way is a pressing plant. They did a lot of Stone stuff. Original inner sleeve, that's a $35 start. Next, as Javi said, he would do 30 on Rainbow, and Javi, that's so do you. Thank you. Last couple records in here is Frida Payne, Reaching Out. Frida Payne is $34.99. It's got a promo stamp on the back. It's got a promo sticker on the front. That is $34.99. Joe's in on the Stones at $35. Waylon Jennings Time Life Collection, great compilation for $19.99. And Pure Prairie League, Just Fly. Pure Prairie League is $14.99. All right, so let's go ahead and put up another auction. And another Japanese pressing, and this is a great Bob Dylan compilation. It's called Grand Prix 20 by Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan is going to go up for a $35 start. There's the LP. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. Bob Dylan, a $35 start. New bid on the Stones for $36. Roy Harper, made famous from the Led Zeppelin. Hats off to Roy Harper folk rock. That's right. Led Zeppelin wrote a song about this. Probably one of their most deep cut songs. If someone said, what's the most deep cut Led Zeppelin song that was actually on an album? I'd probably say hats off to Roy Harper. You never hear people mention that too much, do you? Roy Harper, that is $29.99. Hattori Hanzo 2.0 on Frida Payne. Thank you on that. Now, I'm just going to read titles. I've only got 85,000 records to try to flip through tonight. So these kind of crates here, I can go through them fast and we'll recap them fast. I might do like I can't believe this didn't sell thing. And the first one is the first record, an OG Southern Accents. $34.99. It's available if anybody wants it. We got Joe Eli. We got Blotto. We got Rawhide. We got Sheb Woolley. Kansas debut is still available for $19.99. We got Whiskey Hill. Tim Harden compilation. Sugar Loaf. Brewer and Shipley. Sticks Caught in the Act. Crosby, Stills and Nash. Daylight Again. That has Southern Cross on it. $19.99. Billy Joel's and Shrink for $14.99. We got Stray. Yes, Dramas, $19.99. Bob Dylan, a beautiful 70s reissue, $34.99. Tommy is an OG Decca Press for $39.99. Pink Floyd is a bootleg, unofficial on this blue colored vinyl. And there's no other way you can get that on colored vinyl. So that's pretty cool. Or there's no official pressing that's on colored vinyl. The Kinks is still available. I'm going to put it back here with the I can't believe that didn't sell. We still got Stories. I still got Styx Serpent. That always gets grabbed. $19.99. Elvis's debut, a 71 reissue. Brownsville Station, Jack Taylor, Lenny Bruce, the David Bowie comp of Changes. We got George Jones, Country Heart, Jackson Brown, and so to Robin Glenn. I think you claimed that earlier, and I forgot about you. Blue Cheer is called The Beast Is. This is on Megaforce Records. Yeah, the same label that like Metallica was on. Blue Cheer, The Beast Is Back. It's near mint minus vinyl and a VG++ copy. Jacket, that's $34.99. We got Bessie Smith. I'm definitely putting that back there, and I can't believe this didn't sell. James Blood Ulmer, Mississippi Fred McDowell. Grog, this is a 1974 pressing. The vinyl is EX Plus or better. Jacket's VG Plus with just a hint of a wear. $49.99. Robert Palmer Clues. The Aerosmith jacket has a lot of staining and discoloration. So it's VG minus because of that. No rips or tears, though. $19.99. Waylon Jennings, Pure Prairie League, and Roy Harper. All right, so let's go back up to the top and see what happened. We sold Frida. The Rolling Stones got bids for $35, $36, and now $38. And then Chris Riddings asked about Blue Cheer, so it's up to him. Then Ron Elmore asked about Aerosmith. That's also up to him. And then Greg Layton asked about Mississippi Fred McDowell. I answered all those questions. Rolling Stones is at 40 with Joe DeGato. Kristen's out. Robin got Jackson Brown. Alvo wants Kansas and Joe Ely. So there's Kansas for Alvo Dabney. And he's also going to get the Kansas debut. Those are sold and sold. Rolling Stones 41. Over here is Chris Riddings said he will take the Blue Cheer. I'm glad you got that question in. Otherwise, there's two other people who want it now. And then the Pink Floyd is $34.99. If anybody else decides you want anything else in there, just let me know. Okay? And now the Rolling Stones. Let's look at this again. It's a really nice OG copy of Let It Bleed. If you don't have this, this is an essential. And the high bid on this is $41 of Corey Ross. According to my records, no one has bid on Bob Dylan. No one has bid on Bob Dylan, 35. Yeah, Styx reissued. Styx had a bunch of records. They had an early career, which they didn't have too many commercially successful albums. And then, of course, they hit it probably big with like Grand Illusion and some of those other ones. And then their early catalog got repressed because I think people started wanting to buy their early records. So there's this. There's a couple other ones that they reissued. But yeah, same thing. Serpent is Rising Serpent. 1999. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. I don't think had any condition notes on the vinyl. Everything in here shouldn't. No. It's nice. It does, excuse me. It does have the Rich Winter sleeve. Just a little bit of a tear there on the cover. 1999. Sorry, I got to get something to drink in just a second. Juanita Gagney said sold, and that was on the Pink Floyd bootleg. And then Kinks info. And what Dylan is up. This is Dylan Highway 61, a 70s pressing, near mint, $34.99. The Kinks info is Sleepwalker. Kinks Sleepwalker is $14.99. No condition notes. Looks like someone took a Sharpie and tried to touch up the jacket. Price on Pure Prairie League. Just Fly is $14.99. What Dylan's up? This is Bob Dylan. Oh, he's probably talking about this. Grand Prix 20, Japanese pressing, $35 start. OG Styx albums, yeah, they were on a label called Wood Nickel, Styx, Styx 2, Serpent, the one with the wizard on the front of it. We never get those for some reason. They didn't really sell all that well back in the day. I think until Styx kind of hit it big with some more of their big albums like Pieces of Eight and Grand Illusion. Then their early stuff was reissued. I've seen that happen a lot with bands' catalogs. They were early, and then all of a sudden some bands, start off hot, and then their catalog goes downhill, right? Some bands start off okay, and then they'll hit a high point, and then their old stuff got reissued. It kind of happened with the Allman Brothers, too. Their first couple albums were they're great albums. I love them. Now they're regarded as masterpieces, but they didn't really take off until that Live at the Fillmore album. And then you'll see all their stuff reissued later. So that's what happened with their catalog. And there's probably some other examples too. Jetstream got CSN. What Stones is up for bid? What Bob Dylan's up for bid? Can I get more information on the Bob Dylan? Michael Peveler wants Pure Prairie League. Now there's a bid on Dylan for $35, and Melanie Jennings wants the Styx album. I'm going to make sure Nicholas Hostler didn't want it, and then we'll go ahead and sell that to Melanie Jennings. All right, so Randy Klein has Bob Dylan at $35. This is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. It's called Bob Dylan Grand 20. Stones was a final call. It's a 1969 US OG Best Way pressing of Let It Bleed, their most classic album that I can think of, a masterpiece. Corey Ross has had it for $41 for 4 minutes. Since then, there's been about 3 people want to know what it is. Corey, I'm going to give it about 60 more seconds. If no one bids, it's up to you. Or it goes to you, okay? Now, masterpieces. Masterpieces. That would be the Rolling Stones' Let It Bleed. Give Me Shelter. I can't always get what I want. You can't always get what you want either. I'm taking this crate right over here with the other new vinyl I've been through tonight. Trying to keep it all in order so we can keep flipping and keep flipping and keep rolling and keep rolling. Next thing I have over here. Let's see what else is in this crate. Holy moly. I'm not going to read any titles out. I learned my lesson last night. Don't read any titles out loud until I'm showing them. Because I mentioned some titles early last night, and then it almost caused pandemonium. So I'm just going to flip through here and say, you're definitely going to want to pay attention to this crate. Holy moly. So let me bring it over and let's keep going through these. We're going to keep going through record crate after record crate. I think it's a time to start some of these soundtracks I advertised, and it's also time to probably show one of these crates of new vinyl here in a second, okay? Now the Stones are at $45. Corey, you've been outbid. It's at $45 with Tim Graham. And Randy Klein, you get the Dylan for $35. All righty. Did I win Beatles? Had to run and get my pizza. Philip making more of those family runs. Yes, you got the Beatles. And Philip, you must have not been watching. I actually mentioned your name again. I said, do you still need a Jane's Addiction, Nothing Shocking, or Ritual D-Lo Habitual? I had you on a waiting list, I think, for Nothing Shocking, but I could have swore you told me you didn't need one. So I never did tag you one for this week. But if you want them while I still have them, let me know. All right. Here we go. Let's see what we got going on. William and the flip video, we hadn't pulled any of that stuff yet. So if you want to go to that video and claim it, I don't know. We're not going to do that flip video until later tonight. Usually Tanner does that beforehand, and he wasn't able to. So I have no idea what has sold out of that video yet. But as always, those 9 o'clock flips, if you want something, you can drop a comment until I turn off comments, and that means that it may or may not be available. So that video is still live, but it looks like almost everything in that video has been claimed as usual. All right, he does not need a nothing shocking. You got it. I'll make sure you don't get one. I might go ahead and scratch you off the waiting list right now. Let's look up the name Philip in the spreadsheet. And let's see, James. Yeah, I might have actually already took you off. Yeah, good. Don't want that to slip my mind, and then next week I get another restock of it, and I'm like, oh yeah, Philip Holt needs one. All right, we're good to go. There it is. James Edition. Philip Holt, you have been taken off. All right, here we go. New arrivals. So Stones is at 55. And then we got a request for Jamie Johnson, and we got a request for these soundtracks. I promised everybody soundtracks would start going up at 7. It's 7. We got a lot to listen to the auction crate. Now these I'm going to read out loud because they will definitely be shown as requested. Queens of the Stone Age, Dust, Husker Du, Shame, David Bowie, Rush, Led Zeppelin, Van Halen, Gordon Lightfoot, Beatles, R.E.M., Electric Prunes, Marvin Gaye, Queen, Ramones, Plasmatics, Traveling Wilburys, NXS, Master Universe, The Warriors, Star Wars, Return of the King, Back to the Future, Caddyshack, Porky's Revenge, Lost Boys. And then here's the $50 and upstart stuff. Tame Impala, Judy Steele, more Husker Du, Big Stars, Third, Sister Lovers, Him, and here's Back to the Future. Back to the Future is a 1985 U.S. Pickneyville. Now, unfortunately, it is VG minus condition. That's the grade Laura has given to it. I think it's got a fillable mark on it. Yeah, it's got a fillable mark during the Power of Love. So I don't have any test play notes, but that's why it's VG minus. There is a fillable scratch right at the end of Power of Love. So it could pop, it could skip. So just buyer beware. Unfortunately, that's why it's only going to be a $10 start. It is in VG minus condition, 85 US, but a pretty desirable record as always. Now, wait, you have a Jamie J going up, which I'm about to see him live. Oh, no, I thought you said, can I put the Jamie Johnson on deck? No, my bad. I thought you, I read that as there was a Jamie Johnson. I misread that. All right. I'll make sure you don't get one. Yeah. No Jane's Addiction for Philip. Okay, the Rolling Stones is at $60. That's a battle between Corey and Tim. Here we go. New arrivals prices marked. I saw some blues in here. Joe South, Introspect. Joe South, this is another non-check condition crate. For those who are relatively new, that means everything in here is EX Plus or better. John has graded these, and he says they're EX Plus or better. Robert Palmer, some people can do what they like. Robert Palmer's $19.99. Carla Thomas, Memphis Queen, on stacks. No condition notes. Nice, $34.99. Wow. Also, Memphis Horns, Horns for Everything, a 1972 press, and that's on Million Records and shrink wrap, $34.99. This crate's starting to turn out to be really good looking. How about Kenny Drew Trio on Riverside? An 83 pressing with Paul Chambers and Philly Joe Jones. That is $39.99. 83 pressing. And Jimmy Reed, the boss man of the blues, a 1964 stereo, no condition notes, $44.99. I don't know where these came from, but there's a lot of jazz and blues in here, and they're looking really nice. Back to the Future's at 15, now 19. Now the Stones is at 62. And here's our next three singles for a $10 start. I Can't Fight This Feeling Anymore. REO Speedwagon, Juice Newton, Queen of Hearts, and Aretha Franklin, Giving In and Get It Right. Those three singles are a $10 start. Welcome, everybody. Saturday night at Coletco. So this is the last night, except for maybe the two videos that will be posted in the morning in the group. This is your last night for $8 in limited shipping. Take advantage of the $8 in limited shipping. That will be ending tonight. We're going to do vinyl for about the next 4 hours, maybe 5, and then we're going to get into CD blast at the end. That's been really fun. We've been doing it for 2 weeks straight now. Is Joe South the best of? No, that's an original studio album. William APM on Drew. Kenny Drew is sold to William APM, and Back to the Future is at 22. The immortal Otis Redding. What's that doing in there? A 68 CTH pressing in the original on her sleeve with no condition notes. Wow, very nice Otis Redding. That's $39.99. And Grand Funk Closer to Home. This is a capital reissue on the green label, a non-gatefold, but nice. This has I'm Your Captain on it. That's $19.99. And the Dirty Blues Band featuring Rod Gingerman Piazza, Stone Dirt, a 68 press on Blues Way. That is $49.99. Back to the Futures at $25. Brian DeLeon on Otis Redding. Where Are We on the Rolling Stones? $65 of Corey Ross. Tim Graham, You're Out. That's a 69 OG Best Way press, EX condition. Back to the Futures at 22. Now it's at 25. Robert's out. Cody has it. And Tim says he's out on the Stones. And Chad Davis has those 3 singles for $10. Isaac Hayes Joy. Isaac Hayes is $24.99. Rainbow Difficult to Cure. That's $34.99. And we have Blues and Soul Power. Looks like a compilation. $19.99. Johnny Otis is on here. B.B. King, Lau Fuelson, Clay Hammond, Z.Z. Hill, Al King, Icantina, Johnny Copeland, the Ikettes. That's $19.99. Also, we have Heavy Hands. Heavy Hands is $19.99. If I get some today, can it be added to the $8 limited shipping? The 2 LPs on one Thursday night 2 days ago. Yes, $8 in limited shipping is all week. It's all week. It's for actually 6 nights ago when Paul had a Sunday night show. That's for Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You get 7 nights. It's all an open box. The box gets closed tonight when I say good night. No combining previous invoices. So hopefully you don't have an open invoice from last week, an unpaid one. But if you do, we can't combine them. But if you have records you bought this week, it all combines. Yes. Fred Cardinale on the comp. Thank you, Fred Cardinale. And now we have Champion Jack Dupree, Hammark, and Lima beans. What's that say? Hamhark and Lima beans. $19.99. And Bo Diddley in the spotlight. That's an 87 chess reissue. Nice, though. Of course, if you want an original in high grade, they virtually do not exist. That's an 87 press, $24.99. And Frank Frost, Midnight Prowler. Wow, $24.99. A lot of cool stuff in here. Chad Davis, you get those 3 singles for $10. The Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed. And this is officially sold to Corey Ross for $65. That's about what I thought it would sell for. You can't always get what you want. And now the VG minus Back to the Future is going up for a final call to Cody Wright for $25. Our next auction is Him, Razor Blade Romance. This is a 2004 U.S. reissue on limited edition pink vinyl with inserts, and that's going to go up for a $65 start. Him, Razor Blade Romance. Next thing I have here is Junior Walker on the All-Star Shotgun. This is another Motown reissue. Very nice for $19.99. Really cool stuff in here. Johnny Rivers, A Touch of Gold. This appears to be a foreign pressing. It feels like it's UK, maybe a German press. It looks like it's a German press. Very nice. It's a German press. A Touch of Gold, Johnny Rivers. That is $9.99. All right. Next thing is the Paul Butterfield Blues Band Live. That's a 2 LP, $34.99. And Mint Tattoo, a 69 press, $39.99. Dot Records. It has the original die cut cover cut out, $39.99. Cody Wright, you get Back to the Future for $25. David's just now getting on. I've been wondering where you are. We've already sold a plethora of Japanese pressings. I don't think there was too many you don't already have, but you have missed some. Nobody's been on Him yet. It's a $65 start. Going once, going twice. I'm about to sell it. Next auction is a MoFi pressing of Gordon Lightfoot. A 1979 U.S. MoFi pressing. One of his most, I guess I should say, popular album, Sundown. And that is a $35 start. It is near mint with the insert. Gordon Lightfoot. Next thing is Blue Cheer. This is a 1971 pressing with no condition notes. $64.99 for Oh Pleasant Hope. $64.99. Him is a $65 start. Razor Blade Romance is a 2004 U.S. limited edition pink vinyl. $65 start. Gordon Lightfoot MoFi is a $35 start. Rocket 88. Nice. $14.99. 1981 Atlantic. Rocket 88. $14.99. That's available. Also, we have Willie's Blues, Willie Dixon Vocals, Memphis Slim Piano, a 2015 pressing. That's $19.99. Otis Band, the biggest thing since Colossus. In shrink wrap, 1969 press. Beautiful. No condition notes. $74.99 on that. and Alan Lomax, The Collector's Choice, a Tradition compilation, $19.99 on that. Our next three singles are going to go up for bid. We got Leon Russell, Laying Right Here in Heaven. We have Quincy Jones, There's a Train Leaving, and Moody Blues, Gemini Dream. And the B-sides of those are Gemini Dream is a double-sided promo. This is I Know Rita, and then Lady Blue. So those three are going to go up for a $10 start. Him has a bid for $65, going once, going twice. Hattori Hanzo wants Rocket 88. No bid on Gordon Lightfoot, looking for a $35 start. George Jones on Alan Lomax. That's so to George Jones. And she's back. Willie Mae Big Mama Thornton. $34.99 for Big Mama Thornton. Also, we got Otis Rush, So Many Roads, live in concert, $29.99. And Steve Hunter, Swept Away. Steve Hunter is $19.99. And Lucinda Williams, Car Wheels on a Gravel Road. This is $34.99, a Music on Vinyl press. Lucinda Williams, Sonny Rollins Volume 2, Blue Note, 1985 press, $29.99 on Sonny Rollins. And Charlie Patton, founder of Delta Blues. Charlie Patton is a 2LP, 1985 comp, $49.99. It does have a little bit of a ding on the top of the cover. Gordon Lightfoot does have a bid for $35. Both auctions have bids. Him is on pink vinyl, 2004. Final call for $65. Gordon Lightfoot has a bid for $35. Now another bid for $35. These three singles have a bid for $10. William APM on the Sonny Rollins. And now Brett Thies on the Lucinda Williams. Those are sold and sold. George Jones on the Charlie Patton. Great blues and soul albums in here. Wow. Pacific Gas and Electric. How about some blues rock? $17.99. First label does have a problem there on the cover. $17.99 on that. Brian Goddard, You Were Second on Lucinda Williams. Bobby Whitlock, Rock Your Socks Off. Bobby is $19.99. And Country Joe and the Fish, Electric Music for the Body and Soul. Woodstock Performers, Country Joe and the Fish, $24.99. And Jackson Brown's $14.99. So Gordon Lightfoot, Tom Moran, you're out. George Samberez got his bid in first, just FYI. And final call on those singles, and definitely on him. Got to get more stuff going. Seals and Croft is $9.99. Get closer. There's only one LP no bid tonight, and it's a Japanese pressing of the best of Earth, Wind & Fire. That has not been purchased for $35. It can be bought right now. Boz Scaggs down to then left is $19.99. There's your nightly Boz. And here's your nightly George Jones Golden Hits. $9.99 for George Jones Golden Hits. The Counts. This looks interesting. What's Up Front That Counts. What's Up Front That Counts by The Counts. It's a promo stickered 1971 PRC press for $99.99. It's on Westbound. No promo markings on the label. That's $99.99. We have LaToya Jackson. That's $16.99. That's a full album from 1988 with Shrink and Hype. And James Dean Story is $24.99. The James Dean Story on the Coral label, $24.99 on that. These three singles are sold, $10, and those are sold to Margaret Gerhold. Thank you, Margaret. Now the Gordon Lightfoot's at $40 with Tom Moran. George Samberez, you've been outbid, and him just got one bid for Philip Holt. $65. That is sold. Our next auction is a Japanese pressing of Sgt. Pepper's. This is a 1976 Japanese reissue. It does have the inserts. Unfortunately, this one's closer to VG+. This was actually in our hot picture. It was tagged tonight for regular auction, not straight out of the Japanese bin. That's a $25 start on Sgt. Pepper's. Our next three singles are going to go up right now, and those next three singles are the following. We have three singles going up. On Chess Records, we got Jan Bradley, we got the Rolling Stones Harlem Shuffle, and we have Earth, Wind & Fire, a double-sided promo of You. And those three are going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start on that. Fred said he would do $29 on the Earth, Wind & Fire. That's sold, and now those three singles, $10 start. Tom, you've been outbid on Gordon Lightfoot. The Beatles is a $25 start. This Oh Heart of Mine, a classic from the Isley Brothers. On Tambla Motown, a 66 original. No condition notes for $34.99. Bob Dylan, a 1967 press of his debut album. Wow, so on the Columbia 2i. Wow, that's pretty cool. $49.99. Not OG. OGs of this are starting to get huge money. This is $49.99. It's on the second label. Very cool, though. No condition notes. Pretty clean jacket. The Honor System, Rise and Burn, a 2008 press. That's $19.99. We have Off Minor, a 2002 orange vinyl, and the genre for this is emo. It's on orange vinyl. That's $39.99. Now Gordon Lightfoot's at $50. So Many Dynamos, Flashlights, a 2007 punk album. That's $19.99. A Woman Lives for Love, Wanda Jackson. That's in shrink for $14.99. Love Out Here. Love is a 69 Monarch for $64.99. And Dire Straits Brothers in Arms in shrink, original inner sleeve, OG, mastered by Bob Ludwig, $34.99. Mike Massey on so many dynamos. Thank you on that. The Beatles is a Japanese pressing, UK Flag Series number 9. All the UK Flag Series are reissues, so that's a 1976. Not bad at VG Plus, conservatively graded for a Japanese press, and we're looking for this just a $25 start. Yeah, it has a couple marks unaccustomed to most Japanese pressings. That is now a $25 start. And now we have Gordon Lightfoot at $56. These 3 singles did not get a bid. That's a buy now for $10. Earth, Wind & Fire, The Stones, and Jan Bradley on chess. Those can be bought for a $10 buy now. Next over here is Fred Carnell on minor. Fred Carnell on off minor. Denise has got to go check her lottery tickets. Now, Denise, if you've won and you just won $490 million, I want you to come back and say, Chad, I would like to purchase Coletco, and then I'll blow an air horn for you. And then we'll box everything up and ship it to you. And then we'll go out tomorrow and start buying more. That would be a heck of an invoice you'd get. But we'll price everything. Fred Carnell was second on. No, Fred Carnell got off minor, and then Robin Glenn got those last 3 singles for 10. All right, there's those. Okay, Honor System, Rise and Run. Casper, that just got claimed by Mike Massey. Now the no bid singles so far. I have a stack from last night, and I got a stack from tonight. And, of course, I put them up 3 at a time for a $10 buy now. If anybody kind of wants a mystery bundle here, let me count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That doesn't seem right because that's not a multiple of 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I might have added an extra then. Yeah, Katie Lang, there was an extra Katie Lang. All right, so 19 records, a $25 buy now. 18 records there. That's so far all the no bids, $25 buy now. $8 in limited shipping. Oh my gosh. Well, if she wires this $250 million, I think we can cover it for that. Gordon Lightfoot's at $66. And if she hits it, I'll promise I'll let Paul be the first employee know right now we're all taking a vacation to Abbey Road. Gordon Lightfoot's at $66. Josie said she'll take those singles for $25. All right, thank you. And if they don't get bids, we'll do another bundle like that tonight. I'm going to try to sell this whole box. So whoever's tagging, that's everything from the Larks to Randy and the Rainbows. Some cool stuff in there. So those are all sold. Moving right along, Gordon Lightfoot's still getting bids. The Beatles did not get a bid, so it's a $25 buy now. That was another great crate. I can't believe some of the blues that's in there that's still available that no one claimed. Crazy stuff still left. Let's throw up another Japanese pressing. And I've got a lot of Beatles stuff tonight. And here is with the Beatles. This is an Apple pressing. Let's check the vinyl right quick. Yep, this is a nice one. Near mint minus and pristine. It does have the With the Beatles book. There they are. Oh, man, it's signed. I'm just joking. Paul smoking on that cigarette. Very cool. There they are. That's going to go up for a $35 start. The Beatles, and a beautiful jacket, just no Obi. What a great one there. It won't be long. Yeah. It won't be long. Yeah. All I've got to do, I like that one. All My Lovin'. Ooh, Don't Bother Me. I like it because it's Harrison, of course. Till There Was You. Roll Over Beethoven. You Really Got a Hold on Me. Good stuff on there. All right, and then it looks like Jared Inc. gets Sgt. Pepper's, right, Jared? And then Tracy second. All right, and now Gordon Lightfoot's at 70. So here we go, and I'm just going to read what's left in here. There's, once again, I'm flying through these new arrival crates that John's marked. We just sold a big chunk out of here, but let's try to sell the rest. These are sticker price near arrivals. Joe South, Robert Palmer, Carla Thomas on stacks, Memphis Horns, Jimmy Reed is still available, Grand Funk, Stone, Dirt, the Dirty Blues Band, Isaac Hayes, Rainbow, Heavy Hands. I don't know if I showed this one. $19.99. Heavy Hands is Santana, Taj Mahal, the Yardbirds. It's a compilation. Spirit, Fleetwood Mac, $19.99. Up here is Gordon Lightfoot, a MoFi pressing, a Sundown. Tom and George have been at battle. It's at 70 and now 76. And then, trust me, that's not my, oh my God, it's Sign Tone. Oh yeah. That will be happening tonight during CDs. We found last night a signed Billy Bob Thornton CD. What else did we find? Oh, REO Speedwagon. And I let that one slip for $6.99. We sold an autographed REO Speedwagon box set last night for $6.99. That's the kind of stuff I've been letting slip when we're going through midnight CDs. Next is Barry White. We got Pete Shelley, and we got Kenny Loggins. And those three are going to go up for a $10 start. And that's Kenny Loggins' Heart to Heart. And The More We Try, Pete Shelley, Never Again. And we got Barry White, Can't Get Enough of Your Love, Baby, and Just Not Enough. Those three for a $10 start. So the Jimmy Reed in here, there's so many crazy records still left behind. The Boss Man of the Blues, a 64 stereo on VJ, no condition notes, $44.99. Heavy Hands is $19.99. Yes. With the Beatles has a bid with Nicholas for $35. Champion Jack Dupree, Ham Hock and Limer Beans. That was $19.99. Bo Diddley in the Spotlight. Frank Frost, Midnight Prowler, Junior Walker Shotgun, Johnny Rivers, A German Press, Butterfield Blues Band, Mint Tattoo, Blue Cheer, Willie Dixon, Willie's Blues, Otis Spann, The Biggest Thing Since Colossus, in shrink wrap, beautiful copy, no condition note, $74.99. Also, She's Back, Willie Mae, Big Mama Thornton, Otis Rush. We got Steve Hunter, Pacific Gas and Electric, Bobby Whitlock, Country Joe and the Fish, and Jackson Brown. That's Lives in the Balance. Now, Tom's out on Gordon Lightfoot. Final call to George Sambares for 76. Joe DeGaldo said he'll take the Heavy Hands comp. And that was right here. That's so to Joe DeGaldo. Final call on With the Beatles for 35. That's exactly what I was thinking, Robert Barnett. If some of these don't sell, I'm probably going to pull like some of them out, have Laura put them in sleeves, do the exact details. They're going to be sold at auction, and they're probably going to end up bringing more. They could bring less. It's up to you. Seals and Croft, $9.99. Boss Skaggs, George Jones. The Counts was $99.99. What's up front that counts? That's on Westbound, that very popular funk label. 71 Presswell, that is $99.99. JB Price, Jackson Brown, was $14.99, Margaret. And then we got LaToya Jackson, that's in shrink. James Dean Story, the Isley Brothers, It's So Hard of Mine, a 66 original, a 67 Bob Dylan self-titled. The Honor System. Now, no one claimed this one, right? Or did they? Which one did Milk? Oh, Casper did want this one. Sorry, Casper. I thought somebody had bought this one already. I was wrong. Which one did Fred? Okay. Mike Massey got so many. Fred got off mine. I apologize. Casper, this is actually sold to you. I thought somebody had claimed that earlier. My bad. So that's sold to Casper. And then Wanda. And then Love, and then Dire Straits was OG and shrink wrap. The Big Mama Thornton's called She's Back. It's on a label called Black Beat. It's looks like an MCA reissue because it's an MCA record label in there. $34.99. Let me make sure that's the right disc. Yeah, it looks like it's MCA reissue. $34.99. No condition notes. Really nice. And Margaret does want the Jackson Brown. Yeah, there's some crazy stuff when they're left unclaimed. First, these three records did not get a bid. Those are a buy now for $10. George Sambares gets Gordon Lightfoot for $76. And Nicholas Hostler gets With the Beatles for $35. And let's go ahead and put that away. Now, these records are going to go over here next to me. Dire Straits is $34.99. Shrink Wrap, mastered by Bob Ludwig. Really nice. Greg Layton wants the Counts. Nice pickup there. That was $99.99. Has a promo sticker. That looked really cool. Thank you, Mr. Grog. And then DS Dire Straits is $34.99. Bob Dylan was $49.99. So it's his debut album. It's a second label. but no condition notes. It's on the Columbia 2i. 6i copies have gotten really expensive lately. All right. And I'm out for the week. No! We don't need anybody walking away. These are new arrivals. These are new arrivals, sticker price. Nobody can leave tonight. Nobody can leave. Sticker price right now. First read through these, and I'm about to bring another one. And that's already 2 we've gone through. I've got a Paul crate right over here I'm about to do after this one. Don't forget, I'm doing new vinyl on sale tonight too. I've got 3 crates over here behind me. I hadn't even started sorting them yet. But yeah, you just heard me correctly. We've got 3 crates of on sale new vinyl. That's going to really expedite emptying out some bins. Holy moly, that's definitely something I can auction tonight. I only pulled 1 record out of here, and I'll put it up for auction right now. I only pulled 1 record out of this crate. I probably could have pulled out about 3 more. There's some stuff in here we've just been recently discussing, and then I just saw them pop up in this crate. That's how it happens. Sometimes I can speak stuff into existence. Fred wants Mint Tattoo, and Patrick Lear wants Otis. All right, I'll go pull those. I'm starting a whole stack over here of this. And so it was Otis. And what just happened? Mint Tattoo. Otis and Mint Tattoo. Now, I'm assuming Otis span, right? And Mint Tattoo. That was Otis. That was Otis. This one here, Patrick. And this here for Mint Tattoo. And that was to Fred Carnell. All right, here's what I just pulled out of here. I'm gonna reduce the price and put it up for a starting bid because I think it's something y'all probably want to bid on. It's a near mint in shrink with hop sticker OG pressing of Bon Jovi's New Jersey. Probably something more so I would have on a Thursday night. Here it is right now, very clean. It's in shrink with the hop sticker. Bon Jovi's a $35 start. Plasmatics is not sold yet. Our next auction is right now. Boy, do we have we got a boo-koodle of Beatles tonight. I don't know if y'all have ever seen a boo-koodle of Beatles, but we got them. But here's something I don't get too often. Wow, a Japanese pressing of Harvest. No Obi. It's definitely a later label. That's definitely a later label. Almost 80s label there for Reprise. But beautiful vinyl. I bet that sounds phenomenal. It is Japanese or German. What do we have here? No, this is actually a German press. Okay, so this is a German press. It came from our Japanese distributors. But yeah, it's a German press. Wow. So $35 start. Neil Young Harvest. How nice is that? Bon Jovi is up. And then Otis spanning, yes. Otis span, yes. What was the details on Otis? Otis was a 1969 in shrink, no condition note, $74.99. All right, let's start going through here, but here's our next 3 singles. I'm going to pull out 3 right here. These are going to go up for a $10 star. Billy Joel, You May Be Right, Rod Stewart, Love Touch, and Wells Fargo, songs and played by the Prairie Chiefs. That's pretty cool. So those 3 picture sleeves, a $10 star. Next is Boston, Third Stage. No condition notes on anything in here, $34.99. $34.99. These are EX Plus or better, new arrivals. Blues Magoo's, never gone back to Georgia, has a promo sticker on the back. Promotion copy. Let's take a peek at the label then. Blues Magoo, standard stock label, $29.99. Over here, we got the Blues Project live at Town Hall. Blues Project is $19.99. Verve Forecast, also Brewer and Shipley. This has the hit song One Toke Over the Line. That's a textured cover, Karma Sutra original, $19.99. The Best of Bread, Volume 2 with Guitar Man. That's $12.99. And Boston's debut, Boston self-titled, $34.99, Orange Epic label. So Neil Young's a German press, probably 80s. It's barcoded, $35 start on that. And then over here, the next question was the 9 a.m. flip video. Glenn, we have not tagged any of that yet. None of that's been tagged. I'm either going to do it later tonight. Well, I'm definitely going to do it later tonight. We didn't get tagged before the show. If I try to do it right now during the live feed, it could cause a lot of confusion because so much has been claimed. I'm going to do it later tonight. So if you get as usual, if you get a thumbs up, that means partial or all of your comment was pulled. And Fred Plasmatics is on deck. Paul Catrich put BJ for Bon Jovi. Then Bon Jovi got a bid for 35, then 37, then 40, then 38. And then the singles got a bid for 10, then Bon Jovi 42, and then Linda Banks on Bread. And now Bon Jovi's at $42. Final call on those 3 singles for 10. We got Changes 2, David Bowie. We had Changes 1 in the other crate. Changes 2, David Bowie, $34.99. Now Bon Jovi's at $50. Now the singles has another bid for 10. Here's Wells Fargo from the TV show. That's probably something from Fred's collection. It's on an RCA Bluebird Children's Record label. Nice. And then we got Rod Stewart, Love Touch, and Billy Joe, You May Be Right, I May Be Crazy from Glass Houses. Those 3 are all being sold together. Next thing is King Curtis, Sweet Soul. Nice. King Curtis is in Shrink, $19.99. Yellow Atco label, $19.99 on that. And Wet Willie, Keep On Smiling. Wet Willie's $19.99. And Steve Howe, you may know him from Rush. From Yes. Steve Howe Beginnings is $19.99. Fred Carnell wants the David Bowie Changes too. William Howe was second. The Bon Jovi's an OG pressing and Shrink with hop sticker, no condition notes. I pulled it out of this bin and I said, let's auction this. Always something we auction with that Bon Jovi New Jersey album. It was really nice. 55 is the high bid. And the singles now have bids for 10, and now they have a bid for 15. Also, we have the Fisher. This is the Fisher Test and Performance Standard Record. This is basically a quad high fidelity sound system test record, $19.99. Back up here, we have WF or whatever the bid is. These 3 records are being sold together. Billy Joe, Rod Stewart, and Wells Fargo. They're all being sold together. There's already a bid for 10, and now there's a bid for 15. And then how much was Boston? It was $34.99, original label. Rick Haney got Wet Willie. Now Bon Jovi's at $57. And here's another audio fidelity demonstration record. That one is $19.99. That is audio fidelity. I think that's what went on to be, well, I don't know if that's the MoFi label or what was first MoFi or what formed into MoFi, but that Train record I think was originally a MoFi record. We got Johnny Winter, Raising Cain. That's $19.99. And here's one of those Warner Brothers compilations, the whole Burbank catalog. T-Rex, Captain Beefheart, Seals and Croft, Todd Rundgren. It's one of these multi-artist compilations I think y'all are familiar with. They were called Lost Leaders. We sell the heck out of them. Here's another sample. It's a 2 LP, $19.99. We have Walter Carlos, Rock Hooters on here, Jack Elliott, Arlo Guthrie. Now the singles are at 16, and now we have Neil Young, a $35 buy it now. Neil Young is a buy it now for $35. It's a looks like a German 80s pressing of Harvest. Oh man, take a look at my life. I have boxes of singles over here. They're going to be very random. We're putting them up 3 at a time for a $10 start. Now they're at $16. Now Neil Young can be bought for a $35 buy it now. Now the next record in here is another promo. It is special preview of selected cuts. It's 6 tracks, $19.99. It's got Talking Heads, Life During Wartime, The Pretenders, Robin Johnson. It also has Susie Quattro, Marcy Levy, and Roxy Music. It's a 6-track sampler. Bon Jovi's at $60. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. One of my favorites. I said because the first thing I thought was The Night Before. This is the Beatles, Help, UK Flag Series number 5. This is going to go up for a $45 start. It is beautiful. Vinyl, cover, inserts, everything. Help, I Need Somebody. You've got to Hide Your Love Away, I Need You, George Harrison, $45 start on that. The singles are now at 20, Chappie and everybody else is out. Now Bon Jovi's at 62. Joni Mitchell, Don Juan's Reckless Daughter, that's $29.99. We got The Producers, Run For Your Life. The Producers is $19.99. Pebbles, that is a self-titled album for $14.99. Robert Palmer, Pressure Drop, that's $19.99. And The Law, Language, and Lenny Bruce. That is $19.99 for Lenny Bruce. Jack Bruce, Out of the Storm. Jack Bruce is $19.99. Has a promo sticker on the cover. RSO label, $19.99 on that. And Brownsville Station, that's $19.99. The singles are at $20. Final call. Bon Jovi's at $65. Travis is out. Looks like it's up to D. Kong and Corey Ross. And the Beatles Help Japanese pressing is a $45 start. Plan B, The Greenhouse Effect. That's in shrink wrap for $14.99. And then Elvis. Also in shrink wrap, a Pickwick comp. It's called You'll Never Walk Alone, or at least that's what I call it. $9.99 for Elvis. And we have Styx too. We were just talking about these earlier Styx albums. This is a German press, Orange RCA. It's a German press. It has Lady mentioned on the cover. No condition notes, $24.99. Also, we have Bread, and Bread is $12.99. And we have Phil Spector's Greatest Hits. That's a great compilation. All those great Phil Spector tracks, $29.99. Phil Spector's not the artist. Phil Spector was mostly the producer. This has like the Crystals on it and the Shangri-Las, artists like that. Nicholas Hostler. I was hoping you were still watching. There's the Styx we were just talking about. Over here, these 3 singles are sold to Chuck Haley for $20. Now Bon Jovi is up to Corey Ross. D-Conk has it for $65. Final Call to get a bit on Help. Dusty Springfield. This is $19.99. Stay a While, Only Want to Be With You. No condition notes on Phillips. That's $19.99. Sandra Martin on Elvis. Sandra, that's So Do You. And then we have Spirit Feedback, a UK pressing that's a gatefold. A UK pressing, I should say, that's a Unipack design, which means the record slips in here like this. Let's see what the label looks like. It's really nice. It's on a UK Epic label. Spirit Feedback, very cool. $24.99 on that. Fred Carnell has commented the words PS. And PS means Phil Spector. Thank you. D-Kong, I'm selling you the Bon Jovi. That's sold to D-Kong for $65. I appreciate that. Let's make sure this one gets put in a new MoFi sleeve and gets cleaned, okay? It should already be good to go, but I just want to make sure because we auctioned that one. I pulled it randomly out of a bin, but let's make sure that's taken care of. And now the Beatles can be bought for $45. A no bid on the Beatles UK Flag Series number 5 for Help. $45 on that. We're ready for new auctions. I just told somebody we were going to run the Plasmatics. So let's go ahead and do that right now. And that's a very, 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 very nice copy of the Beatles. And I still got Neil Young. Y'all got 2 of my favorite albums laying over here in the no bid pile. That's disappointing. Let's go ahead and put up this next auction here from the Plasmatics. And this is an OG 1980 US. It is in VG condition. It is OG though. Plasmatics. Sorry, she's always walking around with everything hanging out. The Plasmatics is in VG condition, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. It is a 1980 US OG original. US OG original. There it is, the Plasmatics OG. Tom Moran gets the Help for $45. Thank you, Tom Moran. And now moving right along. Next thing I have in here is Greetings from Asbury Park. Bruce Springsteen. Bruce is $19.99. Rick Springfield, Working Class Dog, with the Jessie Girls Hop sticker. I wish I could be Jessie's girl in shrink with hop. Stories is $19.99. And also we have Steelers Wheel, Jerry Rafferty, $14.99. Ivan strikes first on the Plasmatics at $25. Our next Japanese pressing is Paul McCartney and Wings, and this one's called Wildlife. It is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert. There's the cover and OB. Paul and Wings is a $35 start. Here's our next 3 singles. Our next 3 singles is Genesis, Throwing It All Away, Phil Collins, Please Take Me Home, and Howard Jones, Things Can Only Get Better. Wow, that's a good lot. Those 3 are going to go up for just a $10 start. And Chad is going to mute his mic so he can take a drink of some blue juice. Let me do that right now. I meant purple juice. We're on the purple juice tonight. All right, Rick Springfield is $14.99. Rick Springfield, $14.99. 3 great singles over there. And over here, we have Harvest. Harvest is on reprise. The UPC is O as in 0 7 5 9 9 2 7 2 3 9 1. All right. So Plasmatics, 1 bid for $25 of Ivan R. The 3 singles was Genesis, Throwing It All Away, Phil Collins, Take Me Home, and Howard Jones. Those are at $10. Margaret also bid $10. Robin asked the price of Rick Springfield, said she'll take it. Jeffrey, you were second. Plasmatics now at 30. And finishing up this crate is Steam, Nah Nah Hey Hey, Goodbye, $16.99. Sticks Crystal Ball is $19.99. And that's a great place for them. Where's your other crate? Right here? Okay. Sticks is in Shrink Crystal Ball, $19.99. And Al Stewart, The Early Years, is $24.99. And Cat Stevens, Teaser and the Fire Cat. Perfect timing for Paul to do his Cat Stevens. You heading out? Okay, great deal. Yes, yes. Unless something changes. Unless I say, you know what? I'm doing coins. Right now, I got you on deck. The people are demanding it, too. Yeah, they're saying, Paul, tomorrow, 5 o'clock, 5 o'clock. They want every sock record in your collection. Not happening. Okay. Well, we might can dig up some here. All right. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, John. Thank you, Laura and G and Steve and Julie and Tanner and Seth and Ed and Jack and Jill and Jake and everybody else here. Okay. Let me do some stretching. Paul caught me off guard. Oh, wow. That was a great... Oh, gosh. Wow. Sorry. I feel a lot better now. That was a good stretch. Good stretches are healthy. So we had two people on that. Nicholas Hostler on Sticks Crystal Ball. Singles at 12. And then Plasmatics 35, singles 15, singles 15. We're about to do our first crate of on-sale new vinyl next. Here's the agenda. New vinyl, Paul crate, John crate, new vinyl, Paul crate, new vinyl, John crate, Paul crate, new crate, crate, vinyl, new call, Paul, John, Paul, new John, crate, Paul. That's what we're going to be doing. John K is $19.99. Also Steppenwolf Monster, a German pressing. Speaking of John K, $24.99. And then the Tokens, again, the Tokens, they were known for their song, The Lion Sleeps Tonight, $14.99. And then Steely Dan's Countdown to Ecstasy, that's $34.99. Nice. Rapper's Delight, $19.99. Sugar Hill. All right, so here's what happened. Here's exactly what happened. The Plasmatics was at 30. The singles got a bid for 12. The Plasmatics got a bid for 35. The singles got a bid for 15 with Sandra. Then James bid $15. And now the high bid is Sandra Martin on those three singles for 15. Wings is a bot now for $35. Wildlife. And then Plasmatics is an OG 1980 in VG condition. An OG 1980 in VG condition. Okay, Wings, buy it now for $35, and we do have a claim on Sugar Hill, Rapper's Delight, original 12-inch single. Some say that's what started it all. There's that, Rapper's Delight cover. I don't know it that well. I know it, but not enough to even mumble it, really. And those three singles are now at 15, so James, you're out. Just FYI, okay? Three really good ones here. Things Can Only Get Better. Phil Collins, Please Take Me Home. And Genesis, Throwing It All Away. Another, of course, with Phil Collins. And the Plasmatics is really just up to Brett. The high bid on it right now is Ivan R at $35. Fred Carnell actually requested it. And, of course, Fred, you know what happened. He disappeared. He'll be back in about 20 minutes, and he'll say, did I miss the Plasmatics? Vicky Yosakawa on Steely Dan. Another great crate here. Another fabulous crate here. Let's go ahead and read through those one more time. If you need a price, let me know. Boston Third Stage, Blues Magoos, Blues Project, Brewer and Shipley, King Curtis, Steve Howe, the Fisher Sampler record, Boston Debut, the Audio Fidelity Test record. We have Johnny Winter, the whole Burbank catalog. We have the special RSO sampler with Talking Heads, Joni Mitchell, Don Juan's Reckless Daughter, the producers, Pebbles. We got Robert Palmer, Lenny Bruce, Jack Bruce, Brownsville Station, Yeah. And Brownsville Station, Yeah, has Smoking in the Boys Room, $19.99. Jared McLaughlin on Blues Magoos. That is sold to Jared McLaughlin. Nice copy of promo sticker. Plan B, Greenhouse Effect. Bread. We got Dusty Springfield, Spirit Feedback. Stories, Bruce Springsteen. Steeler Steel, Steam. Al Stewart, Cat Stevens, also John K., and then Steppenwolf, and then the Tokens. And these three singles are sold for $15 to Sandra Martin. Unfortunately, I lost James Rayner there. And then over here, the Plasmatics is sold for $35, and this is sold for $35 to Ivan R. And yes, y'all can count on it. Here in a minute, Fred is going to hop on and say, Has the plasmatic sold yet? He just requested it too. I mean, he was just on buying, and then he must have got shocked. He must have got zapped out there in that horrible world of Wi-Fi connections. Our next Japanese pressing is Prince. Here's something I don't get too often. A Japanese pressing of Prince, Around the World in a Day. Really cool packaging on this one. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert, and there's the obi. How nice is that? The perforated part is still attached. I don't get that too often. A $35 start. $35 start on that. All right, let's swap out crates. Yep, I've said it before. If I were to upgrade some people's internet, if I were to upgrade some people's internet, and we funded a couple people's upgrade or got them a better router, it probably would pay 20, 50 times our return in just a year's time. For sure. I know of 3 I can think of right off the bat. If I just mailed them a new router, I probably just need to go ahead and do that. I probably need to say, send me a picture of your router and what you watch on every night. Probably over the course of the next 5 years, it would be probably 1,000x return on my investment. Prince is at 35 of Courtney Duncan, and the next thing we had was the audio. So these are more just like, they're not really, well, we'll take a look. The first one here, it's got pretty cool looking stuff at first glance, like Eleanor Rigby and Lucy in the Sky, but they're all like covers, like string covers. And then this is audio fidelity test record. It's got a little bit of everything. I think it has, well, stuff you see here on the front. Train sounds, big brass. It's just a lot of bits and pieces of stuff. Okay? Lag. Yeah. Some people's like, man, this lag is killing me. And I was like, well, if you had a perfect connection and you got everything you claimed, you'd probably spend an extra $1,000 a week. And that's the people I'm thinking of. I know if their lag was just a little bit faster or better, or they didn't have drops in coverage, they would probably spend, I don't know. I don't want to guess, but some people's like, I bet some people, I say they're second on like 100 extra records a week. A week. Like I'll say so-and-so second. Probably at least 100 additional items a week. I'm like, yeah, but at the same time, that means that next person. It's mostly for auctions. It's where I lose people on auctions. They'll be bidding, and it really wouldn't matter on claims because the record typically sells anyway. So it's mostly on losing people on auctions. All right, what was I going to do next? Let's do our first crate of on-sale new vinyl. Then I got a Paul crate. So let me sort this stuff right quick. We're going to do, let's see, we're going to do 20% off. That's 24. That's going to be 19. That's going to be 19. That's going to be 24. That's going to be 24. That's going to be 24. I actually might want to keep this. Nah. Yeah, I'll go ahead and sell it. That'll be 24. That'll be 24. 24. That will be 20% off. So it's going to be 20% off or $24.99, and there'll be a few $19.99 records. I'll go ahead and do that. 24. That will be actually less than 19. That will be 20% off. That will be 24. That will be 24. That will be 20% off. That will be 20% off. That will be, I'm going to take a major loss, but I'm going to go ahead and make them 24. That will be 20% off. That's 24. That's 24. That's 24. That's 24. That's 24. That's 24. That will be 20% off. And that will be 24. Okay. So, and I think some of this, unfortunately, is victims of hatchet ed crates. So what I've went and flipped through our entire new vinyl inventory. I flipped through our entire new vinyl inventory. So anything that is April or back is in these crates. And there's 3 price points. $24.99, $19.99, and 20% off. Or I'm just going to ballpark it. Because there's certain music on vinyl pressings, I know exactly what I need, basically just to break even. And most of them are $29.99 or $32 or something like that. Usually not a lot of markup in those, but we sell the heck out of them. So that's what's going on. This is new vinyl on sale. I really only do it one time a month. If you missed what I said earlier, everything we ordered in April and before is all right in here. And if we hadn't have had Hatchet put-back bins, there only would have been 2 crates. I bet a whole crate of this is just putbacks and non-payments from April and maybe even earlier. So, and we're now in June. So I stay about 2 months ahead. So everything we ordered in April, those nights we got 5 crates in and 8 crates in and 12 crates in. The whole month of April, there's only 3 crates of new vinyl left. That's why I never discount it. And when we do discount it, hopefully all this is about to sell out. Y'all would make my night. Because most of this, I'm just recouping the money. Some of it I'm even selling at a loss, but it cleans it out. If I would have never discounted new vinyl, we would have $8 million tied up in probably new vinyl inventory. It'd be something crazy. So, here we go. The first thing that I have here was Prince, and that's at $35. Prince at $40, Prince at $45, Prince at $45, and then Prince at $47, Prince at $50. Steppenwolf label and condition. That was from the last bin. You'll have to give me a second. Prince $50, Prince $48. Judy still has not sold. And now Prince. Prince is at $50. There's a random comment from Fred. In the projection booth tonight running the longest day for yesterday's invoice. Do what now? In the projection booth tonight running the longest day for yesterday's anniversary. Oh, he's screening a movie. There you are, Fred. You missed the plasmatics. I didn't know what you were talking about. Let's go check on that Steppenwolf record before I get busy. This crate could get pretty insane. They typically do. I can't see a viewer count. My viewer count hadn't worked all week, so I honestly don't know if we got 200 people watching or 80 people watching. I know we have more than 80, but I typically don't know. This week, I haven't known how many people's watching all week. My view counter's not watching, but this is a beautiful German press, a Steppenwolf Monster. First of all, the U.S. pressings are always beat the heck, especially the vinyl. Take a look at this label. Look how cool that is. Steppenwolf Monster. That is one we don't see too often there. It's on an EMI. Very, very cool. $24.99. 120 on Facebook. Okay, what about YouTube? YouTube probably has about that many. YouTube probably has about that many too. So it looks like we got enough to do new vinyl on sale. 120 on Facebook. There's probably at least that many on YouTube. 100, I'm going to guess 120 on YouTube as well. Usually this time of night on Friday, we have between 250 and 300. That's usually what we have. So, but my view counter used to be right here. I used to see right there, right next to where it says 3 of 3. I used to could see. So I can't tonight. I haven't all week, so I've been blind. I don't know if I'm talking to 300 people or if I'm talking to 80. I don't know. But it sounds like I'm talking to about 200 and 220, so that's good. It is Saturday. Yes, it is. It is Saturday. All these days running together, to me, I have no idea sometimes. That's why I have them change the titles. Now, Courtney has this at 50. Dave Seretna, you tied her. Her bid of 50 came in first. So, Dave Seretna, you're out. He's also set out. So, final call to Courtney Duncan for $50. Courtney Duncan, $50. Days to me don't really matter. Friday, Tuesday, just so y'all know what day it is. Where I sleep in between nights and days and mornings, who knows? I'm just here. I just wake back up. I know what time it is. I know always kind of what time it is, but day, who knows for me? Who knows? They all run together because I'm up a half a day each day. It don't really make sense. We have Sting, the Dream of the Blue Turtles, a Japanese pressing, a $35 start. It has the inserts with it. And here it is, a $35 start. First, $24.99. I only got one copy, Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. These are on sale new vinyl. Rat is $24.99, Invasion of Your Privacy. Star Wars Shadows of the Empire. Star Wars is $24.99. Star Wars Shadows of the Empire, that was $33. That's now $24.99. And these were $40, and now they're $24.99. But I've sold 17 copies. When I saw these in stock, I grabbed 17 of them. We got 3 left, the Gladiator soundtrack. And I can go pull some off the racks up front if I need to. Gladiator is $24.99. And then Dune, music by Toto and Brian Eno. Dune is $24.99. All right, so first is Courtney Duncan on Prince for $50. Thank you, Courtney. That is sold to you for $50. We got 2 Paul crates to go through. I'm probably going to go through one of those next. And then we've already flew through 3 John crates over here. And there's only 100 more to go, including the ones he marked today. And I still see New Order and Good Morning Vietnam. I don't know if those are tagged for auction or what. But we'll see what happens, okay? Final call on Sting. Let's get back to the advertised auction records as well. How about this right here? Oh, wow. The Ramones, a 1978 U.S. Winchester original. The Ramones Road to Ruin is OG, a 1978, and it's a nicer copy. VG++ EX. And this has got the original inner sleeve with it. And the Ramones is a $35 start. Let's go ahead and add 3 more singles right quick as well. Trying to chip away some stuff in this bin. And here's the next 3 singles. Herb Albert, To Wait for Love. We got Miami Sound Machine Conga. And we got Larry Groshy, Muddy Boggy Banjo Man. Those 3 for a $10 start. Who strike first in here? Brian Riley does on rap. And like I said, I've just recently reordered these. This is just a victim of a Hatchet Ed bin. So because of the date, I go ahead and discount them to move them. And Brian Riley, you got that for $24.99. Dave Soretna, you were second. Craig Ruth got Star Wars for $24.99. Aaron Civic, you were second. And then Patty got a Gladiator for $24.99. There's 2 Gladiators. And by the way, that is Hans Zimmer. So there's 2 $24.99 records left, Gladiator and Dune. And then here's the newest release from Bootsy Collins. Album of the Year, #1 Funketeer. That's a 2 LP yellow vinyl. That was $36.99. Now it's $24.99. And then here's Matt DeMarco. And I think this is from some stuff Paul ordered. You can get Matt DeMarco now for $24.99. Matt DeMarco 2. Matt DeMarco 2. The Ramones is at $36. These 3 singles are a $10 start. And Sting can be bought now for a $35 buy it now. A beautiful Japanese pressing of The Dream of the Blue Turtles. And yes, that is Sting from The Police. That's available for a $35 buy now. I'm going to slip that right over here. And the next thing we have is the Ramones has a new bid for $37. So Nick, 36. Kristen's at 37. Let's put that right over here. Next for $24.99 is Iggy Pop. That is the 10th anniversary edition. That's $24.99 for Iggy. And Fiona Apple, Win the Pawn. And I think this is some stuff Paul ordered for his Paul show probably back in 1st of April. And here's all that's left, just a few. So they've sold really well. We just got a few we're discounting now. Ed Riviera gets the Sting for $35. Stephen A. Young, you were second. And yes, the Ramones is OG. A 78 U.S. Winchester VG++ EX. Let's step over here to the Japanese crate. And speaking of the Police, here's the Police. Here's Synchronicity. Oh, man, nice. Now, I don't know if these are purple vinyl like the U.S. pressings. Let me hold it to the light. No, these are just black vinyl, but I mean, it's Japanese, so you know it's nice. There's the original inner sleeve. Walking in Your Footsteps, Synchronicity Part 2. Another Suburban Morning. King of Pain, my favorite track with Obi. That's nice for a $35 start. Guy Shard says he'll take a Gladiator for $24.99. Those were $39.99. I've got one, and I think I've got one up front as well. Patrick Fu on Iggy. That's sold to Patrick. And then both Fionas are sold. Tim Colino and Craig Thomas. So those are sold and sold. Vicky, you were third. These 3 singles are a bought now for $10. And then the Ramones, the last bid was Kristen Barnett at $37. The first bidder was Nick Bargeron. I've lost Nick Bargeron. That's another common occurrence. Nick, if you're out there, high bid on the Ramones is $37. Yes, he's back in. I'm glad to see he's still on. Nick's back in. And yes, these are $24.99. The first batch here is $24.99. On sale new vinyl. Next is American football on blue vinyl. American football. Those are $24.99. And then we've got Nirvana Bleach, just one copy. It is the Sub Pop remaster. Nirvana Bleach is $24.99. That's been here since April 25th. Can you believe it? And then King Diamond, just $24.99. The Eye, purple and black marble vinyl. King Diamond, the Eye. Ramones 38, Ramones 39, Ramones 40. We're still bidding, and now the Police is a $35 start. And then next, this is a big discount, $20 off. Lordy, limited edition. It's on Fangoria colored vinyl. These were $44.99. That's a loss for me, but hopefully y'all buy them right now. At least I can get some money back out of them. $24.99. Let's go ahead and grab some more singles out of here. I'm going to grab 3 more singles for a $10 start. I got the Pointer Sisters Fire. I've got Corey Hart, It Ain't Enough. And I have the Fifth Estate, Ding Dong, The Witch is Dead. 3 singles there going up for a $10 start. Those are $24.99. The last thing that happened was the Ramones was at $40. Ramones 39. Mark Stanley on Nirvana for $24.99. Kristen's out on the Ramones, so George has it for $40. Nick Bargeron second on the Ramones. Second on Nirvana, that is. He's out on the Ramones. Amanda Darby on Police. And if that's a bid, it's a $35 start. She bid later. Now the Ramones 42. And now Natasha on L for Lordy. Is that right? For $24.99. And then Natasha on AF for American football for $24.99. And then Jeff Brindley on Lordy for $24.99. And then Paul Catrich on King Diamond for $24.99. And now the Police does have a bid with Amanda for $35. Casper second on King Diamond. Bill Reese next on Lordy. And now we have Ramones at $45. And the singles are at $11. And the Police is at $35. As always, a busy on sale new vinyl bin. We've got $24.99 up until right here. Right here. Right here is the cutoff. Okay, so just a few more. We got Virgin Steel, Guardians of the Flame. That's $24.99 for Virgin Steel. Woody, somebody's already got the Sting for $35. The Globetrotters, that's on orange vinyl. I've got this one. I've got 2 more up front, $24.99. And Tom Petty, I can't believe it, but it has been here since April. And I'm pretty sure I've bought and sold these since then. This is just one of those bad luck stickers. So now somebody can grab a deal on it. Tom Petty, Full Moon Fever, $24.99. And we have Alan Jackson, Don't Rock the Jukebox. Alan Jackson is $24.99. Alan Jackson, Don't Rock the Jukebox. That is $24.99. All right. So the last bid on the Ramones is $45, now $47, and now $50. Now, the Police still has 1 bid for $35, and we're about to sell these for $11. Let me pause there and say the Ramones was at $50, and then Brian Reynolds first on T.O., and that was for Tom Petty. So let's go ahead and pull that for him. T.O. In Facebook chat, my bid was for Paul's. I have screenshot. Let me explain how that works in 1 second, because you're going to have a lot of people reply to you here in the next 60 seconds and tell you why that's wrong. Brian Reynolds, you get Tom Petty. Now the Ramones at 52. Dave Seretna on Alan Jackson. That's so to Dave Seretna. Susie on HGT. HGT for Susie. HGT was for something. And then Brian Reynolds next on Tom Petty. Then Robin next on Tom Petty. And then Margaret next on Tom Petty. Then RJ66 on Tom Petty. Have you put up Masters yet? I haven't. And the Ramones 55. Now, Casper, you just had 3 people, 3 Coletco faithfuls explain to you why, an explanation of how that works. I'll go ahead and explain the same thing for anybody else that's watching. If you're looking on Facebook chat, you're not seeing half of the comments. You got to also remember people are watching on YouTube as well. And if you're looking just at your Facebook chat, you can't see any of the YouTube activity. So you're only going to see about half of the show. Now, right over here is the Restream chat, which is also mirrored on the feed. And if you look right over here, the King Diamond, Paul Catrich was first, and then you were second. And if you go back and look on the replay, that's exactly how it appeared embedded on the screen as well. So that's how that works. That's how that works. If you're looking just on your YouTube chat, you're seeing half the comments. If you're looking just on Facebook, you're missing half the comments. Everything is embedded over here on where my hand is going up and down. See where my hand's going up and down? That is mirrored exactly right here to my phone. And that's what we go by. It's what appears on the screen. That's mirrored right here. Now, right now, all the comments are from Facebook users. Here in a minute, a YouTube comment will pop up. And if you notice, that will pop up on the screen, but it won't pop up on your YouTube chat. So there's what that is. It's on Restream. If you're just looking at the Facebook chat, there's no way you can see YouTube comments as well. But if you're looking right here, you're able to. Now, Ramones was a final call for 55 with George Jones. That's a new bid. And the other bidder on the Ramones was William Warner. So it's up to William on that. Next over here is the Fifth Estate. Or excuse me, these three singles are $10, and these three are sold to Lonnie Jolly for $11. These three are sold for $11 to Lonnie Jolly. And unbelievable, the Police Synchronicity just won bid to Amanda Darby for $35. Now the Ramones 57. This is an on-sale new vinyl crate. This is an on-sale new vinyl crate. On-sale new vinyl crate here. Okay? This is here. 35 on this. Over here is this, and then the Globetrotters was sold to Susie. Now, I still have more of these if anybody else wants one, $24.99 on that. But yeah, the embedded feed, so what we're using is what's embedded on the screen. What's embedded here on the screen is what everybody across the world right now, if they're tuning in, they would see the exact same thing, and it's mirrored to my phone. That's why you always see me over here scrolling. And for anybody new, that's how that happens. Because there'll be a lot of relatively new people. They'll be like, hold the phone. I was first. And I'm like, well, you're probably looking at your YouTube chat. It's whatever appears here on the screen. And that's what everybody is seeing. And now we have the Ramones at $60. Edwin Riviera, your bid came in slightly late. Now the Ramones is at $62. This is on sale new vinyl. I got two more $24.99 records, and that is Galactic Cowboys, and that is Galactic Cowboys. And these are $24.99. These go all the way back from January. And this is called Let It Go and The Horse That Bud Bought. And those are both $24.99. Those were $39.99. Galactic Cowboys. Our next auction. We've only done one soundtrack, and that was Back to the Future. Here's the next one. It's a 1983 U.S. original picture disc of Masters of the Universe. Very, very desirable here. It's in VG condition. Motu is going up for a $15 start. There he is. It's now up for bid. It's OG. It's VG. It has the original slipcase. And this is a $10 start on this. All right, so everything in here so far is $24.99, and that was Galactic Cowboys and Virgin Steel $24. Everything in here is $24.99 on sale. Here's what's left for the $24.99 section. Galactic Cowboys, Virgin Steel, American Football on blue vinyl, Matt DeMarco 2, Bootsy Collins, Album of the Year, #1 Funketeer, Dune, and Gladiator. And I do have, well, there's something we sold out of that I know I have more copies of, and that's Harlem Globetrotters. That's Harlem Globetrotters. And Woody Bishop, I don't know if you have your volume on or not. Test 1, 2. Can you hear me, Woody? The Sting album has already sold. The Sting album, somebody bought that immediately for a buy it now. That's already sold. He may be watching without sound. And then Edwin Riviera on Virgin Steel. That's sold to Edwin Riviera for $24.99. These next records are going to be around 20% off. I have an idea of what most of them are going to be, and here's the first one. We have Cole Chaney. That is called Mercy. It's the first time on vinyl. It's a 2 LP, $29.99. $29.99, and this is Cole Chaney, and this is called Mercy. It's a 2 LP, it's $29.99, and then we have Machine Head, the Burning Red. Machine Head, that's also music on vinyl. That is $29.99 for Machine Head, and then Korn, Path of Totality, $15 off Korn. That is $29.99, $29.99, and we have Testament, Souls of Black. Testament is now $29.99. That one was $44. Sometimes they're $39. Now they're $29. And I've got 2 copies of Accept, Balls to the Walls. That's $29.99. That is $29.99, okay? Now, they're still bidding on the Ramones. Did anybody go out yet? The last bid on the Ramones was George Jones at $65. It is OG. Then Masters of the Universe has bids for $15, and then $20, and then $15. And then William Warner got the Ramones for $67. And then Motu has a bid for $25. Ed Riviera got the Virgin Steel. Motu another $15. Master $22. Master or He-Man whichever, $30. And then first is Todd Saw on corn. Most of these are going to be 25% off right in here. Corn is which is probably about the cost on a lot of them. So Todd gets that for $29.99. And then Nick Galitti gets a Testament for $29.99. And then Paul Catrich was next on corn. Todd was first on that one. So Todd got a corn. Paul Catrich was second. Okay. Now, the He-Man is a 1983 original Master of the Universe picture disc. Very, very cool. It's OG. It's got the original slip. It's now got a new bid for $40. They're also still bidding on the OG Ramones record. The last bid that came in was William Warner at 67. It's up to George Jones now. Okay? Yeah, Restream. So what happens, once again, is it's always, I promise you, it's going to look like you beat somebody on Facebook. So if you try to claim something right now, it's always going to look like you beat somebody. You got to wait for it to pop up over here, and whatever Restream loads is the accurate thing. It's going to always look. But who actually knows because of all the servers, connections, whatever. But we pull it out over here on Restream. And Restream pulls comments from YouTube and Facebook. So it's always, people tell me that all the time, but it looks like I was first. I was like, I know, it does. It's always going to look like you beat somebody. But then you got to wait for it to pop up over here. And then you'll see the correct order. Because if we can't just go by Facebook, if so, I would have two monitors up. I would have a Facebook app and a YouTube app. And I would never know who's first because they would be coming in simultaneously. This fortunately merges them together and puts them in an order for me. If I just had YouTube and Facebook up, oh man, I would be screwed. I'd be always trying to figure out who was first and second. They would come in like simultaneously and I would be in really bad shape. All right, I'm going to do a calculator on this one. And this was originally $49.99. So $49.99, 20% off. This is $39.99, $10 off. Pantera Vulgar Display of Power. These were $49.99. Now they're $39.99. That's 20% off. 20% off. Those are $39.99. That's an amazing sounding record. And then these are $19.99. I've got two $19.99 records. A Bill Evans jazz album, Undercurrents, and the Neil Young live at Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. Those are $19 and $19.99. And I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates because this is full. And let's start trying to work on another one over here. So that one's full. And let me go ahead and be saying, let's fill up another one, which we're definitely going to do of all this on sale new vinyl tonight. It's definitely going to pick up the pace of sales for sure. So those are $19.99. Ramones is at $75. Shakedown on Neil Young for $19.99. Ronnie Ritchie got Bill Evans. Scott Blair was second on Neil Young. And Susie was next. And we have Josh Brown got Pantera for $39.99. That's so to Josh Brown. And then here is something that's crazy to be on sale, but I've had these for a while. 20% off would make them $51.99. Let's go ahead and make them $49.99. That's going to be more than 20% off. And that is The Doors, Waiting for the Sun, Analog Productions. So essentially $15 off. These were $64.99. $49.99 for The Doors, Waiting for the Sun. I've got two. That's the 45 RPM. And this is $29.99. This is Trivium Ascendancy. We'll go ahead and make that $29.99. I have that one right there. There's only one Testament. Natasha, there's only one Testament. All right. Holy moly, where are we on the Ramones? I knew this was going to be a battle. George Jones has it for $75. Williams out. That's a final call. And we have Masters of the Universe. Masters of the Universe. And this is Tracy Miller has it for $50. Paul Brothers bid $40. So Tracy has it for $50. Paul Brothers, you have been out on that. The Ramones is a 1978 US OG first pressing. OG Winchester pressing. Original under sleeve. VG++ EX. VG++ EX. George Jones has it for $75. We sold Bill Evans. We sold Neil Young. We sold Pantera. There was only one Testament. And Fred Cardinal gets a Doors. Make sure that goes in for $49.99. All right. There's that. Okay. There's that and there's that. Let's see what else I missed here. I feel like there was something else on this, and we're good to go. Okay, Motu's at 60. Do I still have that? I do. Let's go through first what's left in the $24.99 stuff. So if you're just hopping on sale new vinyl. On sale new vinyl, okay? There's the Master Universe picture disc. Chad's going to take a drink of purple juice right quick. So I started streaming on Facebook. I started streaming on Facebook in 2019. And I started with a coin and knife auction, and I sold some records. It's been almost 6 years ago. And believe me, for the last 6 years that I've been on here doing this, sometimes for now on a nightly basis, I have to explain how the lag works. But that first night I went live, it was an experiment from day one because we realized people's comments wasn't showing up instantly. And we also realized they wasn't coming in the right order, especially compared to other people's chats. So for like the last 6 years, believe me, on a nightly basis, I have to sometimes explain how that works. So, but it's been happening. It's been, there's a lag in these streams, and it has been since I've been doing this since 2019. And there's no way it's going to change. It's just going to be like that. So luckily, we got this software we pay for every month that pulls it all together. But believe me, I have dealt with lag and explaining lag for years now. Next thing we have is Gladiator. Gladiator is the last copy, but I think I have one more. This is $24.99. Music from the motion picture Gladiator, Hans Zimmer. These records are $24.99. There's one left for $24.99. The original motion picture soundtrack from Dune. Dune is Toto and Brian Eno. That's $24.99. Here's what's left in the $24.99 section. Bootsy Collins, Whoever Asked, yes, it's available. And this is $24.99. And this is Mike Johnston's If He Wants It. Also over here, we have Mac DeMarco 2. That's $24.99. American Football is on blue vinyl. That's $24.99. Galactic Cowboy, Let It Go, and Galactic Cowboy, the horse that Bud bought. Those are both $24.99. The Ramones, the last bid on this, nobody else bid. It's sold, George Jones, for $75. Let's get some new auctions going. Next thing is He-Man's at $80. We got quite the war for the He-Man picture disc. Tracy now has it for $80. I knew that was going to be a good one. $80 on that one. The next thing we have over here is Mike Johnston does want the album of the year. Thank you on that. Fred wants Dune and Gladiator. And if anybody else decides you else want a Gladiator, I can get you one. Those are sold to Fred for $24.99 and $24.99. And now, what was the price on Trivium? It was $29.99. Ascendancy, $10 off. Also, Cole Chaney, $29.99. Machine Head, $29.99. Except Balls to the Walls. Except is $29.99. Still got both of those. Can't believe I didn't sell them originally. We sold an OG copy on Metal Knight for what, like $68? An OG Except, Balls to the Walls, and then Doors. This one's $49.99. Analog Productions, 2 LP. Great price on that. Let's go ahead and add up more auctions. We got some crazy stuff still to put up and plenty of Japanese pressings. Here's the next one. This is the Beatles Magical Mystery Tour, U.S. Flag Series number 24. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert. It's also a gatefold jacket, as it should be, with the book. And is it attached? It's barely hanging on by like a thread, but it is in there and it's attached. U.S. Flag Series $24, or excuse me, U.S. Flag Series number 24, $45 start. Paul Catrich wants an Accept, and that's $29.99. Paul's out on Motu. Final call to Tracy Miller for $80. Our next 3 singles are going to go up right now, and that is Luke the Drifter Jr., which is Hank Williams Jr., an early one. Something to think about. Wanda Jackson, Famous Last Words, and Neil Diamond, The Story of My Life. Those 3 for a $10 start. All right. Now, let's go ahead and see what the first new arrival crate from Paul is. And then keep in mind, I've got 2 more like this to do. And some of this was old Hatchet Ed stuff. That's what I said. I mean, like those are from January. And this is why we stress two things, especially new vinyl. Please no putbacks, and make sure you can pay for your invoices, because if they get put back, eventually by that point, sometimes people want them, but usually we have to discount them, because by a lot of the new vinyl by now, if somebody really wanted it, they've probably bought it from us or already got it elsewhere. So if you don't pay for something and we got to resell it, it usually costs us not only the cost of reselling it, but usually we got to sell it below cost, if that makes sense. I have not even looked at what Paul put out here, but these are all new arrivals. These are all new arrivals. Price is marked. Paul just marked these. Who knows? I have no idea. I'm about to find out, though. These three singles, a $10 start. Let's go ahead and sell this. What a battle. I knew it would be. That sold to Tracy for $80. And I've got another very desirable soundtrack going up right now, and that is The Warriors. And The Warriors is the original motion picture soundtrack, a 1979 U.S. Indianapolis original with the original inner sleeve. This is OG with no condition notes. Wow. With the original inner sleeve, The Warriors, a $35 start. Auction review. We just sold Motu after a battle. It was a battle for masters. These three singles are a $10 start, and The Beatles is a $45 start. Here's what we have. The Deers, Gang of Losers. This could be a really good crate. A 2006 pressing, $39.99. The Deers, Gangs of Losers. Next is Of Montreal. This is a 2009 remix. It's an EP. That's $14.99. Warriors is at $35. And we have Tropical FUCK Storm. I almost said tropical. What did I say? I was going to say funk, but there's not an N in there. That is $34.99, and that's a blue-green vinyl sealed for $34.99. Warriors $35, Warriors $40, Warriors $40, Warriors $45. Now, I'm going to make a commitment right now. Are y'all ready? I'm going to make a commitment right now, because this is up for auction. It's the weekend. It's Saturday night. I'm going to watch, well, to me, it will be Sunday morning. I've never watched The Warriors. I'll try to figure out which streaming service that's on. If I have to rent it, watch it with ads on YouTube. I will make a commitment to all bidders tonight. I will watch The Warriors. I never have. I just know this. Any kind of soundtrack we sell that is like highly desirable, I try to chip them away off my movie list. So I got to watch that this weekend. I'll make a commitment right now. James White's Flaming Demonics. This is a 2005 remaster, $19.99. James White's. We have Deer Hunter. This is $19.99. This is Monomania, $19.99. Deer Hunter, Monomania, and Rat-a-tat. This is $24.99. Also over here, we have The Beatles is now a $45 buy it now. This is Magical Mystery Tour, U.S. Flag Series number 24. And this is Near Mint Minus and Pristine with the inserts, a $45 buy it now. $45 buy it now. I just know it has In the City on it. And I gotta at least hear that part, okay? Now, we have over here, we have Warriors 51, Warriors 55. And right now, let me make sure there's no bids on these singles. I'm going to keep scrolling. Warriors 55, 55, and Warriors 58. Travis Wade on Rat-a-tat. That's sold to Travis Wade. Warriors 60, Warriors 60, and Warriors out. So Brent has it for 60. These three singles are a buy now for 10. Neil Diamond, Wanda Jackson, and Luke the Drifter Jr. Let's go ahead and put up a new auction. Yeah, I gotta watch some movies. I'm sorry. But yeah, especially this one, because it's one of those movies, the soundtracks, and, you know, it's just like I still got to watch. Well, I'm not going to say it. We can't get off on this tangent. We cannot get off on this tangent, because I'll start naming off movies, and then y'all are going to be like, what? But for those that don't know, you got to bear with me. I'm just 29 years old, okay? So these movies are definitely before my time. It's not like I was watching, these were out and I was just missing them as a teenager. They are well before my time, just saying. However, I didn't watch many movies that were, quote, part of my time either. This is The Beatles. And this is a Japanese pressing of Meet the Beatles. And this is a beautiful Japanese pressing. It's also going up for a $45 start. Meet the Beatles. There it is. Next thing in here is Ben Bagley's Shoestring Reviews. Ben Bagley is $9.99. Warriors is still tied at 60. William Warner, Brent's bid came in first, so it's up to you. And then we have William back in at 65. Courtney Barnett, tell me how you really feel. Courtney Barnett is a 2018 pressing on purple vinyl. That is $24.99. And we have Damien Jurado. Damien Jurado, $19.99 on Damien Jurado. And this here is the Orwell's Disgraceland. The Orwell's is a 2014 garage punk album, $39.99. Right now up for bid is a 1979 OG pressing of The Warriors, the original motion picture soundtrack, nice jacket and vinyl. The high bid on this right now is William Warner at $65. We have a Japanese pressing of Meet the Beatles up. Apple Press, near mint minus, a $45 start on that. The next claim in here, we pulled one for Travis Wade. I'm going to make sure, I'm reading off a lot of stuff I'm not too familiar with, so I got to make sure there's none of the words are getting blurred. And I don't think there hadn't been any more claims until right now. Ivan wants CB, and that was for Courtney Barnett. And now the Warriors at 67. And then Caddyshack's on deck. We got Miles Davis, music from Siesta. Miles Davis is near mint. That's $24.99. And Boards of Canada, Tomorrow's Harvest. Boards of Canada is a 2013 UK, $29.99 on Boards of Canada. Our next three singles are going to go up right now, and we're going to put these up for a $10 start. They could be really random, like this. Louis Armstrong, a 4-track Columbia EP. Bill Haley, Shake, Rattle, and Roll. And See You Later, Alligator. And Hooters. And this one's called Hanging On to a Heartbeat. Those three singles for a $10 start. Next is Andrew Iselsmith on Miles Davis. Natasha, I'm glad you're watching. I was like, where are our indie buyers? Excuse me. I was like, where's our indie buyers? They're watching. Paul and Laura's put out some great stuff this week. Here's another Of Montreal, and this one is $24.99, 2015 on Go Vinyl. Warriors is now at 70. Craig has those three singles at $10, and we have Bill Murray, Scrooged. Wow, I hadn't seen that in a while. Oh, it's a 2015. I didn't know they reissued this. Bill Murray Scrooge soundtrack, $19.99. Boy, it doesn't look like a 2015, but it is. There's the date. It's $19.99. Very good job reproducing that one. And Off, free LSD, $34.99. Paul says it's a Bandcamp exclusive on blood orange vinyl with glow-in-the-dark gatefold, and he has a note, great album. Off is $34.99. So it's blood orange. The gatefold glows in the dark. What's that look like? Wow, a glow-in-the-dark gatefold. I've never heard of that before. I've heard of glow-in-the-dark vinyl. I've heard of glow-in-the-dark covers. I've never heard of a glow-in-the-dark gatefold. So let's go back to the top and see what happened. The Warriors got up to $75 with Charlie Marks. We sold Miles Davis, so Charlie still has that for $75. Craig bid $10 on the singles. What's the Boards of Canada album? Tomorrow's Harvest. And that's a 2013 $29.99, a UK copy. Then Fred bid $12 on the singles. And then Charlie Marks put SC. And I'm assuming that's for Scrooged. And that's so to Charlie. Then Tracy. And then there's the Beatles in mono. The Beatles is probably in stereo. The Beatles is probably in stereo. You know, it doesn't specifically say. I think these Apple pressings are in stereo, though. I have a feeling they're in stereo. Final call night. I was actually just about to make it a bot now. Craig, you've been outbid on the singles, just FYI. Craig Ruth are now at 12. Fred Cardinale got Off. Okay, Brent's out on the Warriors, but William is still bidding. William has it for 77. And then Ronnie, if you don't want Boards, Craig Thomas does. So we'll put that right there in pending. We have Chi or Shay, Narcotic. It is a $19.99 UK. It's a dub electro album. That's $24.99. And we have Alex Cameron live in San Francisco. That's on clear vinyl for $19.99. And another Rat-a-tat, $24.99. This one's called Classics. Rat-a-tat Classics, $24.99. And then Last War, Haley Bonar, and that is $24.99. A 2014 hand-poured, multicolored, numbered, Gray Face Records Indie. It's numbered. I'm not for sure what all those words mean, but that's $24.99. And now Warriors is at $80. William Warner, you're back out. And now, did Craig say out on these singles? Final Call to Fred for $12. Travis Wade picks up another Rat-a-tat. And let's make the Beatles a buy it now for $45. That is a Japanese pressing of Meet the Beatles. Apple Obi, $45 on that. I think I've done 3 consecutive Japanese Beatles albums. I told y'all we had a bukudo of them. We have a bukudo of them on that, but there's that. $45 buy it now. All right, so let's put that right over here. Got a stack of no bids accumulating. They probably will sell by the end of the night. Fred wants the dub record, and that was this one right here. And then we have these singles, 3. Those are sold to Fred Cardinal for $12. And now we may have our high bid on the Warriors. Charlie Marks is at $80. I'm going to do soundtrack after soundtrack over there on the left. We still got Star Wars, Lord of the Ring, the cartoon version, Caddyshack, Porky's, and Lost Boys. So some great 80s stuff coming up. Here's our next Japanese pressing. And this is Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only the Piano Player on the DJ-M Japanese press. Beautiful vinyl. May have a couple scuffs on this one. I was looking at 2 earlier tonight. Is this the one? Yeah, this one's closer to EX. It has a couple of scuffs on it. Still a very nice copy. Sir Elton. There's the original sleeve it was stored in. There is part of the lyric book. So I think some of it is detached. It's there, though, with Obi. Danielle, My Brother. Gatefold, High Flying Bird, great song. $35 start on that. So next is Conditional Warriors. Charlie, there's no condition notes. It's near mint minus. It's very nice. It's about to be yours for $80. Next thing is a request for Lost Boys. We'll do that one next then. And then Caddyshack's also been requested. And Husker Du Records. Yes, we got a lot of stuff like that coming up. First is Early Bird Edition. And this is a 2015 clear with black haze. And that's splatter. And this is White Reaper. White Weeper does it again. White Reaper. That's a tough thing for me to say. $34.99. Did we sell Sgt. Pepper's? The Japanese Sgt. Pepper's has sold. Yes, but I actually might have more. I still have a plethora, a bukudo of Beatles Japanese pressings. A couple over here in the no-bid pile all of a sudden. I'll be doing more in just a second. But first, right now, we have another record in here. We got Gato Bar Erie and Don Cherry, and that's $14.99. Tim Colino wants Last War. That's sold to Tim Colino. The Warriors is sold for $80 to William Warner, and Elton John's a $35 start. Our next soundtrack over here is going to be The Lost Boys. Don't shoot me, but another movie I've never seen before. A 1987 USOG original. This is in VG condition. It's going to go up for a $20 start. The Lost Boys. It is VG, but it is the 87 original. It does have the Atlantic, inner sleeve, $20 start. Now, what's better, Lost Boys or the Warriors? That's going to go up for a $20 start. And then next is William on Don Cherry. That's sold to William APM. Thank you on that. And we have Yola Tango, I Am Not Afraid of You, and I Will Beat Your ASS. Wow, straight to the point. I told y'all earlier tonight, Yola Tango had that other album. I was like, they've got some wild titles. This is a 2006 US original, $34.99. Yola Tango, I'm Not Afraid of You, and I Will Beat Your ASS. Straight to the point, $34.99. Next thing I have here is, what is this? Wild looking. Another Of Montreal, a 2010 red vinyl, and this one's called False Priest. And that one's $29.99. False Priest. Let me grab another 3 singles and put them up for a $10 start. We got 1, we got 2, we got 3 singles here. These are going to go up for a $10 start. We have the tokens. That's Tonight I Met an Angel with the picture sleeve. The next one here is The Best of Belafonte. That is now in up for bid with a picture sleeve. And a back-to-back Beach Boys, I Can Hear Music. That's one of my favorite Beach Boys songs. And Bluebirds Over the Mountain. Those three are going to go up for a $10 start. Next thing is a quick update on our auctions. We sold Last War. We sold Cherry. Lost Boys 20, Lost Boys 20s. And then What on Warriors. And then Lost Boys 30. Lost Boys 30. Charlie, what exactly are you asking on Warriors? You won the Warriors auction, Charlie, for $80. The Warriors was sold to you for $80, if that helps you out. Then Lost Boys 30, Lost Boys 30, Lost Boys 40, Lost Boys 35, Lost Boys 30. Vicky Yoshikawa says best. And then Lost Boys 35, and then Lost Boys 42, and you didn't say me on the Warriors. Charlie Marks got the Warriors auction for $80. I think I did, and you just didn't hear it. Charlie Marks got the Warriors for $80. These three are a $10 start. Charlie Marks won the Warriors auction for $80. And now Elton John's a buy it now for $35. Don't shoot me on the piano player. Don't shoot me, I'm only the piano player. Don't shoot him. All he does is play the piano. The Vinyls EX does have part of a lyric book. I think it's all there. It's just detached. $35 buy it now on that. All right. Now, Lost Boys is tied. Charlie also has that at $45. Hiram also bid $45. It's a VGOG. Now, Lost Boys is a 1987 U.S. Specialty Original with the company inner sleeve, and it's in VG condition. It's a 1987 U.S. Specialty Original in VG condition with the original Atlantic inner sleeve. Right over here. Finishing up or continuing with this Paul crate. This is $24.99. Steve Gunn, Kurt Vile. Steve Gunn, Kurt Vile. That's the only thing I see written on it. Steve Gunn, Kurt Vile, $24.99. We have Divine Fits. Divine Fits is a 2012 pressing, a U.S., $19.99. And then F'd Up, Year of the Snake. F'd Up is a 2017 picture disc with a flexi disc. That is $29.99. And Marion Brown, Porto Nova. Marion Brown's a 1975 U.S. promo reissue. That's $14.99. And the Saga of the Dingbat. The Saga of the Dingbat, the New York Herald Tribune presents. And this is a 1965 U.S., $19.99. Now, the last thing we had over here was Lost Boys at 45, Lost Boys at 47, Lost Boys at 46, Chris Knapp on Divine, and that was right here. Charles Milliken Jr. on Tokens 45. So, Charles, what I need you to do is put 45, $10. That means you're bidding on all three. We're selling these three together. I'm doing a lot of 45s in 3 lots. Not breaking them up, just selling all 3 together. $10 start. If you want to bid, put 45, meaning you're bidding on those for $10. John Dodd on Brown, that was Marion Brown. And the high bid on the Lost Boys right now, the high bids with Hiram at $47. The Lost Boys jacket, let's see here. The back is okay, just a little bit of a spot right up there. And the front has a little sign of wear. This jacket's known for having a lot of wear because it's a black jacket. A little bit of a ring wear mark there, and a couple stress creases up the spine. I would have to grade it VG. I'd have to grade it VG. So VG vinyl and jacket, 87 OG with the Atlantic inner sleeve. Charles has those for 10, final call. Let's put up another Japanese pressing. Let's try to break the streak of no bids on the Japanese stuff. And the next one I'll put up is a plethora of Beatles. Let's try the Runaways. This doesn't have an Obi, but this one's always popular. We have the Runaways live in Japan. Very nice vinyl as well. No Obi on this one. Awesome gatefold and awesome jacket. There they are, the Runaways. And that's a $35 star. So VG Plus jacket, very nice vinyl. I would say EX Plus or better. Lost Boys now at 50. Next in the bin is Benson and Farrell. Benson and Farrell is EX edition, $12.99. Straight ahead, Oliver Nelson with Eric Dolphy. That's in VG condition, original 61 mono, $49.99. And Dwight Denim, or D White Denim, something like that, 2011 US VG Plus, $29.99. These 3 singles are sold to Charles Milliken Jr. Have you bought from us before, Charles? If so, just say, yes, I've bought before, or no, I'm a first-time buyer. John Dodd on Benson, and that was Benson and Farrell. That is sold. And we have Lost Boys. The last bid was Charlie Marks at 50. Who was the bidder before him? Ron Elmore. He also went out, and before him was Hiram Aponte. So I think it's up to Hiram. We sold Benson, Runaways 35. And next is the Rapture Echoes. The Rapture is a 2003 U.S. original, EX edition, $44.99. I have the Supreme Genius of King Khan and the Shrines, a 2008 2 LP compilation, VG Plus, $39.99. Keep in mind, we've done one crate of on-sale new vinyl. I'm going to be doing another one next. I've got to sort them. There's 2 more crates of new vinyl. There's another crate of Paul stuff. And I'm looking at the John crate from the night. I've been saying this all night. I see David Gilmour, New Order, the 13-4 elevators in Gunvorden, Vietnam, all in the John crate. So those will be coming up between now and the end of the night. I'm either going to pull them for auction or they're going to be slipped in there. Next is the Roar of the Grease Paint. That's in VG for $9.99. And we have Showdown featuring Samson, and that's VG Plus $9.99. Did Hiram say out on Lost Boys? Hiram, final call. Charlie Marks has it for $50. The Runaways has one bid for $35. And McCoy Tyner, Cosmos, 1976 US, VG Plus $29.99. On McCoy Tyner Cosmos. Next thing I have, let's grab 3 more singles over here, and these are going to go up for a $10 start. The first one thing I have is Roger Waters, and this is Roger Waters, Who Needs Information, and Molly's Song, Paul McCartney, Take It Away, and Blue Haze, Smoke Gets in Your Eyes. Those are $10 on that. And we have Tangerine Dream Stratosphere, VG $9.99. I've got I Need You Bad, VG Plus $14.99. Slime Green Vinyl, a compilation. And we have Red Sparrows at the Soundless Dawn. Red Sparrows is a 2005 U.S. post-punk, VG $19.99. Judy Steele, I'll get it on deck right now. Yes. New bid on Lost Boys for $52, and the Runaways is at $36. New bid on the Runaways. The first bidder on that was Michael Wood. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is we got to read through these again. I think according to like what Natasha just said, a lot of people were just doing a lot of fast research trying to figure out if they have these, what kind of music it is, and if they need them. But first, I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. And the high bid on the Lost Boys is now $52. Charlie Marks, you've been outbid. The Runaways is a Japanese pressing, EX or better vinyl, and a VG Plus jacket. First is Red Carnell on Red S, and I think that was the last one, Red Sparrows. It was. And now let's read through these one more time quickly. We've sold about half the crate. I would love to sell the other half. Let's do it right now. The Deers, Gang of Losers, 2006, $39.99. If I don't say anything about notes, everything's EX Plus or better. We have Of Montreal, 2009, $14.99, and that one's called... I'm not for sure. I have no idea. We have The Deers, that's sold to Natasha. What is called Of Montreal? The font is nearly illegible. We have Tropical F-Storm, Submersive Behavior on blue-green vinyl. That is sealed for $34.99. James White's Flamin' Demonics, a 2005 remaster, No Wave, $19.99. And we have Deer Hunter, Moon or Monomania, Deer Hunter, $19.99. So right now, we had the Runaways at $40. Lost Boys 55, Runaways 37, Runaways 40. And then we sold Deer and Natasha on OEM, and that was Of Montreal. That's sold to Natasha. And then these 3 singles are about now for $10. Roger Waters, Paul McCartney, and Blue Haze. No bid on those. I'm about to go over all the no bids in just a second. Natasha got Deer Hunter, and then Charlie Marks wants the Tropical F-Storm. That sold to Charlie. And then how much was Monomania? It just sold. And then next is Ben Bagley's Shoestring Reviews, $9.99 on that. Damien Gerardo is $19.99. Damien Gerardo is Brothers and Sisters of the Eternal Son. That's $19.99. Now the Runaways is at $45. And now Lost Boys is at $57. And now these three singles are sold to Shakedown for $10. Those are sold to Shakedown. Next thing is the Orwells, Disgraceland. The Orwells is a 2014 garage punk album. That's $39.99. Natasha on Damien Gerardo. That's sold to Natasha Pickett. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Judy Steele. And Judy Steele is a 1971 Presswell OG. It is EX condition. It's going to go up for a $55 start. The note from Laura is legendary folk singer Judy Steele, a 1971 Presswell original. I'm going to lay it right here in the middle. The jacket is VG Plus. It's a Unipack sleeve, and Judy Steele is going to go up for a $55 start. Lost Boys 57, Runaways 45, Runaways 48. Lost Boys 60. William APM wants Tyner Cosmos. That was up here, but I got it for you. McCoy Tyner, Judy Steele 55, Judy Steele 60. Already getting lots of bids. Another of Montreal. And this one was called Accurate Gloom. Something Gloom. I can't make out the first word. $24.99 on that. Boards of Canada, Tomorrow's Harvest. Now, Craig, what happened here? Did Ronnie Ritchie never did say yes or no? I think that's sold to Craig Thomas, unless Ronnie Ritchie wants it. And then Natasha wants another of Montreal. Now, Lost Boys has a bid for 60 with Carol Lucero. Charlie's already bid 60. And now, what about the Runaways? Nick Bargeron has that for $48. And now Michael Herrera has it for $50. And yes, I pulled Deer Hunter for you, Natasha. And now Judy's at 70. Now Runaways is at 55. A lot going on all of a sudden. So, here it is. So yeah, this is sold to Craig Thomas. I never did see that pop up. So that's sold to you. And then Alex Cameron, live in San Francisco. That's on clear vinyl for $19.99. Alex Cameron. We have White Reaper. White Reaper does it again. Early bird edition, limited to 500 on Black Haze Splatter, $34.99. And then also we have Yola Tango, a 2006 U.S. original, $34.99. I'm Not Afraid of You, and I Will Beat Your ASS. Now the Runaways is at 56. Now Judy Steele is at 80. And now the Lost Boys is at $60 with Charlie Marks. Now somebody else bid 60 on Facebook, Carol Lucero, but Charlie already had a bid in on YouTube at 60. He's first, and it's a final call to him. Natasha on WR, and that was for White Reaper. Also on Yola Tango, Natasha Pickett. And now we have this one, which was another of Montreal, False Priest. And this is a 2010 red vinyl. That's $29.99. JK second on Yola Tango. Now Runaways 57. Now Judy Steele 100. Hammers up on Lost Boys. And this one was Steve Gunn, Kurt Vile. $24.99, $24.99, and F'd Up Year of the Snake, and that is $29.99, $29.99, and the Saga of the Dingbat. I didn't know they did a play about Seth. They did a whole play about Seth Hackett. $19.99. Natasha Pickett also on the other of Montreal. Now we have an out on the Runaways. And now we have Straight Ahead with Oliver Nelson, with Eric Dolphy, an original 61 U.S. mono. Paul says it's in VG condition, purple New Jazz label, $49.99. And now we have the Lost Boys, and this is sold for $60 to Charlie Marks. Thank you, Charlie Marks. That's sold to you. There it is. If somebody buys that, I will ask Seth to autograph it. And Seth will autograph the story of the Dingbat, and he will sign it in a nice silver paint pen Sharpie, and he will send it to him. And then Seth is still available for sale. Judy Steele, the last bid on this was 100 and now 110. The last claim was of Montreal, Runaways out. That means Charlie has that for 57. Final call to him. Is F'd Up. This is a 2007 picture disc with a flexi. And wow, is that a Zoetrope? Could be one of those Zoetrope deals. That's pretty wild looking. And, you know, I really don't know. It just says effed up and pasa la guia. So if that helps you out, Chris Knapp. And then Judy Seal is 110. And we have, I think this is D. The name of the artist is D, and it's called White Denim. And that's VG Plus $29.99. And we have the Rapture Echoes EX $44.99. And the Supreme Genius of King Khan, VG Plus $39.99. Okay, so the first thing we got to do is say the Runaways is a final call. Nick went out. Charlie has that for 57. Judy Seal is now at 120 with Lucas Hanaft. That was a $50 or $55 start. It's at 120. Charlie Marks says he wants the dingbat record, but Seth has to autograph it. So I'm gonna send him a picture right now and say, Seth, I just sold this, and the only reason I sold it is because you've got to autograph it. I just took a picture. I said, Seth, you have to sign this. Thanks! Exclamation point. I'll send that in one of our group chats. I'll send it in a group chat, and then let me send it in the text with him and also his wife. She will appreciate that. She'll get a good laugh. Okay, there we go. Now, next thing we have is the Roar of the Grease Paint, and that's VG condition, $9.99. And we have Shadow Down featuring Samson, VG Plus $9.99. Tangerine Dream Stratosphere, Tangerine Dream VG $9.99. And I Need You Bad, I Need You VG Plus $14. That will make a great social media post when I get Seth to sign that and be like, look what Seth had to sign. The Runaways is sold. And the Runaways is sold to Charlie Marks for 57, and that's sold to Charlie Marks. And whoever's tagging, let's make sure we leave that out, because he's only here about 1 day a week. So if he comes in on Monday, let's make sure we have that set aside so he can do that. He's only here about 1 day a week now, so, you know, he does have a kid, and I guess he does have other obligations. How lame is that, right? How lame is that? All right, let's go ahead and sell this. And I think we're done on Judy Seal. What a fun crate. And now we're about to do on sale new vinyl. Holy moly. And now we're about to do on sale new vinyl. And the last bit over here is Lucas on that for 120. And then the next thing, Chad, good night. I claimed Jimmy Smith in another video. Hope nobody beat me to it. Thank you. And then Natasha wants Tangerine Dream. And then details on Rapture. Details on Rapture. Let's find that. The Rapture Buck was called Echoes. It's a 2003 U.S. original. Vinyl's been graded EX, $44.99. Peels and Babies. Peels and Babies. And this brand is bidding on Seth. He's out. You missed it. And there was actually no Seth autograph up for bid. That was just a random sales point. Okay, and then we got to find more records. The Diary of a Dingbat. What do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 no bids for $12. 9 no bids for $12 if anybody wants those. 9 singles there for $12. And then here's the no bid albums. Elton John, $35. The Beatles, $45. The Beatles, $45. Paul McCartney and Wings, $35. And this is a German press of Harvest, $35. That's what's in the no-bid pile. Neil Young, Paul McCartney, Beatles, and Elton John. Some of the world's best-selling artists. Judy Seal is officially sold. Judy Seal is sold to Lucas Hanaff for $120. That is now done. Let's get back to some of the great soundtracks we have over here. And we've read through this bin twice. Romelu gets those singles for $12. Thank you, Romelu. That's sold to you. And now over here, we have Pills and Babies. That's going to be the name of Seth's band. Pharmacist at Day. baby watcher at night. All right. Chad is stretching. All right. Here we go. Not much left in that crate. Rapture, this comp, Showdown, the Roar of the Grease Paint, King Khan, D, Bot Denim, F'd Up, Oliver Nelson, Steve Gunn and Kurt Vile, Alex Cameron. That one was, that's the only one I don't remember. That one was the Orwells. And then Ben Bagley and James White, Flaming Demonics. All right, time for on sale new vinyl. The show must go on. Let me sort these right quick. Let me get these sorted. There's going to be 24, 24. We'll do that percentage. We'll do that 24. We'll do that percentage. I'll reluctantly do that 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24. That will be percentage. Reluctantly 24 percentage. 24 percentage is going to be probably 25% off, approximately 24 percentage. I've already sold a couple of these, but they're in the crate. And then I can't believe this has ended up with a March sticker, but it will be $10 off. Roberta Flack, that will be, and then that, and then that, and then that, and that will be percentage. Those are definitely percentage, and so are those. And there's going to be one 1999 record. I'm going to go ahead and pull it out. And then those are 24. That's percentage and percentage. All right. This is a rockin' crate of new vinyl. This will probably get abbreviated. Abbreviated? I meant to say obliterated. Obliterated. Is there a name on the front too? Year of something. Give me 1 second here. You're still talking about the F'd Up, aren't you? You're still talking about this F'd Up record. This F'd Up record. F'd Up, Year of the Snake. Tank Crimes, 33 RPM, TC 100. Pasacaligia. 2017 picture disc with Flexi. 2007 f'dup.cc, $29.99. Okay, here's what we got going. The next comment since I've been away was a thanks from Lucas Enoff. Thank you, and I guess Chris Bryant, the other bidder. Whoop. F'd up trying to slip off the table. Stephen A. Young wants both Beatles pressings. Nice decision there. So he gets Meet the Beatles and Magical Mystery Tour, $45.45. Thank you, Stephen A. Young, as always. And then Seal David Lee Roth. Well, one more came in yesterday, but there's no guarantee. I doubt I get any more of those, but if I do, they'll be next week. All right, and yes, the next auction was Caddyshack. In the auction bin, not counting Japanese, I still got Queens of the Stone Age, Dust, Husker Du. We got to do one of those right now. Let's do this one, and then I got another one, and then I got Shame and David Bowie and Rush and Zeppelin and Van Halen and R.E.M. and the Electric Prunes and Marvin Gaye and Queen and Traveling Wilburys and Excess and Star Wars and Return of the King and Caddyshack and a bunch more. But first, here's our next two. This is Husker Du, New Day Rising, and this is a 1990 U.S. Side A and B have different colored labels. Original on our sleeve, EX. How about we go ahead and start it for a $30 start? And we have Caddyshack. And then Caddyshack is a 1980 UK original, still in shrink wrap, EX edition. Nice, Caddyshack. I'm all right. A classic. Now, I know, I can promise you I've seen that dozens and dozens of times. I'm a golfer, so yes, I've seen Caddyshack a lot. What's in the Japanese? A bunch. But first, we're going to take these box sets and 45s right around the corner. We still got another Paul crate, very similar to the one we just went through. And right now, we're doing new vinyl. New vinyl. And I'm putting this stuff right in here. Great. Fantastic. All right. CDs will start around 11:30. 11:30. Yeah, we got to get through all the vinyl. I'm going to get to a certain point with vinyl tonight and say, that's it. That's why I'm in speed mode right now. Caddyshack is a $15 start. Did I not say? It's a 1980 UK original in shrink EX. We're going to start it for $15. And Husker Du already has a bid for $30. All right, so all these are $24.99 up until right here. All right. All these are $24.99. This is stuff, this is records that have been around since April or before, which is pretty incredible. If you didn't hear what I said earlier, all the vinyl we get every day, Monday through Friday, delivered, 5 crates, 9 crates, 12 crates, 7 crates. The whole month of April, there's only 3 crates left. And by the time we're done tonight, there'll just be a handful. First thing is Talking Heads. This is on red vinyl. Talking Heads, True Stories, 2 copies, new on red vinyl for just $24.99. These crates get pretty busy, so I got to get really focused. These are $24.99. Red vinyl, Talking Heads, $24.99. $24.99, Talking Heads. One second here, make sure this is right. Okay, we're good to go. All right, so next thing is, wow, where do I even start? Let's start with the Husker Du bids. Jeff Brindley bid 30. Brian Goddard bid 30. Brian Goddard bid 33. CS, you left us hanging. Caddyshack 20. Caddyshack 16. Caddyshack 20. Caddyshack 15, Husker Du, a 1990 U.S. reissue. Side A and B have different colored labels. Original on our sleeve, EX edition. Caddyshack 25, Husker Du 38. Caddyshack 25, Caddyshack 25. Husker Du 35, Caddyshack 30. Caddyshack 27, Caddyshack 35. Caddyshack 30, Caddyshack 30. Caddyshack 40. Tim Colino got Talking Heads for $24.99. Husker Du 40, Caddyshack 30. A lot of bids are out of order. We'll figure them out in just a second. Rami Lucy got Talking Heads for $24.99. Caddyshack 42, Caddyshack 50. Caddyshack 42, Caddyshack 44. Husker Du 37, Husker Du 42. Caddyshack 55, Jetstream. You were third on the 2 Talking Heads. Wow, a lot of bidding. This is IFP 80705. IFP-80705. Japanese pressing. Vinyl's around EX. VG Plus jacket. The book is included, but it's detached. And Chris Knapp, I'm assuming you did not want this. I never did see a yes. I'm going to go ahead and put it back here behind me. Wow, I've only shown 1 record out of here. I'm already out of breath from the bidding. Whew. Okay, next thing we have is Emperor Tomato Ketchup Stereo Lab. 2 LP, $14 off at $24.99. Stereo Lab Emperor Tomato Ketchup, just $24.99. Tila, TYLA, Deluxe Edition, Coke Bottle Clear with Etching. This was $39.99, now $24.99. Chris says, I'll take it. Okay, that got lost in the feed somewhere. I was going to make sure. Sorry about that. And this is so to Chris Knapp. Husker Du price. Caddyshack out. And then Stereo Lab. We got 2 sold. 1 to Ivan R. and 1 to Chris Knapp. On sale new vinyl. Right now, everything is $24.99. Let's update the bids because I don't know myself. The last bid on Caddyshack that came in, I'm seeing Charlie Marks at $60. It's a 1980 UK original. $60. Chevy Chase, Rodney Dangerfield, Bill Murray, Fred Knight. Next, Husker Du, New Day Rising. The high bid on Husker Du is Jeff Brindley at $50. A 1990 US reissue EX with the original on the sleeve. Tala is $24.99. Thank you, Natasha. Ted Knight. What did I say? Frank? Ted Knight. The Judge. Okay. Five Finger Death Punch. Decade of Destruction. Volume 1 with Bad Company. Red vinyl, their cover of Bad Company, $24.99. Now, they're about to put out a greatest hits. And when I seen that, I was like, what is going on? But Five Finger Death Punch is having to re-record their entire catalog because they can't get the rights to their masters. And so we have a new pre-order coming up soon where they're putting out a new greatest hits, I think, where they've re-recorded their catalog. I think I saw an article. I didn't look into it, but that's what's going on. So I don't know if I'm going to order these again for a while, especially since they're about to reissue their catalog and re-record it, evidently. $24.99. And this first claim went to Brian Riley, then Brian Reynolds, then Angela Lewis, then Charlie Marks. Caddyshack and Husker Du is still getting bids. Next thing is Amy Winehouse, Back to Black. I've only got one, $24.99. Roberta Flack now playing on clear vinyl, essentially a hits comp. I've only got one, $24.99. Machine Head, their newest album, clear vinyl, 12-page booklet, unatoned. I only have two. Those are $24.99. And two Counting Crows Butter Miracle, blue marble vinyl, $24.99. Everything so far in this crate is $24.99 till we get right up here. Then it's going to be a 20% off deal. These are all $24.99. It's probably not going to be much left in here. The only thing left right now is Tyla. First is Nick Bargeron on Amy Winehouse, $24.99. Michael Nath on Roberta Flack, $24.99. Romelu second on Amy Winehouse. Rob Fordham picks up a Machine Head for $24.99. Romelu next on Roberta Flack. We have Joe next on Amy Winehouse. And now we have Husker Du at 60. Jerry McLaughlin wants a Counting Crows. There's one Counting Crows left. Now Caddyshack. Paul Brothers wants Tyla. $24.99. Tyla's gone. Now, Caddyshack CS, Charlie Marks has it for $70. Who was the bidder before him? Because I hadn't seen a bid since then. George Jones. George, you're out on Caddyshack. And now Husker Du's at 60. JK, you're back out bid. I've got 3 left, and we sold a bunch of these. I ordered a lot of extras. That's why I have extras. The 60th anniversary remastered on a picture disc of Herb Albert's Whipped Cream and Other Lights. That's $24.99. Those were $33. Those are $24.99. We got one copy of Susie and the Banshees, All Souls. We have sold a bunch of these. However, this has been around since April 15th. So that was my last copy, $24.99. And Korn, Requiem Mass. Actually, I'll do this for $19.99. It was already $24. Korn was from a distributor on sale, and now I'll mark it down to $19.99. Korn is $19.99 instead of $24. Caddyshack, $75. Husker Du, $62. Michael Nath wants a whipped cream for $24.99. Jeff Brindley's out on Husker Du. JK, you have it for $62. Mike Bartlett wants a Herb Albert picture disc for $24.99. My crate's almost full, but first we'll give Patrick Fu a Susie and the Banshees for $24.99. Brett, you're next. Caddyshack's at $80. And let's give Scott Oman the Corn for $19.99. Make sure that one goes in for $19.99. And my crate is full. Let me go ahead and swap them out. We have filled up a crate, folks. I'm gonna do some. I'm honestly gonna have to do some hunting to find another one. I'm gonna have to do some hunting. Let me walk around the corner here and find one. Thanks for spending your Saturday night with us. Boom, there's one right there. I am looking at the masses of vinyl over here in the operations room we've already sold for this week, and we're gonna keep adding to that tonight. David, you did not get a Stereo Lab. No, you were fourth, and there was only 2. The Machine Head is their newest album, Unatoned. It came out around the end of April. It came out at the end of April, $24.99. The first person on corn was Scott Oman. Scott Oman got corn for $19.99, then Greg, and then Charlie Marks. Caddyshack's at $86, and Husker Du is sold to JK for $62. Let's go ahead and put up more auctions. And the next auction I have going up right now is the following. It is a Japanese pressing of the Beatles, Hey Jude, also known as the Beatles again, U.S. Flag Series number 25. Very nice, a $45 start. This is essentially some of the Beatles songs that wasn't never released on their original albums. Next, I'm going to put up 3 more singles. 1, 2, 3 for a $10 start. We got Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Go Down Gambling, and Valentine's Day. June Christie, Something Cool. That's a gatefold 245 EP deal. And then Dale Shannon's Runaway on Big Top, and the B-side's Jody. Those 3 for a $10 start. I have Motorhead, my last copy of Ace of Spades, the half-speed master on blue and white marble vinyl. We've sold a bunch of these. 1 stray copy from April 17th, $24.99. I think y'all probably know what these are. It was one of the most anticipated releases since I've been selling vinyl. And I had a bunch of extras. And here's what's left. Tracy Chapman, self-titled. Black vinyl, 35th anniversary edition. These have been around since April 2nd, $24.99. I've got 2, 4, 5 Tracy Chapmans left. Those have been around for a couple months. That's all that I have left. $24.99, Tracy Chapman. And I have Under Oath, The Place After This One on ruby red vinyl. That's $24.99. Caddyshack was at 85, Caddyshack 86, Caddyshack 90. Caddyshack's at 100, now Caddyshack's at 105. Those 3 singles are a $10 start. I got 5 Tracy Chapmans, and I got 1 for Jared Inc. for $24.99, 1 for Romelu C., 1 for Tim Vigari, 1 for Eden Riviera, and 1 for Robert Johnson. And they're all sold. Now, the no bids tonight are Elton John, Japanese, Don't Shoot Me, 35. A German press of Neil Young Harvest for 35. And Paul McCartney Wings is a $35 buy it now. Under Oath is sold to Vicky Yoshikawa for $24.99. The next 2 in here is Pussifer. That is C is for gold vinyl. That's $24.99. And unbelievably, Rob Zombie's Hellbelly Deluxe. That's $24.99. Nobody bid on the Beatles. It's a $45 buy it now. 4-5, $45 buy it now on that. That is a U.S. Flag Series number 25. If anybody wants it, $45 buy it now. UK Flag Series number 25. The Beatles, Hey Jude. It has Hey Jude on it, Oh Brown Shoe, Revolution, Don't Let Me Down, an amazing compilation. If you have all the Beatles studio albums, those tracks are not on those albums. You should get it. Caddyshack, 110. First on the Rob Zombie is Melissa Bailey for $24.99. Crazy price for that. Brent offered $30 on Harvest. Tim next on Rob Zombie. Paul Catridge third. Von Gillespie fourth. Caddyshack, 115. Stephen A. Young gets the Beatles for $45. Let's sell Brent Robley, Neil Young for $30. That leaves Paul McCartney, and that leaves Elton John. And now we have another Rob Zombie, another Rob Zombie, and another Rob Zombie. And then those 3 singles are a buy now for $10. Dale Shannon, June Christie, and Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Caddyshack's at 115. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be Big Star. And this is Big Star's third, Sister's Lover. Big Star is a 1985 U.S. reissue with alternate cover art. Big Star, a $55 start. No condition notes on the vinyl. Alex Chilton, Big Star, nice, $55 start. And if y'all just joined us, we're on an on-sale crate of new vinyl. Everything in here is discounted. $24.99. $24.99. Everything in here up until, well, there's only a few more left. Corey Taylor. This is a 2 LP purple vinyl, $24.99. And we have Jim Croce, You Don't Mess Around with Jim. A new 2023 mix, Time in a Bottle, Operator, Walking Back to Georgia, $24.99. And we have Venom. Here's the first record I have that's going to be a straight percentage, or I'm going to do it let or not for 24. These were $46.99. I'll do this for $34.99. Venom Black Metal. Venom is an import, a 40th anniversary on silver and black swirl, $34.99 for Venom. Black metal embossed cover, black and silver vinyl, $34.99. First is Greg Preston on Corey Taylor for $24.99. Caddyshack's at $130. Lonnie Jolly first on Jim Croce, and then Romelu C. Nobody's bid on Big Star, looking for a $55 start. The details on Caddyshack, this is a 1980 UK original. Very cool back cover. This is a 1980 UK original, a UK pressing in shrink wrap. It's really nice at EX. The cover is also nice. It's been preserved in shrink wrap. Kenny Loggins, I'm All Right. And this is going to go up for going once, going twice. George Jones, 130. Any way you want it, that's the way you need it. Any way you want it. That is Journey also on there. Ken Crooker got Venom for $34.99. Who got the Rob Zombie? Did I get Rob Zombie? Rob Zombie was sold to Melissa Bailey. And then Tim Colino, then Paul Catrich, then Von Gillespie, then Ron Duffield, then Tim Turner, then Charlie Marks. Next is, I'll also do this for $34.99. It was $46.99, just like Venom. Dio, live at Donington, 1987. 2 LP with lenticular cover. I'll also do that one for $34.99. It was $46. That's also $34.99. Also $34.99. It was also $46.99. U2 Octung Baby. $34.99 on U2 Octung Baby. That's $34.99. Caddyshack $135. Caddyshack $140. And then also, I'll do these for $29.99. My last two copies, it was a $44.99 record. This is Nico, Janitor of Lunacy. They're numbered 27 and 28 of 100 on green splatter. It's a double LP. I've had these since April 17th, $29.99 on that. Caddyshack 135, Caddyshack 140. Brian Reynolds wants Dio. Make sure that goes in for $34.99. I missed the Big Star info. You got very lucky because I was about to make it a buy it now. Big Star Stirred, Sisters Lovers is a 1985 U.S. reissue with alternate cover art, near mint minus on the vinyl, and the jacket's very cool or very nice as well. It's very cool too. It's a $55 start. Right now, there's 0 bids on it. 0 bids. You know, actually, Seth, all jokes aside, Seth's newborn, Bo, I think they're finally maybe going to be able to come home with him next Monday, this upcoming Monday or Tuesday. He's been in the hospital. He was born premature almost a month and a half. So he actually said he would gladly sign that record. And he also said that Bo gets to come home maybe Monday or Tuesday. So they're actually staying in the hospital the next couple of days. So Bo hadn't been able to, he hadn't been out of the hospital yet. Poor little Bo Hackett. Maybe I can show him the way. Maybe I can show him the way. We have Caddyshack at 150, Big Star 55, Big Star 55. Next thing, Dokken. Here we go. Dokken's about to sell. That's what I like to see. Dokken. This is called Breaking the Chains. It's on red vinyl. And Spirit of Vinyl, you can break the streak right now in a good way. $33.99. Dokken's on red vinyl, new and sealed remaster. Now, we have the following. We have a Analog Productions for $49.99. Analog Productions, $49.99. We have the Yes album, 45 RPM. We just had the Doors earlier, Analog Productions, the Yes album. One of my favorite albums of all time, Analog Productions, $49.99. Yours is no disgrace. Starship Trooper, I've seen all good people. You seek perpetual change. 45 RPM. I have 2 of those for $49.99. And then the next record is $29.99. My one and only copy of the newest album from Lady Gaga, $29.99, Mayhem. So right now we're in straight percentage discount stuff, or stuff that's more than $24.99, but it's all on sale. Caddyshack was at $140. We sold Dio. Caddyshack, $150. Big Star, $55. Big Star, $55. Brent Ribley was first. Charlie DeFrank, you tied him. And now we have Lady Gaga, sold to Vicky for $29.99. And then we have Nirvana for just $29.99. Now, I know I have ordered and sold these since then. This is probably just a bad sticker that's hadn't been pulled. It is on 2LP from back in March, Nirvana Unplugged, and I'm probably going to reorder more next week. But that one's just going to be $29. I have sold dozens and dozens for $39.99. I'm going to have to put up more auctions. What color label on Caddyshack? This is a 1980 UK original on that color label. It's like the orange and yellow tone UK CBS label. This went into extended bidding, and Big Star, I didn't think was going to get a bid, and now Charlie and Brent's bidding. This could be up for a couple hours. So let's go ahead and put up another Japanese Beatles record, and this time it's going to be Abbey Road, a UK flag series, number 12. This is near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful, with the insert and the original inner sleeve, and that is going to go up for a $45 star. Brent, you're out on Big Star. Next, for just $29.99, is Suicidal Tendencies Lights, Camera, Revolution on Suicidal Tendencies. That is a music on vinyl pressing, and it is $29.99. $29.99. We have 2 copies, and I'll do these for $39.99. They are originally $54.99. This is Slaughter, the Wildlife. I've had actually these since last year, but I ordered a bunch at once, and we've been chipping away at them. 2 copies of Slaughter, Wildlife, red and white vinyl. This is $39.99. These are normally $55. Yes is sold, and these were $49.99, and this is sold to this. I saw somebody comment. This is sold to Romelu C. Thank you, Romelu. That's sold to you for $49.99, and I'm going to go ahead and set one aside because I have to double check that I have one too, and nobody else has got one, so I'll go ahead and take one myself. What was the last bid on Caddyshack? The last bid on Caddyshack was $150. Brent, you're out on Big Star. I've got to sell it to Charlie for $56. Paul Catrich on ST, and that was for Suicidal Tendencies for $29.99. $29.99. And now Slaughter is $39.99. That's sold to Charlie Marks and Vicky Yoshikawa. And now Brent's back in on Big Star at $57. Now Charlie DeFrank, you're back out. Now the Beatles has one bid for $45. And now Caddyshack has a bid for $155. I got to make sure I have a yes out myself. But I mean, I know I have. I think I kept one when they came out. But if anything, I don't mind having 2. But I also have a US. I'm pretty sure I have a German. I have a Japanese pressing. But I mean, it's one of my favorites, so I don't mind having 7 or 10. Another Analog Productions marked down to $49.99. And this is Willie Nelson, Shotgun Willie. Another 2LP. $49.99, and this one's a no-brainer. Pronounced Leonard Skinner, and this was in a Hatchet Ed crate, so it really shouldn't be discounted because I've ordered them and bought them since then. $49.99 on that. Those were also $64.99. And then Robert Plant, this was $44. I'll mark him down to $34. Carry Fire. We were selling a bunch of his albums. That was the last stray copy. Charlie DeFrankie goes back to you on Big Star. Stephen A. Young, you get the Beatles for $45. They're still bidding on Caddyshack. Now George Jones has it for $155. I'm all right. Now it's up to Charlie Marks, and Charlie's back in at $156. George, you've been outbid. Rob Forham says he'll take the Robert Plant for $34.99. Jetstream was second. Now, there's still some crazy stuff still left in here. Here's what's left. First, we'll do the $24.99 stuff, which is right here. This is what's left for $24.99. The Counting Crows Butter Miracle, Blue Marble Vinyl, $24.99. The Herb Albert Picture Disc, $24.99.
Vaughn Gillespie says he'll take it. Now we got Big Star, a final call to Charlie for 60. Brent's out. Machine Head, unatoned clear vinyl, 1 left. Motorhead, marbled vinyl, blue, white, half-speed master, the ace of spades. Pussifer, C is 4, gold vinyl. This has the song Humbling River on it. Very cool song from Pussifer, $24.99. And now the other stuff is priced as marked, but it's all discounted. U2 Octung Baby, 2 LP, $34.99. Nico, Janitor of Lunacy, numbered. That's the same Nico as in Velvet Underground and Nico, $29.99. We have Nirvana, Unplugged. You got to have this, $29.99. Willie Nelson Shotgun, $49. And Skinnerd for $49. And those are great prices on analog production stuff there. So Vaughn got Herb Albert. Caddyshack has a new bid for $160. Mark Stanley wants Motorhead and Machine Head. Those are sold to Mark Stanley for $24 and $24. Rob Fordham gets the Skinnerd for $49.99. Tim Vigari gets Counting Crows for $24.99. And that is all done. New auctions because we're selling Big Star to Charlie for $60. And Caddyshack has went into beyond extended bidding. George Jones has it for $160. The next auction is going to go up right now, and it's another Husker Du, and this one's called Candy Apple Gray. Husker Du is a 1986 OG, an OG copy with the original custom inner sleeve. Near mint minus, a $35 start. There's the original inner sleeve. There is the cover. Mark Stanley also going to pick up a Nirvana Unplugged, $29.99 on that. That leaves Willie, Nico, U2, and Pussifer. I'm going to put these over here with the other stuff that didn't sell from the last Paul crate and now, or the last new vinyl crate. And now we're going to go through another new arrival crate from Paul. He has got another one over here for me. Then we've got another new crate of discount vinyl. And we've got speaking of Boo Koodle, a bunch of John stuff. A bunch of John stuff. Okay, I think y'all have heard me tease a few things. George, you're out on Caddyshack. Husker Du already has a bid for $40. I'm going to try another 3 singles over here. We got 1, we got 2, and we got 3 more singles going up for a $10 start. Newgrass Revival, called in Baton Rouge. Slade, My Oh My, a white label promo double-sided, and Blood Rock, You Gotta Roll, and A Certain Kind. Those 3 for a $10 start. All right. Let's see what's going on here. 1 second, please. Okay. Here we go. Husker Du 40, now 43. Caddyshack 165, Husker Du 45. Nico info. Nico is called Janitor of Lunacy. It's from Reissued Sounds. It's on green splatter. It's a gatefold 2 LP. It is numbered. It's $29.99. Now Caddyshack's at 175. Now we're about to go through this crate that Paul's marked. The last one was a smash hit. Maybe there could be more indie stuff in here. We're about to find out. Some people's like, I hope so, and some people's like, I hope not, because I've already bought 3 crates worth. Chad's going to drink some purple juice. Chad's getting a little hungry. Chad's could use an apple and some peanut butter right now. What time is it? Chad probably needs to go ahead and order some food if it's not too late. It's probably too late, though. I don't have a good agenda lined up for food tonight yet. Tonight, we have, it's Saturday night. We're about to go through a new arrivals crate here. Nice. Here's that place somebody told me to order from in Mount Juliet the last time. I'm going to try them again. It was pretty dang good. I'm gonna do a $4 tip. That sounds pretty good. It's 9:30. They're bringing me food. and we're going to submit that order. Okay, so here we go. Whataburger. No, last night I had, what night did I have Taco Bell? I ate my first fast food in like 2 weeks. I had Taco Bell. I think it was Thursday. Yeah, it was Thursday night. I had Taco Bell. First fast food in like 2 weeks. So it broke a streak, but it was so good. It was so good. All right, Fred Carnell gets Nico for $29.99. Here we go. Back to action. Sorry, I had to reply to some stuff here that some people had sent me. I had to order some food, and now I am good to go, okay? So the next thing I'm going to do is say that Caddyshack was at 165 and then 175. Husker Du 43, Husker Du 45, 45, 45, 50. What was the first single? The first single was New Grass Revival. No, you're thinking of the Grassroots. This is New Grass Revival. That's Slade, and there's Blood Rock. Those are a $10 start. Caddyshack 200. And here we go. And what's the name of the place? What a good place to eat there. I have a friend going to work there this summer. Mount Juliet. Mount Juliet is the next town over on our way to Nashville, westbound of here. Mount Juliet's huge. There's dozens and dozens. There's a huge shopping plaza. It's called Providence, and it's for people that live in Lebanon that don't want to go into Nashville, they go to Mount Juliet. For those that don't want to live in Nashville, they live in Mount Juliet typically. So there's probably some people right now that live in Mount Juliet. It has grown tremendously in the last 20 years. Next thing we have is Big Echo, the Morning Benders. First crate in the Paul crate. First record in the Paul crate. 2010 U.S. Psych Indie record, $34.99. The In Kraut, Hip Shaking Grooves that made in Germany, 66 to 74. That sounds cool. A 2 LP compilation, Kraut Rock, 2005 clear vinyl, $39.99. Husker Du 52, Husker Du 55, and Caddyshack's at $200. George Jones is out. I sound like I'm at Barrett Jackson now. Caddyshack's at $200. First is Morning Benders. That's sold to Thomas Hujar. These 3 singles can be bought for a $10 buy it now. It's about time for a Japanese pressing. First, though, is this, the Drifting Cowboys tribute to Hank Williams, $9.99. Also, we have Blues Peels, Journey to Somewhere, a 1982 German import, a blues rock psych record, $19.99 on Blues Peels. And this is Thank Your Lucky Stars, a 2015 pressing on green vinyl, $29.99. Next thing is Husker Du at 57, and Denise Offendahl wants What the H? Or is that an abbreviation for something? And then we have George Duke, Don't Let Go, $14.99. It's usually an abbreviation for what? And then Husker Du's at 57. George Jones, Are You Done on Caddyshack? Final call to Charlie Marks for $200. And then Fred Carnell on Kraut. Fred Carnell on Kraut. Did I hear psych? Blues Peels is billed as a blues rock psych album, $19.99. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now, and it is Duran Duran. And Duran Duran is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. There's the LP, there's the book, there's the insert, there's the gatefold cover, there's the obi, there's the record. The bid is $35. And if Melancholy box, I'll take it. Boom. We sold our weekly Melancholy quota. Let's go ahead and pull that right now for Jeff Brindley. We have sold our weekly Melancholy quota, thanks to Jeff Brindley. Thank you, Jeff Brindley, for that. I'm going to do a couple crate condenses right quick while I'm over here because I got to be able to get to it. And if anybody wants on a waiting list, we can stay ahead of the quota next week. If anybody wants on a waiting list for Smashing Pumpkins, Melancholy, and the Infinite Sadness, a 4 LP box, you can get that in right now of your combined shipping, $114.99. Just got to the bottom of the stack where I could pull this out for Mr. Jeff Brindley. What a fun Saturday night. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We're nowhere near done. We've got like 28 hours left. And then JK wants Blues Peels. And that was actually, that was before Vicky even asked what it was. I'm sorry, but this was already sold to JK. He's right, BP, Blues Pills. That's not for British Petroleum. That was for Blues Pills. Caddyshack, $201. Caddyshack, $202. And now Husker Du, the last bid, Jeff Brandley went out. JK has it for $57. OG, that's the high bid. Final call. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. I didn't miss anything else, right? I still got George Duke, thank your lucky stars, and the Drifting Cowboys. Next is Delia, Dancing in the Fire, a 1978 U.S. disco picture disc, $14.99. And Traveling On, Billy Grammer. This is a 1959 stereo. Billy Grammer is $19.99. Caddyshack is at $203. Next is Belle and Sebastian, Right About Love. Belle and Sebastian's a 2010 US. That is $24.99. And Colorado Blue, Gary McMahon. And this is a 19 US with note to Fred. Do what now? With note to Fred, $19.99. Oh, must be something from Fred Goodwin. Dear Fred, it was good to meet you in Colorado Springs with the Riders. Here's an album of mine. I hope you enjoy it. I'll be singing and driving Stagecoach in Aspen for the winter. If you get out this way, be sure to look me up. I'll give you a great ride and a song or two. With a yodel, Gary McMahon. And that has a watermark on it. What's that say? Miller's Fall. It's got a watermark on it when you hold it up to the light. Miller's Falls Bond. Something content. Gary McMahon. It's got a letter. I'm assuming that's Fred Goodwin. It probably is. Colorado with the Riders. Probably. No telling. All right. Now, where did we leave off? Ivan R. on BS, and that was for Belle and Sebastian. Caddyshack has a new bid, $205. Susie gets the picture disc. And then over here, we have Husker Du, sold. And that was sold to JK. Time for new auctions. He gets this for $57 and 0 bids on Duran Duran. It is a $35 buy it now. You can pick that up for the minimum bid. That's a live recording. They're doing some of their biggest hits, and it's $35 complete with the insert. Sometimes they have a poster. That is a $35 buy it now. Caddyshack's at $205. We're going back and forth. The war is on. Next in this bin is Japan Droids No Singles, a 2010 white vinyl, $19.99. And we have Love as Laughter, a 1999 US press, Love as Laughter, Destination 2000, $34.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is Van Halen's OU812. This is a 1988 U.S. Carrollton original club copy. This album's not in print unless you get the Van Halen box set, which is currently out of print. OU812, a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus. It has the original inner sleeve and a decent cover. It does have a split on the spine, a little bit of ring wear, so we'll have to call it VG. Caddyshack is a 1980 UK original pressing. The high bid is $205. It is up to George Jones. He says he's out. Charlie has it for $205. The hammer's up. This one's going to call a gavel. This is a gavel moment here. Wow. Wow. Final call. Van Halen's at $35. Next is Keith Richards. That's $19.99. One of his original solo albums, Talk is Cheap. Regina, The Letter is $19.99. The lettered album is $19.99. And Sun Ra, Space is the Place. Sun Ra, a 2010. That's a 2LP, $39.99. Van Halen is near mint minus. Vinyl, cover VG with that spine split. The bids are $35. The bids are $40 with Caleb Howell. Next is Nightwing. That looks cool. Black Summer. Looks like it's Prague. It's a 1987 German import. It's hard rock. There is some cover damage. $16.99 on that. And this is They Live. John Carpenter soundtrack, 2014. Paul has a note, I'm all out of bubble gum. Must be another movie reference that I'm not familiar with. $39.99. They Live. I'm all out of bubble gum. $39.99. I'm sure some of y'all know what that means. Ben Digert on KR, and that was for Keith Richards. Van Halen's at $45, and Caddyshack is sold to Charlie Marks for $205. That is sold to Charlie Marks. Thank you, Charlie. That is sold to you. What an absolute battle. Holy moly. I'm out of breath. I'm going to have to go up front and chug some trail mix after that. Whew. Wow. Van Halen, 45. Ronnie Ritchie wants They Live. That is sold to Ronnie Ritchie. That is sold. Next is David Polkey on They Live. Regina says, I'll take it. And that was on this record here. And then Yusa says, no, they. And you were actually third. And Charlie Marks was fourth. And next is I'm here to kick AWS and chew bubblegum, and I'm out of bubblegum. Is that where that quote is that where that comes from? Is that from that movie? Is that where it was first penned? I had no idea. Now, I've definitely heard that before. I've heard my mom tell me that before. Next thing we have is going up right now. It's another soundtrack. This is the Star Wars Empire Strikes Back. Holy moly. I think y'all might get ready. Buckle up for a lot more bidding here. This is Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back, a 1980 US PRC Richmond original. It is a gatefold, 2 LPs of wonderful Star Wars music. That's one. That's two. The cover's VG with ringware. There's the back. Awesome artwork on the back. Here's the gatefold with the book attached in the middle. There's awesome scenes from the movie. Some say one of the best ever. Amazing. Wow. This is $25. That's now up for bid. Van Halen is a 1988 US Carrollton Club. The cover's VG, a little bit of wear on the corners, and a chip on the spine, but the vinyl's near mint minus, and as you've seen, it does have the original inner sleeve. Okay. Now, the next thing we have in here is Star Wars 25, Star Wars 35. Next in the Paul crate is Capricorn 1 soundtrack. Capricorn 1 soundtrack is $14.99. Niels Lofgren, Night After Night. Niels Lofgren is $14.99. And this here is Vega International Night School Neon Indian. Neon Indian is a 2015 yellow vinyl, 2 LP, 45 RPM, $39.99. Also, we have Skin Burns, Roy Burns, and this is $9.99, a 1963 US mono. Skin Burns, Roy Burns. Looks like a drumming record. We have Star Wars at 25, Star Wars at 35. We have Van Halen at 50. We have Star Wars at 36. We have Star Wars at 38. We got Star Wars at 45, Star Wars at 40. We got Star Wars out. We got Chris Kirkley on Capricorn 1. We have Michael Rudolph next on Capricorn 1. We got Ronnie Ritchie on Niels Lofgren. We got Star Wars at 46, 46, and 42. The last bit on Van Halen, seems like it's been a while. Corey Ross has it for $50. Looks like Star Wars is at 46. Next is Beirut, the Riptide. Beirut is a 2011 US with the original cloth cover, $59.99. Beirut. We also have Love as Laughter. Laughter's Fifth, a 2005 US, $34.99. And this is Local Natives Gorilla Manor, a 2010, that's $19.99. Star Wars is at $50, and then another $50 bid. And Ryan Annals bid first. Final call on Van Halen for $50. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now, and it's Wings Greatest Hits. Wings Greatest Hits is a Japanese pressing, and the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful. One of my favorite compilations. It does have the poster with it. It does have the original sleeve with it. It does have the insert with it. It does have the cover with it. It does have the obi with it. And the with it bid is a $35 start. Next comment is Van Halen. Nick's not done. He's at 51. Corey, you've been outbid. John Dodd on RB. And RB was for Roy Burns. And now Buddy Johnson bid 55 on Star Wars. No poster. It does have the booklet. I think the poster came with Volume 1. I don't know if Empire had a poster. I know A New Hope, at the time known as Star Wars, I know it had a poster. Brett Thies on Neon Indian. That's sold to Brett Thies. Van Halen at 53. And now Empire at 51 and Star Wars 60. Now, I've always been a Star Wars fan, but I made a commitment several years ago when I knew I was going to be live streaming a lot and we was going to be selling Star Wars toys, Star Wars records, Star Wars comics, Star Wars this and Star Wars that. I made a commitment several years ago. I was like, all right, I got to take my Star Wars level to a knowledge to a next level. So I got really into the movies, read books, looked up all the research on vinyl and comic books and John Williams and this and that and actors. I knew if I was going to be a collectibles dealer, the first thing on your list, you got to know about Star Wars. If you're going to deal in collectibles, you're going to have any genre of collectibles. You're going to run across something Star Wars and you're going to have to be knowledgeable. Actors, release dates, movie titles, scenes, quotes, music, all inclusive. You got to know about it. So I made a commitment a long time ago. I was like, I got to ramp up. I can't, maybe not PhD level, but I may have almost a degree in it at this point. I've got to stay very knowledgeable. If you're going to deal in collectibles, especially toys and posters, and you got to know about Star Wars. Stranger Things, speaking of something highly collectible, the new season's been announced. It's going to be at the end of this year, and this is Stranger Things 1999. This is the season 1 and 2 soundtrack, 1999. Van Halen's at $56. As of right now, Wings doesn't have a bid for $35. What an amazing track listing on this one. Band on the Run, Jet, Junior's Farm, Another Day, Live and Let Die, Silly Love Songs. And we have Gonna Make You Sweat, the Ultimate Mix. This is a 1990 US promo complete set, Ultimate Mix 37, $29.99. I don't know a lot about that, but that looks pretty interesting. Okay, next thing we have over here is Star Wars got a bid for 70. Van Halen's now at 56. Corey, you're back out. And then I have a Star Wars action figure in place collection that I'm willing to sell. Just send our Facebook page a message. Send our Facebook page a message. We have Robert Warner on ST, and that was for Stranger Things. Donna Turner was next. Charlie Marks was next. If y'all want new sealed copies of that, I can put you on a waiting list. That album's still in print. Okay, Star Wars is at 80 and Van Halen's at 60. Next is Glass Harp Synergy. Paul has this as a 71 US Psyche Prague album. Phil Keaggy plays in this band. Glass Harp is $14.99. And Sladest, that's VG, $9.99. Sladest. Van Halen's now at 60 and Star Wars is at 80. Also over here, we have Broth by Ruby Broth, 57 US mono, EX edition. What an interesting looking record, $12.99. Put Donna down on a Stranger Things. We will get those new and sealed to you. Anybody else want one? Seasons 1 and 2. And Charlie Marks also wants one. Great music on there, of course. Star Wars, Buddy Johnson has it for 80. I'm going to go ahead and make Wings a buy it now for $35. Band on the Run, that's available for a buy it now with $35. And Van Halen has a new bid for $60 with Corey Ross. And that means that the other bidder, Woody Bishop, you've been outbid. And Ryan's out on Star Wars. We're getting near the end. Brad Faust picks up the wing. Thank you, Brad. That's sold to you for $35. Ivan on RB for Ruby Braff. That is sold to Ivan R. Thank you on that. Well, this is a brand new Arrivals crate that Paul's marked for today. We have a whole nother crate of on-sale new vinyl coming up. On-sale new vinyl coming up. We've already done 2 crates. There's one left. But I do have 3 more crates I got to purge. so I may have additionals even after we finish that third crate. This is Ryan Adams and the Cardinals, Cardnology. It's a 2008 pressing on red vinyl, VG Plus, $24.99. And we have final calls on these auctions. Roy Ayers, Fever, VG Plus, $19.99. And Jared McLaughlin on Slade. Slade is sold to Jared McLaughlin. That is sold. And Duke Ellington and me, Duke Ellington and me, Eddie Kano. Eddie Kano's a 1957 U.S. Mono, VG Plus, $11.99. So Star Wars is sold to Buddy Johnson for $80. Thank you. He's local, and we'll probably be picking that up here in the store. Right, Buddy? Thank you. That's sold to you for $80. And now the Van Halen is sold. And Van Halen sold to Corey Ross for $60. All right, we got a few more claims to pull all of a sudden out of here. This crate is almost full. About time to put up another crate, and definitely all new auctions. We still got some cool stuff over here, plus surprises that I already pulled Slade. I already pulled Slade. Let's give Donna the Roy Ayers. Let me introduce the auctions and then swap out crates. This has been in the front of the crate all night, so let's go ahead and run it. It's a 2018 U.S. Queens of the Stone Age Era Vulgaris, which is a double LP 10-inch, triple LP 10-inch, 3-disc. Queens of the Stone Age is a $25 start. Queens of the Stone Age is a $25 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that's REM. And REM is a 1983 U.S. original with the original on her sleeve. It is a nice copy. Laura says super clean, beautiful, $45 start. Paul should be here tomorrow, and Tanner should be here tomorrow a little as well. So yeah, and I might be here in the afternoon or night. Definitely not. I have no idea what I might have going on tomorrow. I've left it open because we have went nonstop for the last 7 days here. I told John earlier, I had to get warm up for tonight. I'm full force now, but earlier I was like, man, I didn't do a sale on Sunday, but I was here working up until the morning, and I feel like I've been almost going for 7 days straight, pretty much. I feel like I've just went home and took naps and then come right back here, which is pretty much what I've done. So usually I keep my Sunday schedule open, and if I do anything, I might post some pre-orders, but then I come here at night and work. Usually about the top dime, Paul's done with his sale, I show up here, and then I start getting ready for next week. But I feel like I've went about 7 days straight just going home and taking naps. And that's pretty much what I've done. Queens of the Stone Age 25, 25, 25, and 30 and 30. It is near mint minus, and REM's at 45. Next in this bin is Mark Olson and Gary Loris, Ready for the Flood. That is VG Plus, $39.99, a 2009 only time on vinyl. I told Paul he's going to do a vinyl sale unless I do all of a sudden feel like I'm ready to keep going. And I'll come here and do coins tomorrow. And we've got the largest shipment we've ever got of new case pocket knives. If y'all don't know, we are a case pocket knife dealer, registered, independent case pocket knife dealer. I've got, now the box count is 23 boxes of case knives, probably 500 brand new case knives that we've never shown, all new patterns. They've never even been unboxed. They've been stacked here behind me for weeks now. We just don't have time. Merle Haggard, Okie from Muskogee. That's VG $9.99. No bid on REM, looking for a $45 start. And Queens of the Stone Age is at $30. Roy Buchanan is in VG condition, $9.99. And Action Jackson soundtrack. Never seen that one. Gold stamp promo, VG $9.99. And Gordon Lightfoot, The Summer Side of Life. That's in VG Plus condition, $14.99. So Queens of the Stone Age was a 2018 U.S. reissue near mint. The high bid's at $30 with Ron Elmore. Final call on REM, an 83 U.S. Indianapolis original with the original on her sleeve. Super clean, near mint minus, just a $45 start. Let me go ahead and swap out crates before I put up another record over here. And let me do that righty now. Oh my goodness. That was our fourth full crate of vinyl. We still got another crate of on sale to do, a recap, and a bunch of other new arrivals, plus plenty of auctions. With that being said, we're going to sell a lot more tonight, which is absolutely fantastic. And now we have Buddy Johnson on Merle Haggard. That is sold to Buddy Johnson. And that was he first on that? Hold on a second. Yeah, Buddy Johnson on Merle Haggard, Lonnie Jolly on AJ, and that was for Action Jackson. And then Donna, I can check on seasons 3 and 4 if you need me to. I can check on that if you need me to. And then Queens of Stone Age 32, Charlie on AJ, and then Standard Coin, and then Andrew next on, and then Queens, and then this. Okay, so Queens of Stone Age is at $32. That's a new bid. REM's at $45. Tim, I will make a note to check on that. Usually when we get coin messages in, Ed makes a note and hands them off to me or Tanner, because where we just do that like once a month. Sometimes he's not sure, but I will check on it, okay? But yeah, we've been building a surplus of vinyl, or excuse me, a surplus of coins, silver, gold, and pocket knives. So whenever we did a show, I wanted it to be big. The next one I do, like a huge one. Like me start at 5 and us sell knives and coins till 1 a.m. if I can keep everybody on. But to do that, we got to get a lot prepared. It would take us a day just to unbox all these case knives and tag them and get them sorted. And there's definitely no time to do that between now and tomorrow. So not looking good. However, if we can get some of that ready, it would basically mean I'd have to come here tomorrow as normal hours before the show and get ready. So it's going to be tough. That's why I said probably next week for coins. But we'll see what happens. Y'all know me. Sometimes I'll be like, all right, I'm here. I'm about to go live. Everybody tune in. We have a Japanese pressing of Led Zeppelin. The song remains the same. This is a Japanese pressing of Led Zeppelin's. The song remains the same. The vinyl's beautiful. There's a little bit of wear on the cover. A $35 start. Queens of the Stone Age is still getting bids. $35. REM is a 1983 USOG super clean near mint original inner sleeve. One bid, $45. We're about to sell it. Let's finish up this Paul crate. Michael Stanley, a 1973 country rock album. VG $9.99. Bird in the Wind, Charlie Bird and the Woodwinds. That's VG $9.99. And Jane Morgan, the American Girl from Paris. Jane Morgan is an original 1956 mono, VG Plus condition, $19.99. And Slade in Flame. Slade is VG Plus $19.99. Slade in Flame. That is what's going on there. Queens of the Stone Age 35, Queens of the Stone Age 35. We have Led Zeppelin at 35 and Led Zeppelin at 35. And now that's the high bid, and Donna wants CB. Great Paul crate here. Charlie Bird, so did Donna Turner. So let's see if we can get seasons 3 and 4. Now, Donna, season 3 and season 4 are independent releases. So 1 and 2's combined, and then they did 3 by itself and 4 by itself. And I'm assuming you want the soundtrack and not the score music. The soundtrack is what we had earlier. That's stuff like the actual music. And then the score music, which is also really good. The Stranger Things score music is killer. That's also available to order as well. And then Jared McLaughlin on Slade. So Jetstream, you get REM, one bid, $45, and 83 US original there. That was very surprising. And now Queens of the Stone Age. Ronnie's out. It's tied. Mark Stanley bid 35, and Nick Bargeron bid 35. So Nick, you're out. And this is a Japanese Led Zeppelin. Just a hint of wear on the cover, but nice vinyl. A great copy to have is that one right there. And the Roy Buchanan album is called Roy Buchanan. It's self-titled. VG condition, $9.99. We're about to do an on-sale crate of new vinyl, but first I'm going to read through these very quickly again. The Drifting Cowboy tribute to Hank Williams, $9.99. We got Thank Your Lucky Stars, 2015, $29.99. George Duke, Don't Let It Go, $14.99. Billy Grammer, Traveling On, $19.99. Japan Droid, No Singles, 2010 white vinyl sealed, $19.99. Tim Vergara gets Roy Buchanan, Queens of the Stone Age 36. Led Zeppelin's at 40. We have Love is Laughter, $34.99. Can't believe REM just sold one bid for $45. We usually sell those for $50, $60, $70, $80, $90. Sun Ra is $39.99. Queens of the Stone Age is at $40. Nightwing is an '87 German import. That is $16.99. We have Beirut, the Riptide, a 2011 original with the original cloth cover, $59.99. Love is Laughter, $34.99. Ron Duffield on Japan Droids. That is sold to Ron Duffield. Thank you, Ron. Also, a 2010 pressing of Local Natives, Gorilla Manor. That is $19.99. We have Ultimate Mix, Gonna Make You Sweat. That is Everybody Dance Now. Bump, bump, bump. And I Like You. There's a lot of stuff in here. I think I've seen Madonna. What did I see? Madonna? I don't know what this is, but it's got a lot of stuff in it. Justify My Love, Madonna. Everybody Dance Now. Bump, bump, bump. $29.99. It's got Madonna in there. Very interesting. Ultimate Mix. Glass Harp Synergy. Did somebody claim this or did somebody ask about it? Glass Harp. I could have swore somebody asked about this or maybe. Yeah, Denise. Glass Harp is $14.99. A 1971 US Psych Prog with Phil Keaggy. $14.99. Ron's done there. Are we done on Led Zeppelin? Both auctions are at $40. Final call. And then we have Regina Tabor on Nightwing. That is sold to Regina Tabor. And then this was Ryan Adams and the Cardinals, Cardinalology, a 2008 red vinyl with the 7-inch. That's VG Plus $24.99. Duke Ellington and Me by Eddie Kano, a 1957 US mono, VG Plus $11.99. And we have Mark Olson and Gary Loris, Ready for the Flood, a 2009 only time on vinyl, VG Plus $39.99. Gordon Lightfoot, a UK pressing for the Summer Side of Life, VG Plus $14.99. Michael Stanley, a 73 Country Rock, VG $9.99. And Jane Morgan, the American Girl from Paris, VG Plus $19.99. So Caleb Howell, you get Led Zeppelin for $40, and Mark Stanley, you get Queens of the Stone Age for $40. And now let's put up new auctions. And now the third crate of on sale new vinyl coming up right now. It's only 10 o'clock. It's only 10 o'clock. Sorry, I've been having to clear my throat all night. About time for some water. Laura's not here tonight. She usually, every time she goes up to get a bottle of water, she'll bring me one too. She's not here tonight. It's typical Friday and Saturday night. Everybody's left. I'm here alone. Mark Stanley on Queens of the Stone Age for $40. And then what was the Sun Ra? The Sun Ra was billed as Space is the Place. A 2010 2LP gatefold black vinyl, $39.99 on that. Okay. Before I change out crates, I'll go ahead and introduce the next auction. I still got Dust, Shame, David Bowie, Rush, Led Zeppelin. I feel like somebody asked for this earlier and I forgot about it. You got to keep hindering me. The Electric Prunes, What's Going On? Queen. Let's do Led Zeppelin and Queen. How could you go wrong there? There's still a crate and a half of Japanese stuff left. Holy moly. Let's go ahead and do this right here. We have Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti, a 1980 U.S. specialty reissue. Laura says the exact year is unknown, but there's a barcode, so it's most likely the 80s. It's an RCA club copy. It does have the original under sleeve, and it's a top copy for a reissue and shrink wrap. So yeah, very nice. So this was a club copy. It's been kept in near mint condition with a shrink wrap. It's complete. That is really nice, and that's a $45 start. And we have Queen, Sheer Heart Attack. This looks interesting. It's a 76 German repress with the original under sleeve. It's got a German Queen sticker on the cover. That's pretty cool. That's a $35 start. So Zeppelin, I said 45 on that. That sounds right. Should bring twice that much. And Queen's a $35 start. All right. There's that. And now what we're going to do, I'm going to combine the two Paul crates. So I have another empty one over here. I'm going to sort this next crate of on sale new vinyl. And here's this and here's this. And there's those and there's those. Time for more singles and more Japanese as well. But first, let me stack this up here so I can sort this crate. Some of it's going to be like the other one, a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And then most of it's going to be $24.99. So let me see what I got here. That's $24. I'll do that for $24. A big overstock of this title, it will be $24. I'll do that as a percentage discount. That will be $10 off. I'll move it up front. That will be $10 off. I'll move it up front. And I'll do that last copy for $24. I'll do those for $24. I'll do these $10 off. I still got two of them here. And next is I'll do that for $24. More, I'll do those $10 off. That's jazz audiophile stuff. Nice. I'll do that for $24. I will reluctantly do that $24 and that $24. I'll do this as a percentage. I got some toe notes coming up. I'll do that one for $24, that $24. Some jazz coming up, just FYI. That's $24. Looks like some stuff Paul ordered. That's actually going to be $19. We'll do that for 24. Those are 24. I'll go ahead and do those for 24. Those have seam splits. They're going to be 29. So I'll move those up front. And then he's 24. I think I just thought I sold out of those, but there's 2 more. And I'll reluctantly do that. And the rest of those are percentage. All right. So the first thing I'm going to show you is 2 1999 records. One from the last crate I forgot to show, and one from this crate. So Coyote Ugly is 1999 and Chet Baker Sings is 1999. So those are 1999 and 1999. David Wethington, if you want docking, just say sold. It's on red vinyl. It's breaking the chains. It's $33.99. And if you say sold, that means you're buying it, and then I need to register you as a first-time buyer. Led Zeppelin has a bid for $45 and Queen has a bid for $35. This is 1999 and this is 1999. That's going to be the first 2 technically that I show there. All right, so those are available. Had some of those laying around for a while. Now this crate here is $24.99. Everything all the way up till right here probably. All this is on sale new vinyl for $24.99. Coyote Ugly is sold to Robin for $19.99. And an essential album here, if you're a jazz listener, you probably already have a copy. OGs can get expensive. I hadn't had one in a long time. $19.99. Wow, just one bid on Led Zeppelin with Caleb for $45. Folks, we're talking about Kashmir here. We're talking about the Rover. We're talking about In My Time of Dying. We're talking about the Wonton song. We're talking about Night Flight. Don't make me read more listings, track listings. But that's at $45 with Caleb Howe, and a beautiful copy of Queen's Sheer Heart Attack, a German repress, but nice, jacket and vinyl, $35 on that. I'm going to have to run up front and get a bottle of water. And with that, let me go do that right now. And I'm about, because I know you don't want to miss what's in the on sale new vinyl crate, do you? You don't. So let me go ahead and do this right quick. And let me change it to this. And this will give you a unique perspective, okay? There's your unique perspective. And I'll be back in 1 second, okay? That'll give you something a little bit different to look at. You should still be able to hear me talking. I just got to literally walk around the corner and grab a bottle of water. Let me do this. All right, I'm back. See how fast that was? I'm here. Don't go anywhere. Got a bottle of water. And my DoorDash was just delivered. Dang, that was bad timing. That was really bad timing. Let me go get that off the porch right quick. Got to have that. I'm going to need that in about an hour. When I say I got to go up here and grab a snack, it's going to be for this fajita burrito. Weird. I've never had 2 cars pull up for a DoorDash delivery. That's pretty inefficient if they're using 2 vehicles to deliver 1 steak fajita. They need to let Chad come in and restructure their entire business. Okay. Here we go. New vinyl on sale. Hope nobody's went anywhere. But I can tell you exactly what I'm doing in 45 minutes. I can tell you exactly what I'm doing in 45 minutes. I'm going to go eat part of a fajita burrito. So there is a break coming up. I didn't eat before the sale. It's on my mind. I can't it's over, okay? No other bids on these auctions. Wow. All right, so $45. That is sold for $45 to Caleb Howell, and Ryan Annals got Queen for $35. That's done, and that's done. Moving right along. First $24.99 record is Lightning Slim High and Low Down. Smoky turquoise vinyl, $24.99 on Lightning Slim. Badfinger live in Kansas City, 1972. The Cowtown Ballroom, that is $24.99. And here's that overstock I was telling you about. Motorhead, Overkill, overstock on Overkill. It's a blue and green half-speed master, and those are just $24.99. And initially, I missed the pre-order, and then it was a huge pre-order that I missed, or they didn't come in, then I had to reorder them, and then I ordered too many accidentally, and here it is, $24.99. Motorhead Overkill, $24.99. Lord of the Ring. We'll run it right now. I still got that and Porky's to do. This is the Return of the King. Return of the King from Lord of the Rings is a 1980 USOG Disneyland out of print. This has never been reissued. That would be cool if they did reissue, though. The book is attached inside of the gatefold, and it's nice, VG++ EX. So this is very cool. J.R.R. Tolkien. Look at that. The Return of the King, the cartoon version, 1980 OG. I'm sure this strikes a lot of nostalgia value with y'all. This is going to go up, let's say a $35. I like fives instead. I like 35. $35 star. Everything is nice. There's the book. Very, very cool. That's up for bid, all right? Now, Overkills are $24.99. Wow, nobody on Badfinger. Wow, nobody on Lightning Slim. But we will sell a Motorhead and Motorhead, and that's to a Tory Hanzo 2.0 and one to Paul Catrich. Next to the $24.99 section is my last copy of the Cranberries to the Faithfully Departed. Cranberries is $24.99. To the Faithfully Departed, $24.99. Cranberries. Also, I got 3 copies of Steeler, Come Hell or Hollywood. Steeler with Ron Keel on vocals, 1981, 1982. A 2LP red vinyl compilation, $24.99. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. This time, I have the Doobie Brothers, and this is Taking It to the Streets with Obi. The Doobie Brothers is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert. Here is the gatefold jacket. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Just a little bit of wear here on the spine. Nice Doobie Brothers. I don't know if David Johnson has that one or not. The first claims was Motorhead. And then over here, we got Greg Herman on Cranberries. That sold to Greg Herman for $24.99. Kristen, there was only one. You were second. And then we got Dan Triaga on Steeler. We got John McLaughlin. How about Jared McLaughlin? Jared McLaughlin on Steeler. And Lord of the Rings is at $38. Now, that's our current 2 auctions. One Japanese, one other. And we'll get the Electric Prunes on deck. Electric Prunes on deck. Hadn't sold it yet. I am going to try 3 more singles right quick, though. And the next 3 singles I have here are the following. I have the Box Tops, Choo Choo Train, and Fields of Clover, Delaney and Bonnie and Friends, Never Ending Song of Love, and Don't Deceive Me, Please Don't Go, and the Monkees, What Was Then and Is Now, a brand new song, and the B-side is their original Hey Hey We're the Monkees theme. Those 3 singles for a $10 start. Lord of the Rings, $38. Lord of the Rings, $43. Doobie Brothers is a $35 start. Lord of the Rings, $50. Next, this is all on sale new vinyl. On sale new vinyl, $24.99 price point. Black Sabbath Tear, 2024 remaster. Before these came out at the end of last year, they were out of print and very tough to find. Actually, I had a copy signed by Tony Iommi we sold here. And I also remembered, I forgot to mention when we was auctioning the Warriors, at one time I had a movie poster signed by the complete Warriors cast. I think y'all remember me having that. I had a movie poster signed by the Warriors. I meant to mention that earlier. That was one of my best memorabilia Hollywood pieces we've ever had come through here. But this is Black Sabbath, sold for $24.99 to Jeff Malwitz. Lord of the Rings is now at $55. Susie was next on Black Sabbath. This is, we're getting into the jazz stuff now. Joe Henderson with Alice Coltrane, The Elements. Jazz Dispensary, $24.99. $24.99. Also $24.99. Mingus, The Black Saint and the Sinner Lady. That's $24.99. And Something Else, Cannonball Adderley with Miles Davis, that is $24.99. That's $24. Everything you just seen right there is $24.99. So, quick update, Lord of the Rings was at 50, now 55, and Michael Rudolph's out. So, Tom Sullivan looking good for you. We sold Black Sabbath, William APM on Joe Henderson for $24.99, Donald Mingus sold to John Dodd for $24.99, and Elizabeth Cotton, Folk Songs and Instrumentals with Guitar, a Folksway reissue, that's $24.99. Looks like we're into some stuff here that Paul ordered that he showed during the sales. I think I've shown a couple times, and now they're on sale from back in February. Elizabeth Cotton and John Coltrane, Soul Train, on red vinyl there. That's $24.99. These 3 singles are a no bid. Monkeys, Delaney and Bonnie, and the box tops. Those are a $10 buy it now. And the Lord of the Rings is a final call, 55. There was a lot of bidders. I think there's at least 1 or 2 people that hadn't set out, but I will go ahead and make the Doobie Brothers a buy it now for $35. And that is taking it to the streets, $35. There's Robert out, so it's looking better for Tom Sullivan. We are about to sell that. Man, we got some cool stuff here in this on sale new vinyl bin, chipping away the moments to make up the dull day. No, that was ticking away. That's Pink Floyd's Time. Let's figure out where I got to right here. Coltrane, that's sold to Donna Turner for $24.99. Michael Butler got the very nice Doobie Brothers. And now let's put up that Electric Prunes album. I see it right here. And the Electric Prunes is a 67 USOG mono. This is with the tricolor Steamboat labels. Laura has it as a misprint. The track listing is in the wrong order. The correct order is on the label. So the jacket is a misprint. The track listing's incorrect. It's in VG condition. It's a mono. I had too much to the dream last night. Also a VG jacket. That is going to go up for a $20 start. Lord of the Rings info. What is the Lord of the Rings? The Lord of the Rings Return of the King is a 1980 USOG Disneyland. It's a gatefold VG++ EX, the original storybook and record. And the high bid on this is $55 of Tom Sullivan. The hammer's up. We're about to sell it. It's at $55. That was my only Coyote soundtrack. That was my only Coyote Ugly. And then Thomas Hujar says close enough. And was that a claim or is that a statement? And then over here we got Calvin Keys, Sean Neek, and this is on the Black Jazz Real Gone Music, just $24.99 on this. Electric Prunes 20, Electric Prunes 20, and Francois Hardy Deluxe Gatefold Edition, 180 gram, high quality virgin vinyl, the outstanding 1962 debut album featuring that classic of the French chanson Tous les grands et les filles, something like that, $24.99. Paul speaks very highly of that. And then here is Miles Davis Kinda Blue in mono, new and sealed, $24.99. Our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing, and it's the Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me. Whoa, China Grove. This is the Beastie Boys, the Doobie Brothers. Wrong, not Beastie, it's Doobie, and they're not boys, or they're not boys, they're brothers. $35 on that. There it is. That's also up for bid. All right, no other bids on Lord of the Rings, and that's sold to Tom Sullivan for $55. That's always a highly requested record. Let's grab something else, but first we're doing a $24.99 on sale bin, and this is Jorge Ben. He is $24.99. Jorge Ben, $24.99, and then Godsmack, and this is called the Oracle. Godsmack, we're down to 3 copies. For some reason, I had a bunch of extras of these. I think I accidentally ordered it twice. First time on vinyl. First time on vinyl. Godsmack, that was $24.99. I've got 3 of those. And then Dead Can Dance, Into the Labyrinth. That is $24.99, and those were originally $39.99. Those are originally $39.99. That's my only 2 of that. And I think that's the only Dead Can Dance album that I didn't sell at least one of. You know, I mean, I ordered a bunch of those when they were selling, and I think that's the one I didn't sell at least one of. So the Doobie Brothers is a final call to get a bid in for $35. Electric Prunes is now at $23. Brad Faust does want the Miles Davis here for $24.99. Thomas Hujar on Dead Can Dance for $24.99. And I have Ace Frehley now playing. That's on blue vinyl. Ace Frehley is $24.99. That's essentially a hits comp. And we had about 5 in the last crate. I got 2 more. Tracy Chapman. So if you missed out, I don't think there was any backups, but in case you did, there's 2 more. Ivan bought one. Okay. Maybe I ordered 3 and I sold 1. That's probably what happened. At least one so diving. Or maybe I did sell 2 or 3 and I restocked it and then no one bought it. That may have been what happened. But there's 2 more Tracy Chapman, self-titled. If you don't have that yet, we drive a fast car. We need a fast car. We have a fast car. Ryan Eaton on Godsmack for $24.99. Dan Triaga on the Ace for $24.99. And the last $24.99 record, we just had Ace. Here's the Peter Criss picture disc. It's been around since April 16th. Time to mark it down. $24.99 there on Peter Criss. He is $24.99. Now, the rest of the stuff is going to be like a fixed price. Well, they're all fixed price, but they're just, the rest of the crate is not $24.99. They're a little bit of this and a little bit of that. The last 2 Godsmacks are sold, Nico Kapalanis and Ben Digert. Now the Electric Prunes is at $30, and let's go ahead and put up new stuff. So I'll make Doobie Brothers a buy it now for $35. The Doobie Brothers is a buy it now for $35. That is available. All right. So there's that. So did Michael Butler. He picks up both of them. Wasn't there a Dead Cadence? There's Dead Cadence Into the Labyrinth. Yes, $24.99. All right. First thing we have is William Meadows on Tracy Chapman for $24.99. There's one left. So I've been doing these 64s at $49. This was the only reason I still have this. It was a non-payment from a Hatchet Ed bin. So Fleetwood Mac Mirage, a relatively new MoFi release from back in March, $49.99. A 2LP 45 RPM. A 2LP 45 RPM Fleetwood Mac Mirage, $49.99. And same thing for Miles Davis Bitches Brew. This has been around. If y'all remember, it was here in the end cap forever. We finally sold one, and now the last copy, $49.99. That's it. Ken Crooker said sold, and that was on Dead Cadence. That sold to Ken Crooker for $24.99. Von Calypsy gets the last Tracy Chapman for $24.99. And now Romelu gets Fleetwood Mac for $49.99. And Andrew Eisensmith gets Miles Davis for $49.99. Electric Prunes is at $32. Jared McLaughlin, it's up to you. Our next auction is Dust. And Dust is a 1971 U.S. Sonic press. Mark Bell is Marky Ramone before he joined the Ramones. So Mark Bell is on drums, and as you can see, that's definitely Marky Ramone. So this is VG condition, a $25 start, a 1971 OG Sonic press, Dust, VG, a $25 start. This one's $10 off. I went on a rant the other night about how everybody needed a copy. I convinced Bob Riger, and this has been around since April 17th, $29.99. I order them, and I'm like, man, surely somebody's going to need this. And then I end up having them for like 2 or 3 months, and I have to mark them down. Are you experienced? All analog mono. If you don't have it, take advantage now. $10 off, mono, $29.99. We've already sold Michael Schenker, yes. Electric Prunes 33, Electric Prunes 34. Dust is a $25 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is a Japanese pressing of, let me get back over here to this other crate, because I skipped over some stuff and I've condensed to over here. Because I know there is a Elton, yeah, here we go. There is one of my favorites. This is Elton John's Madman Across the Water. Elton John's Madman Across the Water, a Japanese pressing. Oh boy. Hold Me Closer, Tiny Dancer. Levon wears his war wound like a crown. Wow, with the lyric book, awesome stuff here. Blue Jean Baby, LA Lady. There's this. This is a nice copy. Very nice. No humidity spots or anything like that. 35. Looks like it has an updated price tag, an updated 2,200 yen. Elton John's a $35 start. Man, I can tell y'all, when I really wanted one of those and I wasn't able to track one down, I paid a lot more for that $35 start. When I really wanted one and I wanted a beautiful top copy like that, I went ahead and bit the bullet, and I paid a lot more than that for mine, plus one postage Japanese shipping price. So there it is. That is a good one. Now, back over here, we have We left off by saying Electric Prunes 33, Electric Prunes 34. Aaron Civic got Jimmy for 29, Electric Prunes 35, and then he's out. And then J Mac, you were second on Hendricks. And we have Which Miles Davis already sold, and then Elton John 35. Now these were 44. I'm going to do them for, or these were 44. I'm going to do them for 34. Gentle Giant, the official live Gentle Giant album, the iconic 1977 live album, remastered, remixed. It has a double-sided poster, book, $34.99. $34.99, Tumbleweed Connection. Not often, but yeah, we've had them here. Everything in this crate is new and sealed. It's on sale. Everything in this crate is new and sealed. It's on sale. Official Gentle Giants, $34.99. We have Dream Theater. These were $39. I'm going to do them for $29. Metropolis Part 2, Scenes from a Memory, a 2 LP clear vinyl. That's $29.99. Elton John just has one bid with Catherine Lutz. Can I bid? Am I allowed to bid? Catherine's probably like, no. I don't mind having 4 or 5 copies. Electric Prune, since he's out, it's a final call then to Jared for $35, and Dust is a $25 start. Hadn't got a bid yet. Okay, this was $44. Now it's $34. Hank Mobley, 3rd season. Blue Note Tone Poet, cut directly from the original analog tapes. Mastered by Kevin Gray, pressed at RTI. Hank Mobley. These are sealed RTI pressings. The perforated bag on this one's torn. This is opened, but they're all new, $34.99. And then Elton has a new bid for $40. Sorry, Catherine, I may have hyped that up a little bit too much. Elton has a new bid for $40. Dust has a bid for $25. Dan Triaga on Dream Theater. Dan Triaga gets that for $29.99. Jesse bid $25 on Dust. Michael Snare bid first. Rob Fordham on Hank Mobley for $34.99. I'm going to give him the sealed one. Now, Romelu, are you okay with this one? The perforated bag has been torn open, but I promise you it's brand new. I don't like these because when people flip through them in the store, when I flip through them, wear and tear, and then all of a sudden the perforation gets ripped off. But that's $34.99. I hope you're okay with that. It's still new, I promise. And then Donna was second, Jetstream third, and then Dust has got a new bid for $27. He says he's okay with that. Here's another one. That was $46. I'm going to make it $34. John Coltrane and Johnny Hartman, an acoustic sound series. Acoustic sound series, $34.99. Pressed at QRP, $34.99. Elton John has a new bid for $40. So, Catherine, just so you know, you are out. Andy Wade did bid $40. And now we can definitely sell Electric Prunes. Electric Prunes is sold to... I've lost this one. I think it's not Jesse. It was the other bidder. It was Jared McLaughlin for $35. Now Elton's at $45. Now we're making better moves on that one. Levon, Holiday Inn, Indian Sunset. Next is Coltrane, also sold to Romelu. Donna striked first, but she said she has to pass. So that's sold to Romelu for $34.99. William A. Penn was second. Now Elton John, $45. And then these I've already been showing, and I've already been selling them. They are seam split, but at a great price. Mr. Big, they're $29.99. They have seam splits, not bad, and that's the only thing. And they were originally $36. And it's a one-step pressing, very high quality, all analog, $29.99. That crate's definitely worthy of another recap. All right. William asked about this. These are top 40 singles that didn't get sold. I was selling them as lots of threes as 10. Box Tops, Monkeys, Delaney and Bonnie, Blood Rock, Slade, Newgrass Revival, Del Shannon, June Christie, and Blood, Sweat, and Tears. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 for $12. We'll give William first dibs, but if anybody else wants them, just $12 on that. Just $12 on those. Vicky gets a Mr. Big for $29.99. Brian Riley gets a Mr. Big for $29.99. Those do have light seam splits. And there was only one $19.99 record. Speaking of jazz, Chet Baker Sings, just $19.99 on that. Andrew Eisensmith gets Mr. Big for $29.99, and William Drugovich gets the singles for $12. We have not sold Rush yet. I got to figure out where we're at on these other auctions. Madman Across the Water, Elton John, Madman, Andy Wade bid $46. And now Catherine's at $48. Beautiful copy. And then Dust, the other bidder went out. Let's see who has the high bid. Dust is with Michael Snared at $31. It is an OG 1971 with Marky Ramone on drums, and that's at $31. And then Romelu got Chet Baker for $19. Rod Bryan was second. This crate is definitely worthy of a recap. So let's go through these one more time, and then I'm going to combine the small batch of leftovers from the other two crates, and you're going to get a complete recap of all of tonight's on sale new vinyl. I've got 3 more crates to purge, and some of this stuff here that's like 1st of May, I may every once in a while grab one and discount it. Because, I mean, it's just like, if it had come in one day later, it's eligible to be on sale. But sometimes I try to put it in one more video and give it a chance before I sell it basically at cost. So, and that's a few right back there. And I might grab some, especially ones I've got 2s and 3s of. If it's one, I may hang on to it for a little bit longer. Especially if it's something I can't get anymore. So here's what's left in here. Lightning Slim, high and low down, turquoise vinyl, $24.99. That is $5 off. I got one left. Badfinger's a live unofficial from Kansas City. That is the classic Badfinger, $24.99. Day after day, 2 LP, $24.99. The last Mr. Big I have, Jared, it's got a light seam split, $29.99. Of course, OGs of those can get pricey quickly. Elton John still getting bids. And now Dust is sold. It's time for new auctions, new everything. Dust is sold to Michael Snared for $31. And somebody just asked about some other stuff. It's 10:35 and we still got some featured auctions to do. Here's what's left in the regular auction bin. Shane, Bowie, Rush, Marvin Gaye, Traveling Wilburys, NXS Porkies, and then Tame Impala and Husker Du. And those are the higher end ones. So let's do Rush and Tame Impala. And yeah, we got some great stuff still left to auction. So the first thing we have here is Rush Archives. And this is a 1978 U.S. original. This is the first 3 Rush albums repackaged into one. So you get self-titled Fly By Night, Caress of Steel. Laura says Disc 1 is EX Plus or better, and Disc 2 and 3 is VG Plus. And that is going to go up for a $35 start. And then Tame Impala is a 2015 OG, and that's on purple and yellow vinyl. I know exactly what we sold one of these for the last time. There was quite a battle for it. Purple and yellow vinyl, a 2015 original, a $60 start. $60 start. So there's our next 3 auctions. Elton John was at 50, Elton John 54, Elton John 55, Elton John 58, Chris Martin on the last Mr. Big. Let me make sure who asked about it. Did I pull one for Chris Martin earlier? Hold on a minute. I might have skipped somebody. We had 4 Mr. Bigs, and they were Vicky, Brian Riley, Chris Martin as well. And then Andrew Eisensmith. So whoever asked, I apologize. There was actually somebody before you. This is sold to Chris Martin for $29.99. And then Elton John 48. Then there's the Chet Atkins. Then Elton John 50. Then Elton John 54. It was Jared. Sorry, Jared. That one's already sold. Elton 55. Elton 58. We got a request for Porky. We got a request for Marvin Gaye. What's going on? What is the Lightning Slim album? High and Low Down, Lightning Slim. Badfinger is a 2 LP bootleg, $24.99. Rush 35, Rush 40, Elton 60, Tame Impala 60, Tame Impala 65. And then I got a bunch of Motorheads. And this is Overkill. 50th anniversary, classic studio album, Half Speed Master on blue and green. I accidentally ordered too many, $24.99. Catherine Lutz is out on Elton John. Catherine, maybe you can get the next one. I try to get these whenever I can. The high bids with Andy Wade at 60, one of my favorites, Holiday Inn. Razorface, awesome. $60 with Carla DeRoche, or excuse me, that is $60 of Andy Wade. Rush is at $42. Motorheads are just $24.99. Steeler, come hell or Hollywood, 2LP red vinyl, Ron Keel, that's $24.99. And this is Cannonball Adderley, something else, for $24.99 with Miles Davis and Hank Jones and Sam Jones and Art Blakey, one of my favorite jazz drummers, $24.99. And now we have Tame Impala is Near Mint Minus. It's nice. Vinyl and actually Vinyl's EX. Vinyl EX, probably a couple scuffs. A lot of these modern records, they're EX right out of the factory because they put them in those really bad inner sleeves. They got those nice glossy printed inner sleeves, but they're really bad for storing vinyl. So a lot of this new stuff, as soon as you open it, it's like EX. Just saying. Now, Cannonball Adderley is sold to Romelu for $24.99. Over here is Elizabeth Cotton, folk songs and instrumentals with guitar. That's $24.99. Calvin Keys, Sean Neat. That's a black jazz reissue. I don't know what those sell for, OG copies, but I know this. I haven't sold hardly anything OG on black jazz for less than $100 in about any condition. Some things sell for thousands on that label. Calvin Keys is $24.99. Scully Mack on Motorhead. That's sold to Scully Mack. Rush is at $45. And now let's sell the Elton John. And Elton John is sold to Andy Wade for $60. Levon. Amazing. Romelu C on Calvin Keys, a.k.a. the Black Jazz label. That's sold to him for $24.99. And we have Francois Hardy. Exactly. I'm not going to try to read all this again in French. I can barely speak English. $24.99. This is Jorge Ben, and that's $24.99. That was $38.99. And then Peter Criss picture disc, that was $24.99. So that's all that's left from the $24.99 segment. And guys and gals, I have my other copy up front. I ordered 3 of these when it came out. I have not sold one at all. We ordered 3. The other one's up front in the store racks, unless someone bought one during the store sale. The official Live Gentle Giant. One of the few things I've ordered and didn't sell a single copy of it. And I ordered 3. I figured one of my prog fans would want this. The original 77 Live album, reimagined, mixed, triple LP, nice with poster. I still got 3 copies, 2 here in the crate, $34.99 for a new triple LP. I'm not going to beg, though. All right, so Rush is at 46 and 48, and Tame Impala is at 90. All right, now here's what was left in those other crates that we showed. First, I'll show you $24.99 stuff, because I definitely see new people on. So here was what was left in the other $24.99 section. Starting right here, it's pronounced Francois. Thank you, Francois. 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 We have Mac DeMarco 2. Those are $24.99. American Football self-titled on blue vinyl. Those were $24.99. And 2 Galactic Cowboys, the horse that Bud bought, and Let's Go. That's on green and orange vinyl from Metal Blade Records. Those are $15 off, $24.99. And then from the crate after that, there was no $24.99 left. So here's some other straight price stuff. The other straight price stuff was this. Trivium, $10 off at $29.99. Cole Chaney, $10 off at $29.99. Except Balls to the Walls. Still got both of them, $29.99. And then the only Analog Productions left, The Doors, $49.99. Waiting for the Sun, 2LP, 45 RPM. Pussifer was, no, that was $24.99. Pussifer's $24.99. C is 4. And then U2 was $34.99. Octung Baby, $12 on that. Chris Reddings wants both Galactic Cowboys, $24.99, $24.99. Final call on Rush, $48. Tame Impala's at $100. Our next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. Let's pull from that same crate I got Elton. And the next one I have here is what? Let me find one that hadn't already sold. I got plenty we can do buy it now because I've already sold a bunch. We might have to do that later tonight since it's the end of the week. Might have to do a bunch of Japanese buy it nows. I'm sure y'all will like that. I don't know what to put up next. Here's one I don't recall. Is this a soundtrack? Yeah. This is a soundtrack to Party Noise. Party Noise. This has Elvis Costello, Sting, Bananarama, Altered Images, Madness, Bad Manners, Pauline Black, Sting, Mid-Urge, Near Mint Minus, Insert, $35 start. Rush is sold to Travis Woods for $48. Now we can do Porky's. Tame Impala's at $100. Hiram, it's up to you. Is my feed working? Test 1, 2. Let's go ahead and do Porky's. Porky's was also a Japanese pressing. Porky's is a 1982 Japanese pressing. An 82 Japanese original with insert and Obi. The original, that's a $35 start. Now Tame Impala's at $105. Did you grab one of the wrong records for Chris Reddings? I did. I grabbed a Trivium accidentally. Nice eyes, Ken Crooker. Thank you. And Trivium's still available. And then Ada Bernardi wants keys. That was the Calvin keys over here. Now that one's sold. Ada Bernardi got that for $24.99. And then Solarplex Studios wants a Dockin. There's one red vinyl Dockin left for $33.99 if anybody wants that. Now, Tame Impala's at $105. Party Noise is a $35 start, and Porky's is a $35 start. That's where we're at right now on those auctions. And Chad is swapping crates because I'm just showing what's left over. And I spoke too soon. There is more Analog Productions. There's Willie Nelson for $49.99, and I got one Nico for $29. Everything in here was on sale new vinyl. And that's what's left after going through 3 crates. I do have 3 other crates over here to purge right quick. And if you give me 1 second, I may add a few more things. I'm looking for April and March stickers. And I did have one right over here a second ago. What did I do with that one? Let's see. That's all June. This is all brand. Wow, we need to go through this crate, though. All kinds of great June stuff in here. And then it might be in here. Let's see. I'm looking for April. This is May stuff. May. That's all May. Here's April. Y'all are definitely going to want these. I've only got 2 of them. That's all May. Is that March or May? That's May. That's May. That's all May. All right. These are going to be $29. This is like a no-brainer. These are $29.99. These are from April 23rd. Extreme 2 Porno Graffiti. I'm pretty sure I've ordered more since then, but there's 2 random ones. And where was that other crate at? There was one more crate. I don't know what's happened to it because there was 3 right here earlier. I must have moved it over here. Extreme is $29.99. I don't know what I've done with it though. It's not there. Those are going in there now. I don't know. Maybe I already picked out of it and I thought I didn't. What is that? That's the leftover Paul stuff. I don't know now. Maybe not. Maybe not. That's tonight's newest stuff, or the stuff from the flip video. Then there was 2 John crates. There was 3 John crates. Now there's a crate and a half of John. A crate and a half of John. I guess that's it. Dun, 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 dun. Pow, pow. Dun, dun. Well, okay, I guess that is it. I'll probably find it later and be like, hey, here it is. All right. Final call, Rob Fortingham, 110 on Tame Impala. Porky's has the bids for 35 and then 40. Extreme's on sale, marked down to $29.99. One sold to Melissa Bailey. Corey, there's one left, $29.99. Chad's swapping out crates. Chad's bringing over new arrivals. Chad's bringing over another empty crate to fill up. Chad is about to put up new auctions. Chad is about to go up front, need a burrito right quick so I can have energy to do this sale and CDs later tonight, all up until 1:30 a.m. Chad's going to bring the rest of these auctions right up here. Chad has got a new empty crate. Chad is getting upset. And here's Extreme. All right. Is Master Puppets cover on the Trivium. Trivium, there's no track listing on it. No track listing on it. All right, so first is Rob Fortingham gets Tame Impala for 110. Party Noise is a no bid, a $35 buy it now. And Porky's is sold for $40 to Charlie Marks. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Husker Du, Flip Your Wig. Husker Du is a 1985 U.S. original. When you hold it to light, it's translucent brown. It has the inserts with it. It is going to go up for a $55 start. Husker Du. Let me first show you the vinyl. Laura says it's near mint minus from SST. How cool is that? It's on translucent brown vinyl. There's the really nice jacket, and it has inserts with it. Husker Du is a $55 start. That's up for bid. That's like our last record for higher than a $50 start tonight. So that's a good one. Let me put Party Noise in a sleeve. And here's kind of the agenda tonight. The agenda tonight is new arrivals after new arrivals. Is this the crate I was talking about? May? No, that's more May stuff. New arrivals and auctions until basically we're out of auctions and we're out of new arrivals. And then I told everybody around 11:30 we would start CDs. So what I'm going to do is we're going to have to, before we start CDs, we got to finish these auctions. And at least the advertised stuff. And then we're going to, whatever I decide I don't want to auction for Japanese, I'll do a quick sort and we'll do a big buy it now section, because I've got copy after copy of some stuff we've already sold for 35 and 45. And instead of trying to put it up, quote, for auction, we can just go ahead and straight sell them. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Marvin Gaye, What's Going On? So CD buyers, or for those that's getting sleepy on a Saturday night with me, I'm going to try to get through what we have left here. This is an important record. Marvin Gaye's What's Going On. It's a 1971 OG pressing. It is in VG Plus condition. It is a gatefold, and Marvin Gaye is a $35 start. What's happening, brother? Save the Children. $35 start on that. So that's up for bid. And that's up for bid. So those are up for bid. Husker Du, $55 start. Marvin Gaye, $35 start. That's all that's left with the on-sale new vinyl. You'll see that again posted in the morning. Part of our new vinyl flip. Our final call for vinyl will definitely be this right here. And a bunch of that's going to sell. So if you're on the fence, that's going to be posted in the morning as part of the flip video. And I think y'all know what happens then. It's going to get grabbed up. Let's see what John's got here first in this next crate. I know right off the bat there's a very desirable record in the front. I'm going to make it the very first record to kind of set the pace. I've been teasing a few records in here that I'm seeing from the front. Oh, wow, this has got some cool stuff in it. Yeah, y'all are going to like this one. The last three I did of his was pretty dang incredible. He's into some of these great new collections. They're really starting to peel back the layers. So here we go. New arrival sticker price. Marvin Gaye and Husker Du has bids. Chad's got that burrito on his brain. I got burrito brain right now. I'm very much looking forward to that in just a second. I got to go grab a few bites. But we'll probably be able to get through this crate first. These are new arrivals prices marked. Good Morning Vietnam soundtrack, near mint minus and shrink wrap. Good Morning Vietnam is $39.99. It almost went up for auction. We don't have time though. Quincy Jones Roots. Quincy Jones is in shrink wrap, $19.99. The Rocky Horror Show. This is the original cast, $29.99. The original Roxy cast. Selections from the girl groups. Amazing compilation here. Leader of the Pack, the Shangri-Las, the Vandellas is on here. Diana Ross, that is $19.99. And Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, Volume 13. The Everly Brothers, Dale Shannon, Dion, $14.99. That's in shrink, nice condition. So Marvin Gaye opened at $35 with Michael Nath, and then Husker Du's at $55, Husker Du $55, Husker Du $55. So it's William that bid $55, JK, and then James Allen. Then JK broke the tide at $57. Rob Fordham got Good Morning Vietnam. Michael Nath was second. Girl groups is So to Rob and Glenn. Only one bid on Marvin Gaye for $35 to Michael Nath. I'm about to sell it. What a great price. Next is Superstar Hits Sampled in Gold, Volume 1. It's a compilation. $9.99 from K-Tel. Where is Stacey Metternich? We got Blondie, we got Ambrosia, we got Devo, we got John Cougar, we got Aretha Franklin. K-Tel alert, my goodness. We got Seat Dream soundtrack, that's $19.99. New bid on Marvin Gaye for $36. The Strawberry Statement soundtrack. This is a reissue from MCA Classic Soundtracks. It has music from Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Crosby, Stills & Nash, Neil Young, Buffy Santamarie, and Thunderclap Newman. That's always been the craziest thing I've seen there. Music from Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Crosby, Stills & Nash, and then Neil Young. $19.99 on that. Over here, we got Dean Martin as Matt Helm, The Silencers. That's a soundtrack with Dean Martin music, $9.99. And Romeo and Juliet soundtrack, Franco Zeffirelli, original soundtrack, that is $14.99. So, quick update. Husker Du's now at $58. Now Marvin Gaye's at $40. And Susie wants the K-Tel. K-Tel alert. That is sold to Susie Breedlove. Next Japanese auction is going to go up right now. And that is going to be another, it's going to be, what am I going to pull here? It's an Obi-less Jimi Hendrix. But man, look at the colors. I think y'all know the U.S. pressings of these are always worn. I've never seen one with that HD of a picture, with that clarity and color. Jimi Hendrix smash hits. I don't have an Obi with it, but it is absolutely beautiful. Vinyl too, my goodness. Jimi Hendrix with the insert, lyric inserts included. Awesome. Japanese. Very nice. It's probably a 70s reissue. It is beautiful, though. Look at that. I've never even noticed him like... I thought it was just like this because the image is always so dark. I've never even noticed anything from the waist down there. $25 start on Jimi Hendrix. What a beautiful copy that is. Wow. Ken Crooker on Dean Martin. That's sold to Ken Crooker. And then... Josh Brown says he'll take a Trivium for $29.99. That was from the on-sale batch over here. And Josh, those are pretty sure those are on orange vinyl. I'm not for sure. They don't mark them, but I think they're orange vinyl. That's sold to you for $29.99. All right, Marvin Gaye's at $45, Husker Du $60. New arrivals here, 20 heavy hits. $9.99. Janis Joplin, Strawberry, Tommy James, Crimson and Clover, Strawberry Alarm Clock, Incense, Ohio Express, and Lemon Poppers, Sonny and Cher. That's $9.99. We have Rock, Rhythm, and Blues Comp. This is an interesting one here. $14.99. Elton John with Randy Travis, and then you got Rick James and Shaka Khan, and then you got Christine McVie and Michael McDonald. That's $14.99. Hendrix has a bid for $25. Stepping Out, Disco's Greatest Hits, Silver Connection, Andrea True Connection, Carl Douglas, $9.99. Stepping Out Disco Comp. We have Those Good Old Day Memories, original recordings of the greatest rock and roll hits. That's got some early stuff on it, like the Five Keys and Gene Vincent and Tommy Sands and Johnny Otis. That's $19.99. So Hendrix has two $25 bids. Jesse bid $25. Rob bid $25. Catherine's in on Marvin Gaye at $48. Michael Knives out. And Husker Du is OG, a final call to JK over on YouTube for $60. Next is 1964 comp. These are always really good. Classic rock, 64. Always great music, $24.99. This is Man for Man, the New Beats, the Searchers, the Kinks. So the Marquettes. Some of the earliest British Invasion stuff on here, but right pre-Beatles. So there's a lot of music is separated called pre-Beatles. And that was right around that time there, right when things started to change a little bit differently. 64. So it's got some of that earliest British Invasion, more some of the rock and pop hits. Do Wah Diddy, She's Not There, The Zombies. You Really Got Me, the Kinks. That's a pretty rocking song from the British Invasion. The Beach Boys is on here. That's $24.99. We got William Meadows on Disco. That's sold to William Meadows. And now Rob Scriver, you're out on Jimi Hendrix. Jesse bid 25 and then you bid 25. And Jesse's came in first. That means you're outbid. Now Rob's back in at 26. Yesterday's Gold. A lot of cool compilations in here. This is a triple LP, $24.99. This has everything on it. I'm seeing the Byrds, Mr. Tambourine Band, to Blood, Sweat, and Tears Spinning Wheel. And then I've got Marvin Gaye doing Pride and Joy and the Contours, Do You Love Me? And then it also has Mark Lindsay's Arizona. It also has the Yardbirds For Your Love. It also has the Battle of New Orleans with Johnny Horton. And it has the Spiral Staircase. So that's another great one there. Carla DeRoche wants 1964. And now we can sell Marvin Gaye. This is sold. MG is sold to Catherine Lutz. Excuse me, Catherine Lutz has that for $48. And that's sold to her. We got more auctions to put up. Hendrix is now Japanese pressing. Beautiful. Smash hits, no Obi. And then over here, we got Husker Du. This is called Flip Your Wig. And Husker Du was a final call, and it is sold. And Husker Du was sold to JK for $60. Thank you on that. Thank you for the bless yous. I felt it, but I couldn't get to the mute button fast enough. My hands were full of records. Also, just bid 62 on Husker Du. My goodness, I would have loved to taken that, but it's very late. That's already sold. And now Jimi Hendrix is still getting bids. Rob's out. Now it's at 30 with Jesse Rome. Thank you for letting me know you're out. Robin says, tell me the two before disco. Well, there's rock, rhythm, and blues that had Randy Travis, Elton John, Michael McDonald, etc. And then there's 20 heavy hits with Sonny and Cher and the Impressions and Lemon Poppers, and that was $9.99. This one was $14.99. The early rock and roll's $19.99, and Susie Breedlove got the triple gold. And that's sold to Susie for $24.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now to Traveling Wilburys. As many battles as we've had on this lately, I can't believe more people hadn't requested it. But here is another one. It's a 1988 U.S. Specialty Original, the legendary Traveling Wilburys. It does have the original inner sleeve with it. It's in VG Plus condition, a $35 start. Robin Glenn wants the 20 heavy hits. That's sold to Robin Glenn. Over here, we have Rock Fever. No, Rock Power Music, RPM, Fashions, RCA Special Products, $19.99. We have on here Chili Whack and Triumph. You also got Hall & Oates and Evelyn King, and this is $19.99. Next is Michael Rudolph was next on 20 heavy hits, and then we have Lonnie Jolly on RRB for $14.99. And Lonnie, that's sold to you for $14.99. Rock, Rhythm, and Blues. By the way, these are new arrivals. First time showing these. Great stuff in here. Now a Traveling Wilburys $35. And now a new bid on Hendrix. We're not done on Hendrix. Now it's at $35. And now it's at $33. And then we got Blackfoot for $14.99. This has a double. No, it doesn't. It has a clip. I thought this corner was clipped too. Just one corner clip. Blackfoot, $14.99. Probably is in a cutout bin. I don't hardly have not seen those not a cutout. I always thought it's a really cool cover, though. Next is Best of the Blues Brothers. Nice, $24.99. The Best of the Blues Brothers. Balanamunch, Balakamonch, Monch Tout, $19.99. Gold Stamp promo. And now Focus, Moving Waves, $19.99 for Focus. Jesse says he's out on Hendrix, and now we got two new bidders. And now Traveling Wilbury just has one bid for $35. And now our next Japanese auction is going to go up right now, and it is Deep Purple's Made in Europe. Deep Purple is near mint minus and pristine. Made in Europe. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. Deep Purple's a $35 start. Jethro Tull's Minstrel in the Gallery. That's $19.99. Oh, so you have Hendrix for $35 final call. The Eyes of the Beacon Street Union, $19.99. And we have Edward Bear. Edward Bear is $9.99. Edward Bear, orange capital label for Edward Bear. And Bebop Deluxe, Sunburst Finished. Excuse the nudity on that one. Bebop Deluxe is $14.99. And Jack Bruce Band and his musical extravaganza. That is $19.99. Jack Bruce Band and his musical Extravaganza. This is Laura Nero for $14.99. Also, the Soul of Blues Harmonica, Shaky Horton. That is $19.99. And Psychedelic Lollipop, Blues Magoos. Blues Magoos, original Mercury label, nice, $39.99. Over here, we have Jimi Hendrix, and that is sold to Oso Adventure for $35. That is sold to Oso Adventure for $35. And Traveling Wilburys, unbelievable. One bid, also $35, with, I think, Mark DeMarco. And this is Mark DeMarco at $35. And as soon as I said that, Jeff's Birdsong bid $41. Man, I wish you could have got that in sooner. He had that for the last 4 minutes. Some people must have a pretty bad lag. You might want to every once in a while refresh and test your lag. A lot of people comment 3 dots. If you ever see people like Greg Lee just did, Greg Lee commented 3 dots. If you comment 3 dots and hit send, and then you kind of keep track of the time, and then whatever time it appears here on the screen, that's how much your delay is. Or you can put test. And so some people have a 10-second delay, but some people may be on a bad server and need a refresh, and then all of a sudden they're 2.5 minutes behind and they don't even realize it. So always make sure, that's why you see people comment the dots. If you hit send and then count, and then whenever it appears here on Restream, not on your Facebook chat, on Restream, when you see it appear here on the screen, that's how long it's taken for it to hit my feed. That's how long it takes. You got to watch it appear here on Restream, though. Whenever you see it pop up, your name pop up there, that means you're connected. I'm getting your comments, and you know how long it's taken before it gets to me. Deep Purple is a buy now for $35, made in Europe. I'm going to go ahead and do that so we can put up some new auctions. That's why you see people do that all night, because some people realize, oh man, I've been watching for a half hour. I can see a lot of people do it like I was like, all right, we're about to do a half off bin, and all of a sudden I'll see people testing their lags. They're testing their lags because they want to make sure they're fast and they'll have a fighting chance at actually claiming something. Adam Bernardi on Deep Purple for $35. Thank you, Adam Bernardi. Let's go ahead and put up new auctions. I'm going to show 2 more records. Speaking of Blood, Sweat, and Tears, $19.99, You Make Me So Very Happy Spinning Wheel, Greatest Hits, and Blood Rock 2. Blood Rock is $19.99. Oso's out, and he's in a highly populated city. So he's probably sharing internet with about 20 billion people right now. Robert DeMarco, You Got Traveling Wilburys for $35. Yes. And now we have a 1985 U.S. Carrollton original. This is an OG Columbia Clubhouse copy with the original sleeve. That is a $25 start. NXS OG, a $25 start. And then over here we had David Bowie Steel. David Bowie Steel, the man who sold the world. And this is a 72 U.S. reissue. David Bowie, a 72 U.S. reissue. Now, this is a complicated release. It originally came out as The Man Who Sold the World. It was on Mercury, and there was a UK version. Then it was reissued, and then there's this version. It gets kind of complicated. I can't do all that history right now, but I can tell you this is a 72. If you want a true OG, it's a picture of him laying on a couch. It's over in the UK, and they sell for about $1,000. If you can get a nice one for $1,000, you've got a deal. So this one's a 72 press from the US, a $25 start. And Charlie Marks, I forgot about your Bebop Deluxe. Charlie Marks, all I had to say is it has nudity on it. And Charlie's like, I'll take it. And then next thing we have is Jackson Browne Running on Empty. Jackson Browne is $14.99. It was the summer of '69, and I was 17, and I called the road my own. Jackson Browne is $14.99. Thunderclap Newman, Hollywood Dream, that's $24.99. And Michael Nesmith and the First National Band, Nevada Fighter, $24.99. We got Michael Martin Murphy, Blue Sky Night Thunder, with the hit song Wildfire on it. That's $9.99. And Eddie Money, Nothing to Lose. Eddie Money's a gold stamp promo, quite a bit of cover damage. Gold stamp promo, nice vinyl, $14.99. Adam Bernardi on Jackson Browne. So right now, NXS is a $25 start, no bid. David Bowie, a $25 start, no bid. looking for bids. In 69, he was 21, something like that. And then we have Everything You Always to Know About the Godfather. I think this is almost like a comedy record. This is $14.99. Also, we have Bill Cosby, When I Was a Kid, $19.99 with the Fat Albert cover. Also, we have Jimi Hendrix song tracks from the film Jimi Hendrix. That's $34.99. Hall & Oates, Shrink and Hop. Hall & Oates is $19.99. Bowie 25, Michael Rudolph bid first. Dwayne and Greg Allman. Y'all hear me speak highly of this. It's pre-Allman Brothers recordings. Morning Dew is an awesome track. Oh my gosh, so good. God Rest His Soul about Martin Luther King Jr. Nobody Knows When You're Down and Out. Some bluesy stuff on here. The original demo of Melissa. I'll Change For You. Back Down Home With You. Well, I Know Too Well. That is $34.99. That's a good one. Bowie's at 25, Bowie 25. Mike Ospaw got Eddie Money. Susie passed on it. NXS 25. How much was The Godfather? Everything You Always Wanted to Know About The Godfather. Joe Lauer and the Crazy Gang. That is $14.99. Adam Bernardi on the Allman Brothers. Now David Bowie's at $28. Michael Rudolph got the Cosby record. Hey, hey, hey. That is sold to Michael Rudolph. And we have Jethro Tull Stand Up. $29.99. $29.99 with the pop-up cover. With the pop-up cover. That is Jethro Tull Stand Up. Great stuff there. Michael Nass said he will take The Godfather. That is sold to him. And I think that's like a comedy type of deal. And then Fresh Air 3, $14.99. Charlie says, I collect a lot, Chad, and nudity is one. I know. I've sold enough to you. I had our local man, Mr. Wayne. Ironically, his last name was Titsworth, and he passed away a few years ago, or I guess now a couple years ago, a year ago, 2 years ago. But ironically, his last name was legitimately, when I first saw it on the feed one night, I thought it was a fake name, but his last name was Titsworth, and he collected nude covers. And he had a whole wall in his music room with all those uncensored nude covers. He had about, I bet, 40 or 50 of them. His last name was Titsworth, and in his music room, he had all those nude covers you could think of. Blind Faith, Roxy Music, Bebop Deluxe, all those Ohio Players albums. He had a whole wall. Y'all remember, he bought stuff from me for years. And I used to sell him. I would show something, he'd be like, let me see that again. And I'd show it, it'd be something nude, and he'd say, I'll take it. The Allman Brothers is a putback, so let's give that to Tom Sullivan instead of Adam Bernardi. Adam Bernardi, that is sold to, that was sold to Adam Bernardi, so let's change this to Tom Sullivan. Let's change that to Tom Sullivan, okay? Now, here's where we're at. David Bowie. David Bowie's at 25 with Michael Rudolph. Then Tom Sullivan bid 25. Then Tom Sullivan bid 28, and Michael Rudolph went out. And in excess, the last bid on that was Wayne Davis at 25, and he was the only bidder. So Wayne, that sold to you for $25. And he was a Coven fan too, yeah. And I was able to buy his collection. His wife called me, and man, that was a tough funeral to go to. I mean, and when I walked in, I got introduced as, she was walking me around, introducing me to his family, because he spent so much time watching these shows, and everybody knew how big of a fan he was of Coletco and watching this show and of me. And that was a tough thing to go to. Everybody was like, wow, so you're Coletco, you're the Chad Wayne talks about 24/7. I was like, that's me. That's me. This is our last tagged auction, and then we have nothing but Japanese, but I'm about to do a Japanese sort, and this is Shame, Songs of Praise. Shame is a 2018 UK original. It is a post-punk album. It was a rough trade exclusive, limited to 700 on pink vinyl. It has a 2018 calendar. You cannot use that again until 2029. And this is going to go up for a $30 start. $30 start on that. And now this Bowie is sold for $28 to Tom Sullivan. That's sold on that. All right, there's that. And now Shame is a $30 start. This was a new arrivals bin. I'm just going to read what's left in here one more time. And let's try to do some Japanese buy it nows right quick. And it's almost burrito time. It's past my burrito time. Next thing is Quincy Jones Roots. We have the Rocky Horror Show, Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, the Sweet Dreams soundtrack, the Strawberry Statement soundtrack, Romeo and Juliet, Those Good Old Memories, and Rock Power Music. We have Blackfoot. We have The Best of Blues. We have However That's Pronounced. We have Focus Moving Waves, Jethro Tull, The Eyes of the Beacon Street Union, Edward Bear, Jack Bruce and Band, Laura Nero. We have The Souls of Blue Harmonica, Psychedelic Lollipop, Blues Magoos. We got Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Blood Rock 2, Thunderclap Newman, Michael Nesmith, Michael Martin Murphy, Jimi Hendrix, Hall & Oates, Jethro Tull, and Fresh Air. All right, so what I'm going to do is, let me see what I want to auction in here. All right, these are definitely auction worthy. That's going to be a buy it now. I will go ahead and make that a buy it now. That's an auction worthy. I'll make that a buy it now. Buy it now, 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 buy it now. We'd already sold one of those. We need to auction that. Buy it now. Auction that. Boom, 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 boom. All right, these are all $35 buy it nows. Okay? $35 buy it now. Final call on Shame, Songs of the Praise. Shame is 2018, pink vinyl, $30 start on that. Here's what hadn't sold tonight. Party Noise soundtrack. Party Noise soundtrack for $35. Duran Duran Arena, $35. Wings Wildlife, $35. And Elton John, Don't Shoot Me, I'm Only a Piano Player, $35. Now, while we're doing some buy it nows, I'm going to put up some other stuff. Let me make sure I got everything in here I want to make a buy it now. Some of these have Obies, some of them don't. They're still very fair for a Japanese pressing. I mean, great titles, so they're in great condition. And Elton John is sold to Michael Nath for $35. Thomas Hujar got Wings for $35. So that leaves these two no bids. And that now includes Shane, unless somebody grabs it for the buy it now price. $30 buy it now on that. So I think all the advertised stuff tonight's gone. That was the last one. Let me do one more flip. That's it. All right, now I'm going to start the buy it nows. Let me put them in the back of the crate with 3 from last night. And we still have time to do this and maybe one more new arrival John crate. We'll see. We'll just see. We'll see. I don't like making too many promises on a Saturday night. Who wants to lock yourself down to a bunch of scheduling on a Saturday night? We're about to get loose as a goose. And that was all the on-sale new vinyl. We have shown everything and pretty much sold it. Oh, it's right here next to me. The crate I was looking for earlier is right here. Here we go. Here's some stuff on sale. All right, so first thing, let me pull all the April stuff out of here. Dead Can Dance. That is their self-titled album. Dead Can Dance, $24.99. Willie Nelson, his 131st album, Oh What a Beautiful World. Willie Nelson, $24.99. These are also $24.99. This is Prince Lasha Quintet featuring Sonny Simmons. This is All Analog by Bernie Grumman, pressed at QRP. Those are $24.99. We have The Last Nico. This one's called Heroin, limited to 100 on green splatter, numbered. That's $24.99. The Music Roots of the Rolling Stones. That's $24.99. And then I have, for $24.99, I also have Metallica Kill 'Em All. Let's go ahead and do that for $24.99. And I have two $29.99ers. And that's Testament, Souls of Black, and The Highwayman. The Highwayman, Waylon, Willie, Johnny, and Chris. So, and Testament. Those are $29.99. And I'm pretty sure somebody was back up on a Testament earlier, and I told them I didn't have any more because I didn't think I did. And let me make sure that's all the Aprils. I knew that. I was like, y'all probably remember hearing me earlier. I was like, somewhere around here is a few more April titles that was in the front of a bin that I pushed up. And yeah, that's it. All right, so First thing over here is Ken Crooker on Dead Can Dance. That's $24.99. Adam Bernardi on The Cry, and that was Prince Lasha Quintet for $24.99. Michael Nath on The Musical Roots of the Rolling Stones. That's $24.99. Michael Hamburger on Metallica for $24.99. And we have Prince Lasha Quintet, $24.99. Willie Nelson's $24.99. Testament, $29. And Highwayman, $29. And Nico's, $24. That's more added new vinyl. All discounted. And I'm pretty sure Natasha, I don't know if she's still watching, I think she wanted a Testament. So if nobody claims them now, I probably need to make sure that's what she wanted. Anyone else pass out watching Coletco and have weird dreams about buying vinyl? And then Susie Breedlove on Willie Nelson for $24.99. We got Catherine Lutz on Highwayman for $29.99. That's sold to Catherine Lutz. Nice. So now there's just those three. And I can promise you, unless I do something crazy and mark down some early May stuff, May 9th and May 7th. Unless I mark down some of that, that's all the April stuff. It's now just in one crate over here. Man, talk about dreams. Golly. I think it's where my brain stays hyperactive at night. Oh my gosh. I think it's just where I'm so enveloped in a digital world when I go to sleep. It's like, I don't know. My brain never stops even when I'm sleeping. Okay. So I guess maybe I'm not the only one. Maybe it must be something has to do with music and vinyl. Everything in this crate is a $35 buy it now. Before I do that, I'm going to put up the auction-worthy stuff, which is going to start at $35, and hopefully they go up from there. And what better way to start than the Beatles 62 to 66? This is a $35 start. It's a double LP. It is a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has this book with it. It has this book with it, and it has the poster. This one's complete with the poster. It has 2 inner sleeves, and it is a $35 start. There is some of the humidity spots on the inside of the jacket, the front and back, and that's a $35 start. 38 energy drinks. Yeah, probably so. Yeah, I try to go to sleep. One reason I don't sleep too well is actively dreaming. It's like I don't feel like I never go to sleep. Beatles is a $35 start. We have Creedence Clearwater Revival Gold, $35 buy it now. Near mint minus and pristine. Everything in here is really nice. Creedence Gold is $35. Blondie Auto American. Blondie is $35. And Wham, fantastic. In shrink, this has the Wham book with it. That's also a $35 buy it now. First, that hadn't been shown. Those were shown last night, late for starting bids. These have not been shown. How about Creedence Clearwater Revival Live in Europe? Some of these I'm going to go ahead and put in new sleeves. CCR Live in Europe. And that way I can show you what's the contents of some of them. So this is a 1 LP. This is a 2 LP. It also includes a book and a gatefold. And that's CCR. And that's called Europe. And I think Michael's first. I think he wants the gold compilation, though. Right, Michael? I think you're talking about the gold compilation. But if you want that one as well, let me know. CCR Europe. I think he wanted this one here. That's sold to Michael Nath for $35. Next is Obi-less, but it's T-Rex Greatest Hits. T-Rex Greatest Hits. Very nice. T-Rex, $35 start on that. T-Rex Greatest Hits, a Japanese press, no Obi. This is stuff that typically would have been put up for auction. Almost all of them at $35 starts. I'm going to go ahead and straight sell them because one of the few times this week we've ran out of time. If they don't sell now, I'll try them again next week. Same thing, and they'll probably sell unless somebody claims them right now. Michael says he'll take the other CCR. Next in the $35 buy it now, we had an Obi one. We had one with Obi earlier for $45. Here's Magical Mystery Tour. $35. Step right this way. Strawberry Fields Forever. There is the gatefold, and it has the book inside, and that's a $35 buy it now on Magical Mystery Tour. Step right this way. The Full on the Hill. Corey, you were second on CCR Live. Don't forget back there in the back, we have up for bid an epic 62 to 66 compilation complete with inner sleeves, both books, and the poster. and the poster. Next in here is an Obi-less Madman Across the Water. We just sold one earlier with Obi. There was quite a bidding war after I hyped it. Here's another one, Madman Across the Water. It has the book and everything just like the other one. This is going to go up for a $35 buy now. That is Madman Across the Water. Just this time, about half the price because it doesn't have the Obi. You can pick it up right now for $35. Levon, Tiny Dancer. Great titles in here for $35. $35 buy it now. I'm going to go ahead and put that right there. I'm going to put the disc behind the jacket. Catherine says she'll take it. She says, I'll take one without the Obi. She was the backup bidder on the last one. How about another Jimi Hendrix? This one's the Cry of Love. Once again, very nice of insert. Very clean and very nice. So let's go ahead and put him in a new sleeve. And Mr. Jimmy is going to be a $35 buy now. This is a Japanese pressing. $35 for Jimi Hendrix. Now, we have the Beatles, 62 to 66. Unbelievably, it's going to go here in the crate, and it can be bought for a $35 buy now. That should be like $45, $55, $65, $75, especially complete with the posters and the book. But it's going to go right in here with the other stuff at $35. Unbelievable. I pulled a few out because I feel like they're definitely worthy of more. So if they're not getting bids, then I feel like for sure they are a great deal. And Roger Ramjet says, I'll take it. That's so to him. Glad to see you back on, Roger Ramjet. MT Mac gets a Jimi Hendrix. That's so to him. Catherine next on the Beatles, then Lonnie Jolly. But guess what? But wait, there's more. We've already sold one of these tonight. Here's another one. Same starting bid as the last one. It's the Beatles, Hey Jude. $45 start. U.S. Flag Series number 25. The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. It has the lyric insert with it. There's Hey Jude. Next is a $35 buy now. A collection of Beatles oldies. Apple Press with Obi. A collection of Beatles oldies. Another, I told you there was a plethora of Beatles stuff tonight. And guess what? Here is another one. A collection of Beatles oldies. And this is the next buy now for that, $35. Pretty solid compilation. Don't forget, we got Magical Mystery Tour in there if you don't have that one already. The next buy now is Duran Duran Arena. I've already got one over here in the no-bid pile already. Now we've got two of them. Duran Duran Arena, near mint minus with insert. This can be bought for a $35 buy now. Arena. Very, very nice. There it is. Think long and you'll think wrong. Final call to get a bid on the Beatles. I'm going to go ahead and put the other Duran Duran Arena in there as well. Now we got two of them. Don't forget, we still got Party Noise and Shame. Next over here is John Lennon Shay Fish. I think you see me sell these quite often. It's essentially a John Lennon compilation. And John Lennon is going to go up for a $35 buy now. $35 buy now. I've also got to check all these and make sure there's no more autographed inserts, like with that Hall & Oates we had the other night. That was wild. Someone said, David said, can you put up the Hall & Oates? And I was like, yeah. And then I pulled an insert out and it was autographed. For those that didn't see it, I'll show it to you. It's right here. It's just like the Cheap Trick we found that night. So some of these I might not check too thoroughly. If you get an autographed insert, consider it a bonus. I honestly hope there's no more, but that was down in a Hall & Oates record. And then a couple months ago, that was down in a Cheap Trick record. And yes, it's actually signed and legit, and so is that. How crazy is that? That's just stuck down in Japanese pressings. Unbelievable. Next thing we have is Duran Duran. This one's called Carnival, and this one is like a 5-track type deal with Rio, and that's a $35 buy now. Carnival. Now, somebody might not have that one. That one hadn't came through in a while. I thought about auctioning earlier, but there it is. Now, Lonnie Jolly, Hey Jude is a $45 start. Technically, it's still up for bid, so if you want to place a bid, just let me know. And David Johnson got ripped on the autograph I did. I was like, yeah, that's not part of it. Well, that's vetoed. Don't forget, I do have veto power here. I do have veto power. And then, do those Japanese price albums have Japanese price tags? No, these sleeves. No, this is list from where they have all the information. It's all in Japanese. It's where they've graded them and sorted them and stuff like that. They've kind of graded them, and it's kind of like their identification tags. It's all their grades and stuff like that. So, you know, we try to typically just get stuff that's just absolutely near mint. Another CCR. Now, they're pretty conservative with their grading. They're like VG++ and EX. You know, that to me, that's like, it's beautiful. If they have stuff that they say that's near mint, it literally looks like it's like unbelievable. So I mean, it's pretty amazing. So CCR is a $35 buy now. That's available. Now, what happened in here? The last thing was Andy Wade got the John Lennon Shea Fish comp for $35, and now Michael Nath got CCR for $35, and now the Beatles is got a bid with Lonnie. We're about to drop it, and then we have London Town, Paul McCartney, $35 on Paul McCartney and Wings, $35. This is $35. I would. Yeah, I'm kind of just discarding them over here because I don't like those. We try to keep all of our sleeves uniform and everything. So there's sometimes I love putting everything in the same uniform sleeves. But yes, as long as I can find one that matched over here. $35 on London Town. Wings with Obi over here. Yeah, definitely got to check this for an autographed insert. I don't think Paul was signing stuff, though, and putting in albums. Now, if we did, that would be the find of a century. If there was some kind of clipping or insert like that with Paul's signature on it, holy moly, that'd be insane. But I don't think he ever did anything like that. I could see Cheap Trick doing it. Cheap Trick has signed a lot of autographs, and I could see Hall & Oates doing it for fans, but I don't think Paul was sitting around signing inserts to put in Japanese pressings. However, he did make that custom poster that says, thanks to my Japanese fans, so who never knows. And over here, we have this. Uh-oh, this one has an Obi. Oh, this one does have an Obi. You know what? I've been skipping over this one in the bin because I didn't think it had an Obi. We got Carlos Santana and Buddy Miles live. Carlos Santana and Buddy Miles live. There it is with Obi cap. And that's a $35 buy now, and insert, and other inserts. I thought I've been ignoring this from auction because I didn't think it had the Obi with it, but it does, in fact. Santana and Buddy Miles. That's still a $35 buy now. That would have made a great auction. Now Lonnie's out. Hey Jude, we sold one earlier for $45, and now it's at $46 with Adam Bernardi, and we're about to sell it. Let's put this in here. Oh, man, some of these in Japan, they sold millions of copies. And, see, they have no problem selling vinyl over there either. You know, I've reached out to them about, like, Metallicas and Iron Maidens, and they're like, they've basically said, we have no, you know, they're like asking me, hey, do you have any Iron Maidens? Do you have any Metallicas, like U.S. pressings? You know, Japanese collectors are wanting the same thing all of y'all are wanting. So, there is stuff over there that's in great quantities, like Billy Joel and the Duran Durans. And for over here, though, it's high. It is incredible high quality stuff. And so everybody over here wants it. It's some of it's really, it's just like over here, if we just had a normal Billy Joel album in the crate, a U.S. press, there's millions of them over here, just like over there. But the Japanese stuff to us, it's like, wow, it's Japanese. But also, they're like, hey, do you have any mint Billy Joel records? We need them for our Japanese customers. And so it's like flip-flop. We want Japanese stuff. They want U.S. stuff. The U.K. people want U.S. stuff. The U.S. people want the U.K. stuff. Next thing we have is Hey Jude was at $46. Catherine is next on CCR. And then Corey Ross, we got 2 copies of Arena. They're beautiful. Everything in here is $35. Michael Nath was first to Santana, then David Johnson, then Adam Bernardi, then Roger Ramjet, and now the Beatles has a new bid for $48. And then over here, we got Rubber Soul. No Obi, $35 on Rubber Soul. This is an Apple press, of course, a vinyl, near mint minus. Vinyl's near mint minus with inserts, a little bit of discoloration. So VG Plus jacket, nice, $35 on that. Billy Joel, or excuse me, I got Billy Joel in my mind, $35. By the way, they are repressing Billy Joel's Greatest Hits. It's up for pre-order in the group. I think I've ordered 75 copies, so that's up for bid. And Rubber Soul, one of the best albums. Well, y'all know how I feel about this stuff. That's sold to Michael Hamburger at $35. Corey Ross on Arena. Let's give him this one right here. And now you have been outbid Adam Bernardi on Hey Jude. Christopher Dean bid $48 over on YouTube. Next thing we have is Wings. Back to the Egg. Lots of Paul McCartney over there. You got to think this stuff was just like million sellers. Millions and millions here. And there is this, and there's the inner sleeve. Nice. This has the song Getting Closer. I like the song Arrow Through Me. And this is Paul McCartney. And this is a 35. What a beautiful copy, though. Beautiful copy there. 35 on that. Now we'll go ahead and sell this to Christopher Dean for $48. And that is Hey Jude. That's all the B-side and non-album tracks from the Beatles, at least most of them. If you want the complete collection, I can order you a Past Masters. The Past Masters, I can have it here next week. That's essentially the expanded Hey Jude. It's all the stuff, B-side, non-album singles. There's that. Now, over here, we got, this is sold to Adam Bernardi for $35. Also, what you got to think, if you've ever watched the Beatles documentary when they were making Let It Be, when they were making Let It Be, they wrote, you know, some killer songs and they put them out as singles that they didn't include on that album or Abbey Road. They were non-album singles like Don't Let Me Down, you know, and stuff like that. All those are not on any of their albums, which is insane. And like Hey Jude and Revolution and Rain and Paperback Writer, none of those are on studio albums. Adam Bernardi on Back to the Egg. Chad, I was reading on the signature, and supposedly a few artists did sign those inserts with the run of the pressing, almost like a stamp of approval. Direct depending on how many use they said, so it could be 1,000, 1,500. Wow. Well, you know, that's pretty amazing. And, you know, when I get these, there's no mention of them, so I guess they don't really care about them when they're shipping these, so they're kind of like bonuses for me. Here is Plastic Ono Band. This is John Lennon Plastic Ono Band. That is very nice vinyl, as you expect. There's the inner sleeve. There's that, and there's that. The Obi has some discoloration, and that is a $35 buy now. Souls of Black. It is still available. Natasha, I think, was a backup earlier, but I don't really remember, and it is $29.99. Yes, let's get this, and so did David Johnson. Very nice. We're selling a lot of vinyl right now. And guess what? There's more where this came from. And I have another auction to throw up. And I think y'all know who that's going to be. You can probably bet Beatles, John Lennon, or Paul McCartney. And it's John Lennon. And this is his classic album, Imagine. I always try to auction this one. This is a weird one. And a lot of these Japanese pressings, it just can depend. I've sold them for $35. I've sold this exact same album for $105. It has the insert. It has the original inner sleeve. It's a beautiful copy, though. Imagine you buying this record. That's a $35 start. John Lennon. And the last one in this crate is Elvis. That's the way it is. The cover and Obi are check condition. It's got some damage, and the cover has a little bit of wear, but the vinyl is nice. And Mr. Elvis is a $35 on that. Testament, Souls of Black. If anybody, Chad, the Testament was for me, not David Johnson. I don't know what I just said. David Johnson got John Lennon for $35. Adam Bernardi's next. Chris Reddings gets Testament, Souls of Black for $29.99. Take advantage. There's that. What's Japanese I have left? We have a whole crate of buy it now surprises that I'm about to do next. And we have a few that I have pulled for auction. John's the next one. There's just a few more that's going to be put up for auction. And if they don't get bids, they're going to be a buy it now right back in this crate. Here is what's left in this first batch. Everything in here is $35. They're all buy it now prices. Most of these would have went up for auction for $35 starts. We got Elvis, Wings London Town. We got Duran Duran Carnival, Duran Duran Arena, a collection of Beatles oldies, Magical Mystery Tour, no Obi, T-Rex Greatest Hits, Wham Fantastic, Shrink, Book, Obi, and Blondie Auto American. Those last two, I'm really surprised it's there. Now, guess what? I've got more. And I hope y'all are ready for it, because it's actually a lot more. And I'm going to show them because we're selling the heck out of them. And let me sort and see what I want to put up for a buy now. There's that. And then I'm going to pull some that we're going to try for auction. But a lot of these we've already shown and probably at least already sold a copy at least once this week. They're probably going to bring around $35. So let's just make them buy now. Gosh, I got a bunch in here. Who is this? I don't recall this one. I've never had that, but I'm still going to make it a buy now. And then that. Let me sort some of these duplicates together. There's that. Okay, that's Obi-less, so I'll leave it in there. I'm going to put that one with that one. There's that. Wow. This is amazing. We got two of those back to back. There's two of those. There's some of these we're going to have two copies of, pretty much like back to back. This is pretty amazing, honestly. And then those are Nobies, so we'll wait on those. Okay, hope y'all ready. This is probably going to be one of the last hurrahs of vinyl tonight. One, maybe before we get into CDs. We have been live for 6 hours and 3 minutes. There's 2 hours left tonight. We at least got to dedicate an hour to CDs, maybe an hour and a half. And somebody asked, could I read through the on sale vinyl one more time? I will. Everything that's left. So the next thing was Josh Brown said, I know my food's cold. I'm just going to have to eat after. At this point, my hunger's gone away. I'm just going to eat after. I'm going to take it home and eat it and watch the Warriors. Mike Johnston got Blondie for 35. Jeremy Dalton got Wham for 35. And then Regina got Elvis for 35. Jeremy got both Duran Durans for 35. And now we are good to go. So that's all that's left. And that's this and this and this and this. Wow. And let's go ahead and make John Lennon a buy it now. I'm going to try these because I feel like they should be selling for more based on what I know I've sold them for in the past, but no luck here. My hunger is surpassed. I might go grab a snack before we start CDs or something, and I'll just eat my delicious Mexican food later tonight. I've either got to watch The Warriors or Lord of the Rings. I've been wanting to start. I've never watched Lord of the Rings, and I'm pretty obsessive over this big stuff. Like when I've started watching it, Tanner's like, dude, if you watch The Lord of the Rings, you'll be buying pinball machines, movie posters, autographs. He said, you just wait. He said, if you sit down and start watching Lord of the Rings, he's like, you're going to be. And I've read The Hobbit, but man, those early Tolkien books or just reading the book, that stuff's tough to read. That's very difficult. Adam Bernardi on John Lennon. He was first, then William, then Margaret. We are doing CDs. I just said that. I said we got to at least go through this crate of Japanese stuff. There's 2 hours left in the feed. I will at least give 1 hour to CDs. I am serious. I have read The Hobbit, and I remember, well, let me take that back. I was trying to read, I think, The Lord of the Rings in I was pretty young. It was like 6th grade. I remember starting it, and it was just like really, to me, it looked amazing, but I never did, and I hadn't touched it since then. I have never watched those. So, I know, I'm so far behind. I am so far behind. I am so far behind. All right, are y'all ready for more? This is pretty amazing. We might end up selling 2 whole crates. 2 whole crates of Japanese vinyl almost. But Tanner's also got me a warning. He knows how, like, I watch Dune, and then I'll go and watch the new one. Next thing, I'm buying movie posters. I'm buying autographs. I'm buying books. I'm buying the original paperbacks. I'm looking for original Dune stuff. It's just like that. And then he's like, if you watch The Lord of the Rings, just like Harry Potter, I watch Harry Potter, I'm buying autographs. I'm buying signed Funkos. I'm buying movie posters. I'm buying original Lego toys. It's just like, I get all of a sudden crazy about collecting stuff that I like. And it's just like, oh my gosh. He said, if you watch Lord of the Rings, he said, you might as well go ahead and set $5,000, $10,000 aside. You're going to be buying posters and autographs. So there's that. First chapter. I think I was trying to read Lord of the Rings in like the 6th grade. And it was just like, man, it was pretty difficult. And I was just like, it was just confusing. I remember that much. It was just pretty high level from just based when it was written, et cetera, et cetera. But I have read The Hobbit, but that was later. That was like high school. That's when whenever they put out the Hobbit movie, whatever year that was, that's when I read the book. Because I remember going to Walmart and there was all this Hobbit stuff, books and stuff. And I bought up a bunch of stuff and just for the collectible purpose. All right. Watch the expanded editions. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Never watched Excalibur. Nope. First buy it now. New Bond game announced. I know. That's something else. I'll be buying those and posters and all kinds of crazy stuff I don't need. We have Live Cream Volume 2 with Obi. Live Cream. This one has an Obi It just needs to be put back on the cover. Here's the first $35 buy it now. Most of these, y'all are watching like a late night deal because most of these would have been put up for a $35 start where they no doubt would have sold or got multiple bids. Okay? Live cream, $35 start. I may have to watch The Lord of the Rings before I watch The Warriors. I apologize, everybody, but we'll get it done. And then I got to read the books. I promise I can read them now. My sixth grade self was probably just as smart as I am now, but I understand a lot more. Next is Elvis. That's the way it is. That's a different one from what we had earlier, and we have two of them. Elvis is a $35. $35, that's the way it is. We're doing Japanese buy it nows. We're going to go through this. Somebody said, could we do a half off crate? Very possible. I got to get through these first. I got to sleeve them too as I'm showing them so I can check for contents and show if it has a poster or an autographed insert with it. Here's another Elvis. There's another one. That's the way it is. Where's Regina at when I need her? Regina, these are beautiful Japanese pressings. There's Live Cream. Live Cream Volume 2 is better than Live Cream Volume 1. Live Cream Volume 2, the first record of the band, that has Sunshine of Your Love and Deserted Cities. Very, very nice. 35 on Elvis and Elvis. And Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. 35. Do y'all realize what a set of Lord of the Rings books sells for? Original printing, signed by Tolkien. I think it's about $100,000. I think an original printing set, first printing of Lord of the Rings, the original trilogy, signed by Tolkien. That guy out in, whoever has that really cool TikTok account out west, he's like in Arizona or something. He has a set, and and I've seen him sell at auction. They're like $100,000. An original printing of Lord of the Rings, signed by Tolkien. Incredible stuff. Masterpieces. Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. The Best of the Doobies, Volume 2. The Best of the Doobies, Volume 2. 35 on that. Is that the one I got? No, that's a different one. That is a different one. You can buy these now or sometime next week. You're going to see them be put up for a $35 start anyways. And they're going to be sold or they're going to get multiple bids. Doobie Brothers Volume 2. Here is an Obi-less Hey Jude. The same thing we've been selling, just no Obi. 35. 35. Original print of Lord of the Rings not signed. Well, still, Patty, that's some very expensive stuff. Wow. I still think that's way up there. That should be like huge money, I'm pretty sure. Adam Bernardi on HJ, and that was for Hey Jude. And that's so to Adam, then Lonnie. Christopher Dean says he'll take Simon & Garfunkel, and Terry Gearhart takes the cream. Nice. Now the only thing left is Elvis and Doobie Brothers Volume 2, which has some great tracks on it. The next $35 buy it now is, there he is, Billy Joel's 52nd Street, one of his more commercially popular albums there. Very popular. $35 buy it now. Lord of the Rings chess set. I had one of those. I had something that was like 3D one time. I bought at an estate sale and sold on eBay. I had one of those. Patty, we need to look at those books. You making cash out. I'd like to see those. Billy Joel is sold to Lonnie Jolly. Anybody have a first Wizard of Oz? Oh my gosh, those are extremely valuable now. Eric Clapton Backless, a $35 buy it now. The Modern Prometheus. Oh my gosh, those sell for $250,000. Frankenstein. Eric Clapton Backless, $35. Wham! Make it big. Wake me up before you go. George Michael, Shrink. I had something that's like a 3D, it was like one of those, you know, it was like a chessboard, and then something came up and it was another chessboard. Wham! Is sold to Lonnie Jolly. Thank you on that. Clapton Backless, Promises, Doobie Brothers. Did Regina say yes on Elvis? She hadn't said yes for sure. She may not want it. How about the Beatles? I think it's Hamburg, right? the Beatles tapes from the David Wigg interviews. The Beatles tapes from the David Wiggs interviews. 2 LP. Christopher Dean on Clapton. The name of the Elvis is That's the Way It Is. A Japanese press with Obi. Regina, no doubt, you have a copy of that, but I don't know if you have a Japanese copy. Star Trek. You know what? That might have been it, Michael Nath. That might have been it. It might have been a Star Trek 3D kind of deal. Is that something that was like on the show? I don't know if y'all know what I was talking about. This is something, too, in here that I would normally auction because I've never had. The Boomtown Rats. Never had that one, to my knowledge, at least on Japanese Obi. $35 buy now on Boomtown Rats. We got 1 hour and 45 minutes left in the feed. We'll have time to finish this, probably do 1 crate of half off. And we also have CDs to do, which I hope everybody's staying up late Saturday night with us to do that. We got Paul McCartney, Pipes of Peace. Paul McCartney, Pipes of Peace. Boomtown Rats, Paul McCartney. Regina Wants to Elvis. Map of Middle Earth. Wow. I had a super deluxe Scrabble set I sold a couple years ago to a customer for like $500. It's like a super duper gold Scrabble board game. Regina says she'll take an Elvis. Great. Ginger Lynch on the Beatles tapes. Great. These are all $35 buy it nows. I can't believe we had this much Japanese come in this week. Amazing. Normally we have it a couple nights and it's gone, right? This week I've had so much I hadn't been able to get to it all. John Lennon, Double Fantasy. People say I'm crazy doing what I'm doing. Double Fantasy, $35 buy it now. Beautiful Boy. John Lennon, Paul McCartney, back to back there. Still got Boomtown Rats. Here's something else I said I've never had. Focus at the Rainbow. Focus at the Rainbow. The band Focus at the Rainbow. $35 buy it now on that. I don't think I've ever offered that one before. My crate's almost full over here, and then we need to start a new one. Double Fantasy, sold to Adam Bernardi. Beautiful stuff here. David's definitely staying up late for this. These are always auctioned. Alcatraz with Yngwie Malmsteen, No Parole from Lock and Roll. Live sentence. Nice. Alcatraz. It could have a poster. Let's make sure it's not autographed. It does have a poster. I know it's not autographed, but this is really cool. It's got the poster with it. Ah, yes. Very nice. Look at that. Where's that guitar at? That's worth a few dollars. Probably he still has it. Very nice. Getting into some 80s metal in here. Robert DeMarco, and I'm going to make that the last record in here. And wow, that crate looks cool. It's full of all this colorful Japanese obies. You line all these things up, they look really colorful. All these obies. All right, that was the 6th crate. Let's start filling up the 7th, which is going to be the majority of this. And then I think we can squeeze in a half-off vintage blowout crate and recap new vinyl then CDs. And that'll probably give us more than an hour for CDs as promised. The Beach Boys. This is a great 2 LP compilation. Great track listing on this one. Beach Boys. It's just called The Beach Boys. All kinds of music. We come on the Sloop John B. My Grandfather and Me. There it is. I want to go home. This is the worst trip I've ever been on. I found this page about 5 weeks ago. My Coleco boxes keep getting bigger and bigger. We need that trend to continue. Cool and the Gang as one. Cool and the Gang as one. It's taking me a while just to get all these sleeved over here, but I need to. Looks like there's some cover wear, but I don't think I get that one too often. I don't recall putting up too many Cool in the Gangs. Great Beach Boys compilation there. Jay Giles Freeze Frame, also with the hit song Centerfold on it. Beautiful with Obi. For those that are watching that don't really know what's going on here, Japanese pressings are a higher quality. So Japanese pressings are just better vinyl, they're better jackets, better inking, better colors. Overall, just a really nice package. You get definitely a premium from any U.S. upgrade. We got Cool in the Gang sold to Terry Gearhart, Adam Bernardi on FF, and FF was for Freeze Frame. William Meadows, you were second on that one. Here is Paul McCartney's Give My Regards to Broad Street. That's a $35 buy it now. Speaking of Beatles stuff, there was a couple of people that was looking for one of these for the longest. We finally found it. I have been stockpiling Beatles stuff again for a long time. And eventually we'll get back in a swing where I have Beatles 45s for auction. John has stockpiled this amazing collection back there of Elvis and Beatles. This is a Japanese buy it now crate. Yes, we had a surplus of stuff this week. These are all $35 buy it nows. The No Nukes concert, that's a triple LP. Great price on that for $35. The No Nukes, these are all $35 buy it nows with a high sale percentage rate. Not much being left behind in here. No Nukes. Christopher Dean says he's going to take the Beach Boys for $35. I'm picking up Good Vibrations with that sale. Thank you, Christopher Dean. That's so to you. Here's John Lennon's Walls and Bridges. The Obi's off the cover. Now, I see that one quite often. A lot of people took the Obi off because they wanted to be able to interact with the cover. It's got the original gimmick cover, so a lot of people took the Obi off, and that's probably why it's still off. There's the inner sleeve. Let's make sure this doesn't have an autographed insert. That would be wild. Chad would start hyperventilating. John Lennon's a $35 buy it now. We got a whole crate over here of Elvis 45s, picture sleeves, company sleeves. John's cleaned them and sorted them. There are stacks of them. And I'm hoping we can start slipping them in on auctions just like we do our other 45s. I just don't want to wear people out with Elvis. But we got hundreds of them. There's essentially a whole crate stacked and layered that he has over here. So there's that. That's sold out in Bernardi. Just a few left in here. Then we're going to do a half-off vintage crate. And there was only a few pressings left from the last bunch. So there's that. Here's Paul McCartney 2. This is the one that, no, it's this or Tug of War usually has a poster with it. This is, I think it's Tug of War. And this is a nice copy. Wow, very nice. Hardly no signs of wear on that one. McCartney 2. There it is. I'm coming up. Sold to Adam Bernardi. Great stuff here. Did I have any more set aside for buy it now or auction? I did. I forgot about these. Well, this one wasn't supposed to be over here. I do have one more set aside for, nope, I'll make that a buy it now. Oh, where are they? Here it is. Okay, and then this one's confusing, so I always set those aside. Here's one more. The Beatles 67 to 70. You know what? Let me go ahead and make this a buy it now because I just now noticed there's damage right here. This is going to be, there's damage to the cover. So let's go ahead and make that a buy it now too. 67 to 70. Let me check the vinyl. I bet everything's nice, but it definitely looks like the spine. Yeah, once again, the vinyl's beautiful, but this one has cover damage. Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, the discs are beautiful. Looks like something happened to it. I was about to put that up for auction. Let's make it a buy it now. You hit my weak spot. I like this stuff too. I'm loving this stuff too. That's so to Melissa Bailey. Now, I'll go ahead and tell you, I've got more coming up that's Obi list that's not in the crate, but I'm going to be showing them in just a second. And Roger, if you want to go ahead and say you want one, let me know. If not, I'm going to mix them in randomly in just a second. And then this got pulled out, but they don't have Obis. They don't have Obies. Then this got mixed in. This was supposed to be a bot now. Earth, Wind, and Fire. Power Lot. Earth, Wind, and Fire Power Lot. That's a $35 bot now. Power Lot. You probably want one with an Obie, but I don't have any more tonight. But I promise they'll eventually show up. There's that. And then next is Men at Work, business as usual. We've already sold one, maybe even two of those tonight. And we might have already sold 3 or 4 already this week. Who can it be now? Business as usual. The Men Down Under, business as usual. Nice. This is like one of our best sellers here. Terry got the Earth, Wind, and Fire. Next, I have... we already sold one just a second ago. Here's back-to-back shaved fish, John Lennon comps. So this is Christmas. And what have you done? Whatever gets you through the night. Mind Games. Number 9 Dream. Imagine. The cover does have a little bit of discoloration. The vinyl's nice. And what about this one? This one is just as nice, maybe just a slightly better cover. And maybe whoever claims first, I'll give you this one that's just maybe slightly better. Maybe just ever so slightly better. No problem, Christopher Dean. Yeah, I want to go ahead and knock it out because next week there's just going to be more and more show up. Next week there'll be more and more. We already sold one of those. That's a pretty solid John Lennon comp if you don't have anything by him yet. And speaking of comps, Elvis Presley. Elvis is got a damaged Obie, a little bit of discoloration. When I say discoloration, Japan, the best explanation I can give, and from what I researched, you're talking about an island country with a high humidity level. Very high humidity level. So they had problems unless they were just really well sleeved or put away. A lot of stuff got basically humidity discoloration. And if I say that, you can kind of see it right in here. But the vinyl on this is beautiful, and this is a solid compilation. All that great. It's actually called Rock and Roll Album, so it's got all of my... I like Elvis when he's singing rock and roll. Regina, I'm going to apologize in advance, but the slow melody stuff for Elvis, I just can't get into. Now, All Shook Up and Heartbreak Hotel, I'm in. Jailhouse Rock especially. I like Return to Cinder. You Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog. Blue Suede Shoes. Long Tall Sally. I Got a Woman. Hard-Headed Woman. That's a great one. Now, when he gets a little bit too slow, that's when Elvis loses me. Michael Nath on John Lennon. And then Roger Ramjet on John Lennon. Now, Roger, this one here is going to have just a little bit of this right here. It almost is camouflage, but if you're okay with that. And then Ada Bernardi on Elvis. I apologize to the Elvis fans. That's when he loses me. I like Elvis fast. I like the rock and roll Elvis. I like him. I like him almost, I like him Ed Sullivan era when Ed didn't want him shaking his hips and gyrating. HSAS. Is this Japanese? This is a Japanese pressing of Hagar, Sheev, Arison, Sean. No Obie, but nice and shrink. Not all Japanese pressings came with Obie, but I'm pretty sure I have had an Obie with this one. Sammy Hagar. Neil Sean. And speaking of McCartney, McCartney Tug of War. McCartney Tug of War. $35. Waterfalls. Wanderlust. Speed Metal Elvis. A little less conversation. Suspicious Minds, yeah. We can't go on forever. Return to Sender. Address. Asia. There it is. There it is. You knew it was going to happen at some point. This sold 2.3 billion copies in the small island country of Japan, and Colecco has collectively resold most of them in the last 5 years. There it is. There it is. There it is. Viva Las Vegas. Poke salad. And bread. I love Publix bread. The best of bread. Wow. I would give everything I own. Beautiful. Nathan Gates. What a voice. All right. Adam Bernardi picks up in Asia. We got Terry Gerhardt on bread. And folks, it's time for a recap. Plus the stuff from the last bin. And Christopher second on bread. A hunka Chad Presley. I'm going to start doing the... his name's Nathan Gates, isn't it? Brett, what's his name? Get Nathan Gates? Is it Nathan Gates? David Gates. David. It's David. David Gates. David Johnson, David Gates. I don't think the Japanese did the glitter covers. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it does have glitter. It does have glitter. Yep, they did glitter covers for some of those. Elvis, he'd get down and start like doing his windmill during Polk Salad Annie. That's what I like to see. That's when I know Elvis is peak. Las Vegas, he's putting on a show. He's squatted down. He's doing the windmill. And he's right in the middle of Polk Salad Annie. That's what I want to see. And there he is, right there. That outfit, that's it. That's the way it is. You've lost that love and feeling. Are you kidding me? $35 buy it now. I meant Dixieland. I don't think there is anything in here called Dixieland that's left. Chad says, I meant Dixieland, and then he also commented Dixieland a lot. I'm not for sure what that's for, but that's $35. The best of the Doobie Brothers Volume 2. That's still available. We have Boomtown Rats. Boomtown Rats. Also, Paul McCartney Pipes of Peace. Focus at the Rainbow. Paul McCartney, give my regards to Broad Street. That's a soundtrack to a movie he did. The No Nukes Triple LP. Men at Work, Business as Usual. Hagar, Sean, Harrison, Shreve. Paul McCartney, Tug of War. Asia, It Was the Heat of the Moment. T-Rex, Greatest Hits. Magical Mystery Tour. No Obies on those two. And a collection of Beatles oldies. Side 1 has She Loves You, From Me to You, We Can Work It Out, Help, Michelle, Yesterday, I Feel Fine, and Yellow Submarine. And we have Side 2, Can't Buy Me Love, Bad Boy, Day Tripper, Hard Day's Night, Ticket to Ride, Paperback Rider, Eleanor Rigby, and I Want to Hold Your Hand. That one has Obi. Kind of surprised that's still left. Okay, now what I left out of the box was these. We always auction these because I've had these go from all kinds of different prices. But I'm going to show them right now. Wings Over America for $35 buy it nows. Wings Over America. And these are triple LPs, and they probably have inserts and posters and no telling what else. $35 over there. Next thing is Roger Ramjet on Asia. What was some of these other comments about I think that's a movie, another movie reference, isn't it? We'd love to see Kung Fu Chad back there slinging wax. Bubba Hotep, where Elvis teams with JFK at a nursing home to fight a mummy. What the heck? What kind of movie is that? Leslie saw Elvis in concert. Wow, that's always big. Chuck Haley has too. Where's Chuck Haley at? He saw Elvis live. Anybody else seen Elvis live? Anybody else watching right now can honestly say they seen the King live in concert. These are all $35 buy it nows, Kristen. T-Rex Greatest Hits, same thing. Terry Gearhart got Pipes of Peace. That's sold to Terry Gearhart. Lonnie Jolly on this. And all these are buy it nows for $35. We're doing Japanese stuff that not necessarily no bids. The stuff I never did even get to. These are ones that I never did even get to. Triple LP. This one has the inserts and the poster. So we'll give this one here to the first person, which was Terry Gearhart. So Terry, you get this one. No Obi on T-Rex. It's Obi-less. Unfortunately, Obi-less on T-Rex. And then the other wings goes to Cyclone Doug. Oh, and there's London Town. And there's London Town. And then here's the other wings. Once again, Cyclone Doug. Yours has all 3 inner sleeves and the wings book. So you get the book, but no poster. So I told y'all, you just never know about these. Poke. Salad. All right, and then let's put this in here. It's Christopher Dean said this album here has poke salad, Annie. Really? This one here, no, I don't think. Oh, you was asking, does it? No, it doesn't. No. Best song on here, I think, is You've Lost That Lovin' Feeling. He also covers Bridge Over Troubled Water. The MGM Personal Appearance film at Theaters World Live. I Just Can't Help Believing. I have seen a video where he has to look at index cards because he forgot the lyrics. All right, so somebody asked no nuke. Chappie asked the price on No Nukes, and then Greg Lee wants it. So let's sell that to Greg Lee. Kristen Barnett wants T-Rex. And I never saw Elvis live, but he'd help me make a down payment on my house. Wow. That sounds like an interesting story. All right, and there's a few more. What I'm going to do, I mean, these are going to be the same price because even Obi-less, that was a great deal on the ones with Obies, but I've got 3 more, and then this is it. I've got 2 without Obies, and then a blue without Obi. $35 buy it nows. And I think that's officially it on the Japanese. There was just this one thing left over here. Here's the 2 no bids tonight. Shame was $30, and a Japanese pressing, Party Noise. And Party Noise was $35 as well. Roger Ramjet says he'll take the Beatles Blue, and there's 2 more. That has the live version of Maybe I'm Amazed on it. So I still think those are, I know I just sold them with Obies for the same price, but those were like deals, in my opinion. This is sold to Roger Ramjet. And so there's 2 more Rings of America. I mean, you're for a Japanese triple LP. I'm going to go ahead and re-sleeve them. And wow, that was amazing. We don't have, that's all in the crate is all that's left. I think that's it. Unless another box showed up around here and I didn't know about it. No one's told me about it. That's it. Jeff Birdsong says he'll take one. Thank you, Jeff's Birdsongs. That's so do you. And now there's 1 left. And I'm putting it in a sleeve right now. The Party Noise has Bananarama, Modern Romance, Dave Edmonds. It's a lot of 80s new wave stuff. A lot of 80s new wave stuff on that. And let's do 1 more final read. And then the Shake is some kind of indie record. I don't know a lot about it. And then let me make sure there was no Japanese from last week either. I think there wasn't because we Well, we had stuff we hadn't even got to yet. It would be right here if I do. Nope, 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 nope. There was none from last week. There's some good stuff over here, but none from last week. Terry Gearhart on Party Noise. And so far as Japanese, the only thing that's left is this. Doobie Brothers, The Best of Volume 2. What a Fool Believes. Boomtown Rats, self-titled. Focus at the Rainbow. 2 I typically never have. Paul McCartney, Give My Regards to Broad Street. Men at Work, Business as Usual of Down Under, and Who Can It Be Now? Hagar, Sean, Harrison, Shreve. Paul McCartney, Tug of War. Magical Mystery Tour, No Obi. London Town. Elvis, That's the Way It Is. Wings Over America, Triple LP Live, Paul McCartney. And Shame is a 2018 UK OG post-punk. It's a Rough Trade exclusive, limited to 700 on pink vinyl. Does not have CD. It does have a 2018 calendar with it that will be usable again in 2029. And that was a $30 buy now. And folks, technically one no bid. And then that's what's left in the Japanese. And I'll run those at auction next week. I might start them at $35. I might start them less. But right now, if you want them, it's a $35 buy now. And we have to move on. And there's only one other thing I promised, and that was what was left with the on-sale new vinyl. 1/2 off bin, and we'll be able to start CDs and have a solid hour of nothing but CDs. And I'm ready if y'all are. If you change your mind on any of the Japanese stuff, let me know. There's only a 1/2 crate of new vinyl left, and there's not much, and I can go through them really fast. And the first thing for $24.99 was Lightning Slim, High and Low Down, $5 off, turquoise vinyl. Badfinger, live in Kansas City, 2 LP, $24.99. Motorhead Overkill, Half-Speed Master, blue and green, that's $24.99. Steeler, Come Hell or Hollywood, 81 to 82, red vinyl, that's a 2 LP, $24.99. Elizabeth Cotton, folk songs and instrumentals with guitar, that's $24.99. Francois Hardy, Gatefold Deluxe Edition, 180 gram, her 1962 debut album, $24.99. Jorge Ben was $24.99. Peter Criss Picture Disc, new. That's $24.99. Mac DeMarco 2 was $24.99. American Football Blue Vinyl was $24.99. Pussifers on Gold Vinyl, that is C is for. And the other $29.99 stuff was... That's it. That's it for $24.99. GMB gets Steeler. That's sold to GMB for $24.99. Francois is sold to Chris Knapp for $24.99. And now, the next price point, was that it for those? Yes. Okay, so Cole Chaney was Mercy, 2 LP. Great stuff here, very Americana. If you're unfamiliar, it's in that realm of Tyler Childers and Sturgill Simpson. 2 LP, $29.99. Garrett got American football for $24.99. Chappie got Peter Criss for $24.99. Chad Davis second. We have Accept, Balls to the Wall. Still got both of those for $29.99. That's music on vinyl. Accept, Balls to the Walls. And then $34.99. $34.99 was Octung Baby. That was $12 off. Those were $46.99. And then also $29.99 was Nico, Janitor of Lunacy. Number 28 of 100, green. That's the same Nico as in Velvet Underground and Nico. And then there was another $34.99 record, and that was the official Live Gentle Giant, a new remix, remastered triple LP. And the 2 audiophile records left was The Doors, Waiting for the Sun, a 2 LP, 45 RPM. That was $49.99. Those were $65. And then Willie Nelson, Shotgun Willie, that was also $49.99, 2 LP, 45 RPM. That was also originally $65. And then we added 2 more. Here's the other 2, 24. The Cry, Prince Lasha Quintet with Sonny Simmons, all analog, Bernie Grunman. And then Nico Heroin. And that was numbered 97 of 100. Those go in the $24.99 section. Those are 24. And then there's actually one $14.99. Charlie Rich, and I hadn't shown this one at all yet. I forgot about them. Lonely Weekends, remastered. It's a compilation. $14.99. Charlie Rich. Simmons. Simmons. The Cry. That's sold to William APM for $24.99. Thank you on that. I need to plug up my phone. All right, let's knock out a quick but amazing half-off crate. I'll try to find the best one I can. Saturday night blowout deals. And that will leave us, as promised, at least an hour for CDs, okay? Great batch. And I still got about a half a crate left from the last time I did this. And I started having to auction them. And it was weird. I was putting stuff up for auction, and that was on sale the last time. And some of it brought a lot less. And then we had some bring more than what it was originally stickered for. So if you want those now, you may see them at auction. But I did have some stuff that I marked down originally, and I hadn't been able to sell it. And I was like, all right, $10 start auction, and then it brings more than what it did originally. I'm like, what's going on? Just the different people watching at different times. Different people watching at different times. Okay, let's go through it. Maybe this half-off crate. Let's see here. 24. No, but if you want Gangstar, the other night you was trying to make an offer on it when it was sticker price. I had it over here. I meant to put it on your invoice last week. If you do want Gangstar, I can sell you that for $25. Okay? I'm either going to do this crate or this crate over here. We might have time for both because I think a lot of these are going to sell fast. So let's go through these. These are half off, no more, no less, okay? And let's go. GMB says you got it. So that's sold to him for $25. I actually meant to put it on your invoice last week, and then we need to add this to Darren. Let me find the sticky note for it. I got my loose ends over here. I got to type by the end of the week. This needs to go to Darren Wortman. It's sticker price. Freely's Comet expanded. If anybody else wants one, I can still get them. They're $44.99, and this is Darren Wortman's. Jamie McCord no longer needed one. There's those, okay? Here we go. Competition. Adam, we're still selling out of the on-sale bin. Adam Bernardi, $24.99 on heroin. And that was the $24.99 Nico. I still got the other Nico as well. Here we go. That's sold for $24.99. I want to hear the down payment about Elvis. Maybe Steve might be typing it out. It could be literally a lengthy story. Or maybe he don't want to share it. I'd like to hear it, though. That sounds interesting. I know somebody with an Elvis autograph. I don't think he's watching right now. I got to buy it from him because I might want to keep it. I don't know. Half off. No more, no more, no more, no less. Robert Palmer Riptide. Robert Palmer's $10, and this does have Addicted to Love on it. These are half off. No more, no less. Joe South, Games People Play. Joe South is $5. We got The Doors, Other Voices. No condition notes. It's got a clip corner, $17.50. And this is also a non-check condition bin. A non-check condition bin. That means everything in here is EX Plus or better. EX Plus or better. Really nice records. Nothing to fret about. Ace, time for another. Ace is $6.50. We also have The Lonely Bull. That's Herb Albert and the Tijuana Brass. The Lonely Bulls in shrink wrap. Nice, clean copy for that. $10. And the New Colony 6, Attacking a Straw Man. This is actually a Mercury white label promo. Our Mercury white label promo. That is $10. Crosby, Stills, and Nash Replay, which is essentially a hits compilation, but it also has some remixes. It has a remix of Carry On that is actually pretty cool. Yeah, see, remixed October 1980. Really cool remix there of that, $10. John Dodd on Herb Albert. I guess he's Herbert if he wants to. Chris Riddings on the New Colony 6 promo. Cool stuff there. And Adam Bernardi, you were next on Herbie Hancock. Herbie. Crying Shame Synthesis. This is now $10. Crying Shame Synthesis. That's one I don't see as often. Tim Vergari got the Crosby, Stills, Nash. Half off stuff here. No more, no less. Culture Club, From Luxury to Heartache. A gold stamp promo. $12.50. It also has the original inner sleeve. It's fun to square dance with Cliffy Stone. That's $5. You put that on and you'll want to start square dancing. Martin Denny on Liberty. Martin Denny is $5. And Checkmate, the Lemon Poppers, 1910 Fruit Gum. This is one of those compilations. One side's Lemon Poppers, one side's 1910 Fruit Gum. So you do get the song, Let Me Play You, My Green Tambourine. Bill Keenum, you were second on Crosby, Stills, and Nash. But Lonnie Jolly, you were first on Culture Club. That is so to Lonnie Jolly. We also have Jerry Lee Lewis by request. That's one I don't get as often. I remember showing that for the first time. Now it's $10. He's Jerry Lee Lewis with a gold tee there. That's not a style I'm used to seeing. $10. I'd like to have that microphone. We have Marshall Tucker Band Just Us, $7.50. Charlie Marks on Martin Denny. That's so to Charlie Marks. And how about Neil Young Decade? What an amazing compilation this is. Now just $25. That's $25 off. That is the essential of essential for early Neil Young stuff there. That's a good one. Triple LP too, $25 on that. Joe South, Don't It Make You Want to Go Home with his great song, Walk a Mile in My Shoes. Joe South is $5. And the Beach Boys, we get these quite often because it was a big seller, a massive compilation here. It is Endless Summer with poster, $15. It is the Beach Boys. We also have the Tremolos, Even the Bad Times Are Good. That's one in their catalog I don't see. So if I see a Tremolos album, it's typically not this one. And if I see a Crying Shames album, it's typically not that one. Pat Fratt gets that great Neil Young comp. Thank you, Pat Fratt. That's so to you for $25. Pat Travers Band, Heat in the Street. Pat Travers is $10. G. Bepco second on Neil Young. Chuck Haley on Joe South. Chuck is watching. Glad to see you on, Chuck. We were talking about you. And Whiskey Todd got the Beach Boys, and that did have the poster with it. We're doing a half-off vintage grade. No more, no less. Thanks for joining us on late Saturday night. We have Traffic on the road. Traffic is $10. Low Spark of High Heel Boys. $10 on Traffic. Sniff in the Tears. This does have the hit song on it, Driver Seat. Sniff in the Tears is $10. This is a soundtrack. It's Peter Sellers' Ringo Starr and the Magic Christian. It has the advertisement about Badfingers Come and Get It, which was written by Paul McCartney. $15 on that. Rare Earth is $10. Rare Earth, and this one is called, I think it's self-titled. It's got quite a bit of cover wear, but yeah, self-titled. The Tremolos. The Tremolos is $10. Sniff in the Tears is so to Tom Sullivan. Thank you, Tom. That's so to you. We have Hall & Oates H2O. Hall & Oates is $10. And Lionel Richie, Can't Slow Down. Lionel, hello? Is it me you're looking for? He's only $5. Sticks, Pieces of 8. I've got, almost said too much time on my hand. No. This has Blue Collar Man and Renegade on it. $10 on that. Adam Bernardi on Rare Earth. Chris Bachek on Magic Christian. Thank you, thank you. Next is Linda Ronstadt. $5. We have Lonnie Jolly on Hall & Oates, and that's so to Lonnie Jolly. I'm old and had to take a nap. We were talking about Elvis Presley, and I said, I know somebody that's seen him in concert, and that was Chuck Haley. And Hiram Aponte on Sticks, and Lionel, Uncle Lionel sold to Ronnie Ritchie. Hello? Is it me you're looking for? All Night Long's on here, too. Wow. Wow. Pat Fratt second on Sticks. Josh Brown third. Kim Wilde Close. That is a full album. I say that because we get a lot of 12-inch singles of hers. $10 on that. William Meadows next on Lionel Richie. Albert Lee is now $10. And we have lots of people. That's John Mayall live from the Roxy. John Mayall's $12.50. And then we have Frida Payne, Out of Pain Comes Love. Frida Payne is $12.50. And we have Elvis, Legendary Performer Volume 2, $7.50. And the Cyclone wants the Tremolos. If you don't, Denise. Denise, it's yours. If not, it goes to Cyclone. The Springfields, as in an early Dusty Springfield. This has a promo stamp on the back. It's in mono. It's $12.50. $12.50 on the Springfields. And Bala Kalava, Pearls Before Swine, that is $20. And we have the Pop, Go. The Pop is $7.50. And we have LL Cool J, Deep Blue Sea. A 12-inch single promo from LL Cool J, $10 on that. Chris Bachek on AL, and that was for, what is AL? AL was for We'll let Chris. No, that might be for Albert Lee. Albert Lee is sold to Chris Baycheck. Got it. Chad Davis on Elvis. Elvis, that's sold. And the Tremolos is sold to Cyclone Doug. Thank you on that. I know something else I got to do. I'll definitely do it after CDs, but I got to tag the flip video from the group. I have not pulled and tagged those records yet. And I'm going to do that live so they're watching and they can tag them and do that live. Okay? Now, we have Chad on Elvis, Greg second, and George Samberes wants Linda and Kim Wilde. So there's Kim Wilde and there's Linda Ronstadt. Those are sold to George Samberes. Thank you. How about Black Eyed Peas, Bad Empire, another 12-inch single. That's $10. And then Ronaldo and the Loaf, Songs for Swingin' Larvae. That's now $25. Wow. So that was $49.99. It's billed as Ronaldo and the Loaf, Songs for the Swingin' Larvae. And that's now $25. Chappie 675 on that early Springfields album. That is sold to Chappie. We have Juice Newton and Silver Spur, Come to Me. That is $5. And the Silky, You've Got to Hide Your Love Away. The Silky is $10. Of course, that's a song written by the Beatles. That is the Silky. And we have big discount on this one. The Miraculous Hump Returns from the Moon. This was $64.99. Now it's $32.50. Beautiful vinyl. This is a highly regarded album. It's a gatefold jacket, and it's nice for just $32.50. That means it's $32.50 off. Adam Bernardi on Silky. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. The Fabulous Knickerbockers, another big 60s album. This is half off of $49.99. Very nice copy. These are typically kind of beat up. The Fabulous Knickerbockers live, that's $25. Sop with Camel sold to Chris Knapp. That was a great pickup. And Kim Wilde, Teases and Dares. Another Kim Wilde. This one's now $10. There's Kim. And we have, this looks very familiar, $12.50. This is Earthquake. $12.50 for Earthquake. And Gene Parsons, Kidlings. It's in shrink with a Warner Brothers promo sticker and a white label promo. $20 on Gene Parsons. And Buford, the legendary drummer, King Crimson. Yes. This is $10. Bill Bruford. Also on here is Alan Holdsworth, Dave Stewart, and Jeff Berlin. Bruford, one of a kind. George Thorogood, Bad to the Bone. That is $10. And, wow, King Crimson. It's not OG, but it is a 74 PRC Richmond with the sticker still on the cover and no condition notes. You got to have that one in the chord of the Crimson King. BB, Bill Bruford. That's sold to John Dodd. And Ice-T. This is now $10. The Lane. Another 12-inch single. And we have Port Radium, District 17. That's now $7.50 from 1999 Port Radium. We need to blast through those again very quickly. We have sold half the crate. I would like to sell the other crate as soon as I can stretch my leg. Oh, man. Ooh. There went something popped back into place. We have Whiskey Todd getting George Thorogood. I Drink Alone. And then Tom Sullivan on Cream, but I think he meant Kim Wilde. And then Melissa Bailey on the Juice Newton here, and that's so to Melissa. King Crimson was now just $25. It was a 74 press. It was $49.99. And if you don't want it, Chris, it looks like Charlie does. How much time? Bring out the CDs. We have, we got 1 hour, and I'm going to do CDs at the conclusion of this crate. Yes, as promised. Tom Sullivan, there's a lot of people on King Crimson, or maybe one more half-off crate. I can be fast. We have Robert Palmer Riptide. Robert Palmer, $10. Joe South is $5. That's Games People Play. Also, we have The Doors' Other Voices, $17.50. Half off, no more, no less. Ace is $6.50. And we have Crying Shame Synthesis, $10 on that. And then, I was first. Oh, okay. My bad. Tom Sullivan did not want Kim Wilde. I thought Crim, spelt with a K, was for Kim Wilde, but he wanted Crimson. So that's so to Tom Sullivan. My bad. So he got that first. Scratch any other claims. Tom got it. Chris was next. Then Charlie Marks. And then Oso Adventure. And then Jeff's Bird Songs. And here's Kim Wilde. So Kim Wilde still available for $10. Also, it's Fun to Square Dance. Fun to Square Dance is $5. Checkmate with the Lemon Poppers and 1910 Fruit Gum, $7.50. Jerry Lee Lewis is $10. An original Mercury record. Marshall Tucker Band is $7.50. Pat Travers Band Heat in the Street is $10. Traffic on the Road is $10. Chuck Haley wants Joe South Games People Play. That is so to Chuck Haley. John Mayall, Lots of People, $12.50. We have Frida Payne, Outcomes, Love, Frida's $12.50. Balaclava, Pearls Before Swine, that is $20. We have The Pop, and that one's called Go, $7.50 on that. Wow, a Pearls Before Swine in the bin, still for $20. Pretty amazing. Next thing we have is LL Cool J Deep Blue Sea. That is $10. We have Black Eyed Peas. That is $10. Bridging the Gap. We got Ronaldo and the Loaf. $25 songs for swinging larvae or something like that. The Fabulous Knickerbockers Lives. That's $25. We have Earthquake for $12.50. Gene Parsons for $20. Ice-T, another 12-inch single for $10. And we got Port Radium, District 17. Got a die-cut cover. All I know, it's from 1999, and it's $7.50. Hattori Hanzo wants the Frida Payne. She was known for her big song, Band of Gold. Chad needs to take a drink of water. That just about exhausted him. My name's Chad, by the way. I'm talking in the third person, like Jimmy, like George Costanza. Is everybody happy? That was the conclusion of Vinyl live here tonight, except for when I tagged the flip crate, and I'm going to tag that flip crate after we get done with CDs. My net worth went up. Yeah. Anytime you're buying a record, your net worth goes up. William still remembers that from the first time he was watching. That's true. You're buying assets. Anytime you're buying these records, your net worth is going up. Down payment story. Wow, I don't know if I have all time to read this. I might have to go back and read this later, Steve. I'm trying to speed read it. Wow. That looks like I'm this. Let me screenshot. I can go back and find it later. I'm going to screenshot this so I can read it later. I don't have time right now, but I'm glad you sent it. That way I can look at it. Okay. All right, let me go get that box of CDs. Who's ready? Mania is about to happen. I'm going to go try to find one of those like the other ones we've been going through. And let me go see what I can do. Let me go do this. Hope y'all can still hear me. It's going to sound like I'm wrestling a bear over here. For floors, boxes this. This is heavy. I've got it over my head too, so I can get through this narrow passage. Oh my gosh. Whew. All right. Oh, so we're either going to have one tomorrow or next week. Whew. I think I need Paul to do one more sale. I'm not ready for one yet. We have a ton of new case knives too. All right. Here we go. Nice. I don't know what I'm getting into till I open these lids. Here we go. These are all $6.99. The Verve Pop. Let me put those right there. Okay, we got the Verve Pop Villains, Cat Stevens Greatest Hits, Gwen Stefani. This appears to be sealed. It is. It's Love Angel Music Baby, Steppenwolf Born to Be Wild, a double pack retrospective. That looks cool. Steely Dan 2 Against Nature, A Decade of Steely Dan, The Steely Dan Story, 1972-1980. I've never seen that comp. I've never seen that at all. And then Steely Dan Gold Expanded. Those are all $6.99. Let's go ahead and show a few more, and I'll start getting these first ones tagged. We got Introducing Joss Stone, The Best of Sting, Fields of Gold, Rod Stewart Stay With Me, The Best of Rod Stewart, and The Very Best of Cat Stevens. So all these CDs are $6.99. I think if you're familiar, y'all know the drill by now. And the first thing we have is Donna Turner on SD. Now that would be most likely for Steely Dan. And you got dibs on 4 different compilations, Donna. And then Michael Butler first on Steppenwolf. That's going to go to him. Vicky was next, then Chad Davis, then Chuck Haley, then Debbie Winstead, then Susie Breedlove, and then Whiskey Todd. And then Donna Turner first on Joss Stone. That's right here. That's so to Donna Turner. And then we have Lonnie Jolly on Rod Stewart's Best. That's so to Lonnie Jolly. Then Melanie Jennings. I'm assuming you wanted the best of Cat Stevens. That also left Cat Stevens' Greatest Hits. So there's the Very Best and his Greatest Hits. I'm going to give Melanie the Very Best, but if you do want Greatest Hits as well, or both, let me know. Now, Chuck, you're next on Rod, and that leaves Stay With Me if you want that. And Bepco wants both Cat Stevens. Now, all 4 Steely Dans are sold to Donna Turner. She's going to take all 4. She had first dibs. And so that means Cat Stevens is going to be sold to somebody, and that's G. Bepco. And then that left the Verve Pipe, Rod Stewart Stay With Me, unless Chuck Haley wants it. And then the Best of Sting and Gwen Stefani is sold to Charlie Marks. Not much left in that first handful, or first couple handfuls, plus Rod Stewart is possibly pending. Where should I grab from first? Let's grab this handful right here. And the next one is Garrison Starr, The Sound of You and Me. We got Starship's Greatest Hits, 10 Years and Change. We've got 2 of those. How about Standing Hampton, Brace Yourself? This one is Stand Defiant, The Scandal. Stained, Break the Cycle. And that does have I'm on the Outside, I'm Looking In. And then this is Billy Squier, 16 Strokes. That is a Greatest Hits. Bruce Springsteen, Lucky Town. Also, I have Snow Patrol, Eyes Open, sealed. That one was marked $20. The Sounds, Dying to Say This to You. Was the last thing y'all heard? Shoot. What was the last thing y'all heard? CDs for $6.99. Great stuff here. So I think I'll go back to what I remember saying. I remember saying Lucas Patterson got the Verve Pop. And then that just left over here the Best of Sting and a Rod Stewart, which is a greatest hits, essentially. Early years. His good stuff, in my opinion. And then Robin Glenn on SS. And she was first on Starship. Luckily, I got two, so I'll give one to Robin. I'll give one to GT Bepco. Chris Bachek got Garrison Starr. And then Chad Davis on BS. And BS was for Billy Squire. And then Angela Lewis. And then Whiskey Todd. Then Patty Anderson. Sherry Darnell got Snow Patrol. That's so to Sherry Darnell. And then I think that's when my mic went out. It was. Lonnie commented mic. Clay Mullins next on Billy Squire. Then my mic went out, my mic went out, my mic went out. Pass on Rod Stewart. Then my mic went out, my mic went out. And then Useless Cedars on SP. If that's for Space Hog, let me know if you want Resident Alien or the Hoggacy. And then mic out, sign, mic out, sound, audio, mic no sound, mic sound, mic out. And then Davey Winston wants RS. Davey Winston got Rod Stewart. That's so to Davey Winston. Mic, volume, mic, sounds. Left off on the sounds. Okay, I'll go through what's ever left then. And then Davey Winston on RS. And you did get Rod Stewart. And G. Bepco wants Stung. I think he meant Sting. That's the past tense. Stung. We still got two Space Hogs here. And that's if somebody got a claim in. They probably were buying them no sound, and that was Use of Cedars, and he's passing. Okay, let me just go through that stack again. Space Hog, the Hoggacy, Space Hog, Resident Alien. Now, I've never seen that on vinyl. I've never seen that one on vinyl. I know there's this on vinyl. The Sounds is called Dying to Say This to You. Bruce Springsteen, Lucky Town. Stain, Break the Cycle with the hit song I'm on the Outside. That's not available on vinyl either. Stand Defiant, The Scandal, and Standing Hampton, Brace Yourself. $6.99. Next, whatever's in this handful, I have no idea. I've never gone through these before. If you're new to this, I've got about 20 billion CDs. I have no idea. I'm looking at all these for the first time just like y'all. So I'm just as surprised if we find an autograph Taylor Swift like we did last week. We have Simply Red's Greatest Hits. Never seen that before on vinyl. We have Skate the Razor, Trance Factor. This is Rise by Skillet. We also have Sleep Things. What does that say? The Dawn Seeker, something S. Whatever this is, it's sealed. It is Scrape, New Killer America. Scrape. Also, Grateful by Marla Sokoloff. Whatever this is, it's sealed. Another Snow Patrol, Eyes Open. Rick Springfield, Written in Rock Anthology, which is going to be a greatest hits. Wow, 42 tracks. Rick Springfield. The Best of Split Ends. I've never seen that on vinyl. I wish. Regina Spektor, Begin to Hope. And Regina Spektor, Begin to Hope. This looks like a deluxe edition. So two different Regina Spektors there. Okay? Is there a such thing as Jasmine Sullivan vinyl? I'm not familiar, but I can make a note to check for you. Jim B on the Hoggacy by Space Hog. And then Debbie Winstead. Nope, let me scroll up a little higher. Yep, Debbie Winstead on SR. Now, that was possibly for Simply Red. And if that's not right, Debbie, let me know. So I got you down for Simply Red, then Burt Jordan, then G. Bepco. Now, here's where it gets complicated. No, never mind. That's SR. Rick Springfield's RS. So, Rick Springfield is right here. So, Simply Red looks like Debbie Burp GT, and then Lonnie Jolly on Rick Springfield, then Kenny Stanley, then Chris Reddings, then Robin Glenn, then Nicholas Hostler, Mike Oppenshaw on SE, and that was for split ends. Then Chuck Haley on R, and the only R in here was Regina Spector, unless that was for Rise, or it could have been for Rick Springfield. So we'll put this back here. And then Sherry Darnell got another Snow Patrol. And then Rick Springfield. Okay. So what's left here, unless Chuck's R is for Regina Spector, is Regina Spector, Marla Skololoff, Grateful, Scrape, whatever this band is here. I don't know if y'all can see that logo, or I didn't. It looks like Sleep Thief. Yeah, Sleep Thief. There we go. I made it out that time. Sleep Thief, Rise by Skillet, and Skate the Razor. It looks like Sleep Thief. Ken Crooker, Sleep Thief. And then Ronnie Ritchie wants a Regina Spector. I have a feeling you wanted the deluxe edition. Yeah, and if anybody else was RS, Nicholas, was your RS for Regina Spector? This alphabetical order is great because we can have a bunch of duplicates, but it's also bad because if we have 4 RSs in a row, it messes up. But if anybody else put RS, if that's for Regina, let me know right now because Ronnie's the only one who has specified. Okay? And there's now just the standard editions left. Moving right along. Let's grab another couple handfuls here. This is fun. I hope y'all are having fun. I like looking at what I own. This is like Christmas morning. I have no idea what I have here. The very best of Richie Valens, Rockin' All Night. The best of Vanilla Ninja. I've never heard of Vanilla Ninja. There's Van Zant. That's Donnie Van Zant and Johnny Van Zant. Van Halen for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge right now. Don't wait till tomorrow. We got 2 of those. A classic, STP Tiny Music, and another Joss Stone, Mind, Body, and Soul. Those are all $6.99. I'm going to go ahead and add to it. Here's some more for $6.99. We have No Venabelle Boots. No Venabelle. Suzanne Vega, Days of Open Hand. Veda, The Weight of an Empty Rune. We got another Vanilla Ninja. This one's called Traces of Sadness. And Bobby Vinton's Greatest Hits is sealed. Bobby Vinton's Greatest Hits is sealed. First is Susie on Van Zant. She got Van Zant. Tony was next. Bert on Van Halen. Bert Jordan got Van Halen. Clay Mullins got STP. Debbie Winstead got a Van Halen. Angela Lewis next on STP. Oh boy. More Van Halen. OU812. Van Halen self-titled. Van Halen by Van Halen. Luther Vandross Songs. Vampire Weekend. Frankie in the Valley's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Ragdoll. $6.99. Oh, What a Night. Late December back in '63. Oh, a very special part of me. Oh, what a night. Oh, another STP. And this is, we'll go ahead. I would normally redo it, but let's go ahead and give this to Angela Lewis. Let's go ahead and give that to Angela Lewis. I'd usually just go ahead and show it again, but that would be the best way to do it, okay? Next thing we have is right here. We have Susie said no, her van was for Van Halen, not Van Zant. Okay, so I got to go back and redo some stuff. Her van was for Van Halen. So let's pull Van Zant out and let's redo those. Susie gets Van Halen. Susie gets Van Halen. Tony McDaniel gets Van Zant. Bert Jordan, you still get a Van Halen. Bert Jordan gets a Van Halen. Clay Mullins gets an STP. Angela Lewis gets an STP. Debbie Winstead, you don't get a Van Halen. And now we got Bobby Vinton, Greatest Hits. That is sold to Chappie 675. Chuck Haley was next. And then the next Van Halens are for John Darden, his pick. And then after him is Michael Reed. And then Donna put LV. And that was for Luther Vandross. Susie third on Van Halen this time. Then Whiskey Todd. Michael Butler on RV. And RV was for Richie Valens. No, it was for something. Richie Valens. It was. I thought there was a Richie Valens in there. Bert Jordan put BH All. You're down the line on Van Halen. Robin Glenn got Frankie Valli. Oh, what a night. No Van Halens for John Darden, so it goes to the next person, Michael Reed. And Michael, you can have OU812 or self-titled. You're next in line. All right, I think we got all confusion cleaned up there. So here's what's left in this stack. Vanilla Ninja, Joss Stone, No Venabelle, Suzanne Vega, Veda, Vanilla Ninja, and Vampire Weekend. And then we got some pendings on Van Halen. A lot of these is just going to be how lucky your comment comes in, because some of these there's going to be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people for them. So it's however it happens. Who knows? Let's grab this handful right here and keep showing some stuff. We got to keep the pace going. Oh my gosh, there's going to be a bunch of claims for this. Let me just lay it right here on top. Poison Greatest Hits. And he wants Van Halen self-titled. Now we go down the line on Van Halen. And the next person, Susie Breedlove. Susie, you can say sold or pass. It's up to you. It's up to you. There's Poison's Greatest Hits. There's Poison, open up and say, oh, somebody might get lucky and get both. Back-to-back Poisons. Pineapple Thief 137. Femoral, P-H-R-E-M-Y-L. Plum, Candy-Coated Water Drops. Nice. Robert Plant, Allison Krauss, Sealed, Raising Sand. Never been open. Plain White Tees, Every Second Counts. Pink Martini, Hey Eugene. This is sealed. It is pink, and it's called Funhouse, Pink the Artist. We have Phantom Lord in Twilight World. Phantom Lord. Liz Fair, Fun Style. Hand Pestle. Nice. Pearl Jam Versus. And we got 2 copies of Cat Parsons' Talk to Me. So Susie did say sold on Van Halen OU812. Okay. So now, who was first on Poison? It was Greg Herman. Greg, you were first, and you got pretty dang lucky, because now you had dibs on either one. Then Susie commented the letter O. She probably got autocorrected. So Susie second. Michael Ruttman third. Debbie Winstead fourth. Susie Breedlove again. Angela Lewis next. Kenny Stanley put open. I have a feeling he got autocorrected as well. Then Corey Ross. And then John Durden on RP for Robert Plant. Allison Krauss. That's so to John Durden. Then Leslie Holt. Then Ronnie Ritchie. Then Susie Breedlove. Leslie Holt first on Pink, which was sealed. And then Donna Turner was next. Then Robin Glenn. Then John Durden. And then Lucas Patterson on Pearl Jam. Then Lonnie Jolly. And let me pause right there. Tracy, I'll get your Liz and I'll pull his other Poison. But first, I have our first stack of sold CDs. So I got to take these around the corner. We have our first tower I need to go put away. So let me go do that right quick. Alrighty, that is done. Let me put this crate right here so I don't trip over here in a minute and cause a disaster. That'd be funny if y'all could probably see it, but it wouldn't be funny for me or y'all CDs when they all crash. So he got just Greatest Hits. So that's sold to Greg Herman. Tracy Songer wants a Liz Fair. That's sold. And that means Phantom Lord sold to Ken Crooker. Now, we got a Poison up for grabs, and this goes to the next person in line. Technically, Susie, Michael, and Debbie. Now, I know Debbie already wanted both, but if Susie wants that, it's hers, and then Michael. If not, it's definitely going to Debbie. And that just left Pineapple Thief, Femoral, Plum, Plain White Teas, Pink Martini, Cat Parsons, and Hand Pastel. Okay, so we'll see who wants that one. All right, let's move on to another new handful. We're chipping away at this first layer pretty fast. Let's see what else we have here, and then we'll be able to knock out hopefully 2 boxes. We have 37 minutes left. This looks like Elvis Presley. There's Elvis Great Country Songs. Oh, wow. Elvis sings hits from his movies. Oh, wow. The Elvis Presley Collection. Oh, wow. The Elvis Presley Collection. A different volume. We have Pop Evil, Onyx. We have Portishead, Roseland, New York City Live. We have Porcupine Tree, Fear of a Blank Planet. And then we have Police, Every Breath You Take. That's like a greatest hits. And then we have Ponty Bone, Fantasize. We have The Posies, Dear 23, and Poison Black, Escapisty. Wow. So this Poison is passed by Susie. Michael Ruttman, do you want this Poison? If not, it for sure goes to Debbie Winstead. Michael, that's yours if you want it. Now, here's the deal with Elvis. The next comment is Debbie is somewhat first on Elvis. And there's actually 4 different ones pending to Debbie Winstead. Then Chad Davis, then Chuck Haley, then Burt Jordan. And then the Useless Eaters on PR. PR could be for Portishead. Probably not Pop Evil, but it could be Porcupine Tree. So you have to let me know, Useless Eaters. And then Ronnie definitely next on Portishead. And then Leslie. Without a doubt, we can give a Police to Lonnie Jolly. Useless says that's a typo. So we'll give Portishead to Ronnie Ritchie then. That means Leslie, you were second. And that means Pop, Angela Lewis. Is that for Pop Evil, Porcupine Tree, or Police? That's going to be a tough one. Angela Lewis, you're next. What was Pop? And then Ronnie Ritchie for sure gets Porcupine Tree. And then we got a pending on Police and Pop Evil. Michael Ruttman says he'll take Poison. Pat Fratt working his way down on Police. Debbie Winstead got all 4 Elvis Presleys. And Sherry Darnell wants the Posies. Okay. Now, Robin, I have you on the Police, but there's some people ahead of you. It goes to you unless that's what Angela. Angela did want Pop Evil. Okay, so with that being taken care of, Ronnie already got Porcupine Tree. That means Robin does get the Police. And the next thing we have is Poison Black and Ponty Bone. Unbelievably, only 2 left there. That was wild. I'm going to go ahead and move this first stack of no claims back here to the back. All right. I got everybody taken care of. This is a big brain exercise for me. This is like, if I want to exercise my brain, I'm like, let's sell some CDs. Pulp, This Is Hardcore. Richard Pryor, Revolution. Looks like a pricey set. Another Richard Pryor. The Prodigy. These are like box sets. Richard Pryor, and now Prodigy. Wow. Prince, look at that with the lenticular. Diamonds and Pearls. The artist formerly known as Prince. Prince Musicology. Uh-oh, somebody's about to whop out Prince. There's another one. Daryl Purpose, The Right Side of Zero. Daryl Purpose. Primus and the Chocolate Factory. Oh no, it's more Elvis. 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 Grace Potter, Midnight. Another one. They're both sealed. And Powderfinger Odyssey number 5, and a promotional advance copy of Grace Potter, This Is Somewhere. Holy moly. Serenity now, serenity now. The next new comment was Ronnie Ritchie on Poison Black. Ponty Bone is Cajun Zydeco for anybody that wanted that. Only one didn't sell. Now, Vicky was first on Richard Pryor. That's a great first thing to be on because there's 2 box sets here. Evolution, Revolution, and the Anthology. And you got dibs. And that will be for Vicky Allison. Then Michael Reed. Then John Durden. And then Lonnie Jolly. And then Ronnie Ritchie put Prod for Prodigy. That's so to Ronnie Ritchie. Antonio Villanueva on Pulp. Risque cover there. And then Donna Turner on PR for Prince. So, Donna, there are a total of 4 Prince CDs, 3 different ones. Your pick. And those are Diamonds and Pearls, Prince and the New Power Generation, and Musicology. Okay? And then Leslie Holt next on Prodigy. Susie Breedlove next on Prince. Jim B next on what I'm assuming is Prince. And then Michael Ruttman next on Prince. Pat Fratt next on Prodigy. Antonio next on Prodigy. Debbie Winstead next on Prince. Burt Jordan next on Prince. And Kenny Stanley first on Promise. Kenny Stanley got Promise. Eustace Cedars put PR. That was probably for Promise. And then Robin Glenn next on Prince. And then Chad Davis was first on Elvis. Chad, you have dibs on 2 Elvis CDs. The Romantic part of the Elvis collection, and Elvis Presley, Second to None. Then Chuck Haley. Then Debbie Winstead. Then Burt Jordan. And Vicky wants both Richard Pryors. Donna wants all of the Prince except for the duplicate. Those are sold to Donna Turner. Sherry Darnell wants Grace Potter Midnight. So that means Prince here. The next person eligible is Susie Breedlove. You can say sold or pass. Chad wants both Elvis CDs. Sold. And the only thing left there is Daryl Purpose, Right Side of Zero. Grace Potter, The Midnight, sealed. And then the Grace Potter promo and Powderfinger Odyssey number 5. Robin Glenn wants Doublick. Doublick. I don't see a Doublick. But I will give Susie the Prince CD. And let me straighten this stack up before we have a disaster. And let's grab another handful. We're on the bottom of the box. That means we're halfway through this first box. It's going to take every bit I can to get through this one and then maybe part of another one. Oh, man. There we go. All right. Next. The Freemans. The Very Best of and More, The Freemans. The Phrase, 2003 independent release, The Phrase Reason EP. The Fray, they've got a lot of great songs. Brooke Frazier, Flags, Brooke Frazier. The Very Best of Aretha Franklin, the 60s, that's what you would want. Fountains of Wayne, Utopia Parkway. Julia Fordham, China Blue. David Four, I sincerely apologize for all the trouble I've caused. Steve Forbert, Any Old Time. This is Flowtree, Flowology, Flowtree. A double pack of Harry Chapin, the Gold Medal Collection, Cats in the Cradle and the Silver Spoon. Mary Chapin Carpenter, Stones in the Road. All right, the next new comment is Lonnie Jolly on AF, and that was for Aretha Franklin. Nicholas put faux, and I think he meant fray. Is that right, Nicholas? Pending to you. Leslie next on Aretha Franklin. Then Robin Glenn next on the fray. Donna Turner on Flow, Flowology. That is sold to Donna Turner, Flowetry. Then Lonnie Jolly. Michael Butler got the Harry Chapin. And then we have GT Bepco on Chapin. And here's what's left here. The Freemans, Brooke Fraser, Fountains of Wayne. That might be what is FOR, Fountains of Wayne. That's so to Nicholas Hostler. That means the Fray is so to Robin Glenn. Excuse me. And then Richard Group on SF. Is that for Stephen Forbert? If so, that's so to Richard Group. Excuse me. That leaves Mary Chapin Carpenter, the Freemans, Brooke Fraser, Julia Fordham, and David Ford. I've been selling 50 index cards at a time for $14.99. I don't think I have 30 yet. Excuse me, I've been selling 30 Patty for $14.99. I've sold about 4 bundles. I don't think I have 30 yet. I've been waiting till they build up. I sell 30 at a time, or about 30 for $14.99. Let's go on here. If you want the next bundle, though, let me know. Marty Friedman, Scenes. A Salute to Ace Frehley. That's an Ace Frehley tribute album. Ace Frehley Anomaly. That's actually one of his albums there. It's in a cardboard box. It's kind of smushed. Just FYI. This is Ace Frehley Space Invader. It's sealed. Ace Frehley Spaceman. That's sealed. Ace Frehley Origins Volume 1. That's sealed. Rachel Fuller, Cigarettes and Housework. Frontal Assault, Hazardous to All, Very Metal. Those are both sealed. And we got some loose disc here. More Frontal Assaults. We got 3 of them. This might be something local that never was in a case. Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Yeah, that's where this stuff came from. It came from Iowa. I've been saying Wisconsin. All this stuff came from Iowa. Okay, so next is Sold When You Get a Bundle. Okay? And then Kenny Stanley on Ace. You got very lucky. There's a bunch of Ace, Kenny. They're all $6.99, your pick. First thing you can choose from is the Tribute, Anomaly, Space Invader, Spaceman, Origins. And 3 of those are sealed. Great deals. Chris was next. Antonio Villanueva on Marty Friedman. Debbie next on Ace. Mike Oppenshaw next on Marty Freeman. And then Hattori Hanzo wants a Frontal Assault. And I'm assuming you want the one here in like the jewel case that's sealed. But if you want the other loose disc too, let me know. He wants all except the one with a smashed box. Yeah, there's the insert, Anomaly. So these 4 are sold to him. And then Rachel Fuller is sold to G. Bepco. So that leaves Ace Anomaly. The next person's Chris Readings if he wants it. And that's just going to leave the Frontal Assaults. Rachel Fuller is sold to GT Bepco. And now we have another stack I got to take to the back. We have created another tower of sold CDs. So let me walk these around the corner here. Here I am, the man in the corner, losing my religion. And I'm going to try my best to stack these up right next to the next ones. Thank you. We had about 4 stacks last night. I think we might can beat that. We might can tonight. I wish it was like 10 o'clock. We would sell a bunch. If anybody wants this other Ace, next is technically Debbie Winstead. And then Mike Oppenshaw. So we'll see what happens. Debbie and then Mike Oppenshaw. All right, moving right along. Looks like the great titles continue. First, here's Jewel. Again and again, Jewel. The best of Jewel unedited. And it's signed. And it's signed. Jethro Tull, Thick as a Brick. We have Fee Gilmore, Loft Music. Eliza Gilkison, Pilgrims. Les Gerard, The Mirror Pool. The Best of Jay Giles Band. Underage Thinking, Teddy Geiger, Look Where We Are Now. Nice. Marvin Gaye's Greatest Hits. Leif Garrett Collection. There he is. There he is. Peter Gabriel. That is the soundtrack to The Last Temptation of Christ. And Long Way Home by Real World. All right. Jewel signed. That might be a good one. She's a pretty popular artist. I'll let that one slide. because I've already set one aside. I hadn't even shown y'all yet. I've already vetoed one. I hadn't even showed y'all yet. So it was on the top of the stack I grabbed out earlier. So one autograph for y'all, one autograph for me. The next thing we have is Chris Riddings on Jewel. Chris, you can have Again and Again, or you can have the best of that's signed. And then Susie was next, then Jim B, then Robin Glenn, then Lonnie Jolly, and then Bobby Miller, and then Ronnie Ritchie, and then Debbie Winstead, and then Donna Turner got Marvin Gaye, and that was right here. And that's sold to Donna Turner, then Michael Butler, and then what is the Lisa Gerard? Is that in this stack? Lisa Gerard, the Mirror Pool. Lisa Gerard, the Mirror Pool. And then Ronnie Ritchie for Pete. Pete was Peter Gabriel. That's sold to Ronnie Ritchie. G. Bepco on Jethro Tull, To Be Thick as a Brick. GT Bepco, thank you on that. Melanie Jennings on Jay Giles. That is sold. And then Chris Riddings wants just the autographed Jewel. Okay, and now this one, which is a single, I'm assuming nobody wanted that one. And then the Ace Frehley was sold as well. And that's sold to Debbie Winstead, Ace Frehley Anomaly. Okay? So that stack left the following. Teddy Geiger, Leif Garrett, Real World, Theo Gilmore, Eliza Gilkison, or Gilkson, Lisa Gerard, and that Jewel single. Moving right along. Let's do this handful, and I'm going to go ahead and start a new row right here out of the middle. First thing I have is Behan Johnson. It looks like it's self-titled. Elton John's Graces Volume 2. We just played this on vinyl in the store the other morning, setting up for the dollar sale. Jewel, picking up the pieces. Jewel, picking up the pieces. Jewel, Pieces of You. That's the really popular one I'm familiar with. Jewel, Perfectly Clear. Jewel, Who'll Save Your Soul. Jewel, Lullaby. Jewel, Spirit. Jewel, This Way. Killing Heidi, Present. The Killers, Hot Fuss, nice, sealed. And Kid Rock, Devil Without a Cause. There he is with the hit song, Ba Wada Ding a Ding a Ding a Dingy Dong. Rum Bump da Dump a Bump Bump a Baba Baba. That's Kid Rock. It's on there, the first track. My Name is Kid Rock. Lonnie Jolly on Elton John. Greatest Hits Volume 2. Now, Robin Glenn, you just hit a Jewel gold mine. No pun intended. You just hit a Jewel mine. No pun intended. You got Jewel This Way. You got Jewel Spirit. You got Jewel Lullaby. You got Jewel Who'll Save Your Soul. You got Jewel Perfectly Clear. You got Jewel Pieces of You. You got Jewel Picking Up the Pieces. And those are all dibs to you. John Durden on Keel. And that was to the Killers. Then Ronnie Ritchie. And then Michael Ruttman on Kid Rock. Then Susie Breelove. Then Vicki Allison. And that leaves Killing Heidi and Behan Johnson. And a bunch of jewels here. A bunch of jewels. Moving right along. That stack went fast because there was a bunch of jewels. Next is Massive Attack. That is called Collected. Massive Attack. Charlotte Martin, On Your Shore. Michael Manring, Unusual Weather. The Magic Numbers, Love Me Like You. Mandamus Frustum. Solent Album. Manaheim Steamroller, Halloween Monster Mix. Mankind is Obsolete, Trapped Inside. Champagne and Roses, featuring the songs of Carole King. The Ultimate Collection of Ben E. King, Stand By Me. Carole King live at Carnegie Hall, 1971. Wow. Carrie Kimball, A Life in the Day. The Kentucky Headhunter, Still Picking. And we got Bap Kennedy, Lonely Street. Now, the Jewel claim was Robin Glenn, Who Will Save Your Soul. That is so to Robin Glenn. Now, the next Jewel claim was Nobody. So all those other Jewel CDs are still available. The next new comment was Ronnie Ritchie on Massive Attack. And then John Darden. Then Leslie Holt on the Manaheim Steamroller. And then we have Adam Bernardi on Carole King. So you got a couple selections. A classic live Carnegie Hall. And Champagne and Roses featuring the songs of Carole King. So that's not actually Carole King. That's Mark Weinstein doing covers. Okay? And then Susie wants the Kentucky Headhunters. Sherry Darnell on Benny King. And he wants Carole King live. And Debbie, you're next on Jewel. Your pick on any of those Jewel CDs. Your pick. Your pick. And here's what's left. Charlotte Martin, Michael Manrig, The Magic Numbers, Mandamus Frustum, Mankind is Obsolete, Carrie Kimmel, Bap Kennedy, and then the Carole King cover CDs. Right back there is where those are going. Those are pending. And Arnold Adams, you were next on Kentucky Headhunters. Next stack is coming up right now. These are all $6.99. Oh boy. We got Jensen Keats, Matt Kearney, City of Black and White, Keen, live recordings, 2001, Arden Kaywin, The Elephant in the Room, Super Hits of Kansas, Kansas the Hits, The Best of Israel Kamanalowi. I know who that is. He does that Somewhere Over the Rainbow cover that went like internationally viral. This is the sealed CD. And then he died right after that, didn't he? Sorry for the tragic news. And then Joshua Caddison, Painter Desert Serenade. Those are all $6.99. Can I read the Jewel titles? Here's what's left for Jewel for Debbie Winstead, her pick. We got Jewel This Way. We got Jewel Spirit. We've got Jewel Lullaby. We got Jewel Perfectly Clear. We got Jewel Pieces of You. And we got Jewel Picking Up the Pieces. Those are pending to Debbie Winstead. Over here, we have Patty on Kansas. Now, Patty, you can have Kansas Super Hits, or you can have Kansas Greatest Hits, The Best of Kansas. That was originally on vinyl, that edition. Your pick on those two. Robin's next. And Adam Minardi on the Israel. His name is pronounced Kama Kawoli Ole. And he goes by IZ. And that's so to Adam Bernardi. We have Chappie next. Tony McDaniel next. Debbie wants all jewels. All the jewels so to Debbie Winstead. David Hoy on Keene. Patty wants both Kansas. And that stack just left the following. Jensen Keats, Matt Carney, Arden Kajan, and Joshua Caddison. Now, also over here, we got Jewel Again and Again. That was from the last stack if you want that one, Debbie Winstead. That one's still available as well. Next handful coming at you right now. And this is Bobby McFerrin, Simple Pleasures. Bobby McFerrin, Simple Pleasures. Sean McDonald, Simply Nothing. Michael McDonald, Motown 2. Michael McDonald covering Motown. Great Paul McCartney. I remember having this, getting this for the first time. Wingspan. Paul McCartney, Greatest Hits. Aaron McCarley. We got two Aaron McCarleys. Peter Mayer, Midwinter. And Peter Mayer, Uncrowded Sky. Those are all available for $6.89. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 32. I'll give you what's left in the box. There's going to be over 30 just like the last bundle. And let's go ahead and tag these so they're out of my way. These are the dividers. So to Patty Anderson Williams for $14.99. And now we have Michael Butler on the Paul McCartney. That's sold to him for $6.99. Donna on Michael McDonald. Robert next on Paul McCartney. Then Leslie. And then Debbie next on Michael McDonald. Then Adam. Then Chappie on Paul McCartney. So that left Bobby McFerrin, Sean McDonald, Aaron McCarley, Peter Mayer, and Peter Mayer. And if some of those were for Peter Mayer, let me know. I'm assuming they were for Paul McCartney. Nothing against Peter Mayer. But if that was for Peter Mayer, y'all might need to let me know right quick. I'm assuming y'all wanted Paul McCartney. How about Journey's Greatest Hits? $6.99. How about Journey Generations? That was marked $24. Wow. How about Janis Joplin Super Hits? How about Janis Joplin Greatest Hits? How about Norah Jones Come Away With Me? How about Norah Jones Not Too Late? And how about Live Throwing Copper? Wow. Those are all $6.99. Let's go ahead and show a few more with them right now. And the next one I have is what? We got EMD 45, The Craving. We got John Mellencamp, The Lonesome Jubilee. Sarah McLachlan, Possession. We have Sarah McLachlan, Rarities, B-Sides, and Other Stuff, sealed, new. We got Sarah McLachlan, Afterglow. And we got Closer, the best of Sarah McLachlan. Wow, I bet a lot of that stuff is gone. Let's see what happens. First, Michael Butler on JJ. So Michael Butler has dibs on old Janis. So your dibs on those super hits or greatest hits. And that is dibs with Michael Butler. Clay Moore on Jen. And that was for Generations by Journey. I bet that was for Generations. Clay Moore. That's so do you if so. And then Donna Turner on Norah Jones. There's two Donna. There's Not Too Late and Come Away With Me. Donna's got dibs on those. Robin first on Journey, if that was for greatest hits. Nicholas got Live. Lonnie next on Janis Joplin, if he don't happen to take both of them. Michael Ruttman next on Live. Angela next on Journey. Rich Group next on Norah Jones. And then Leslie first on SM, which is Sarah McLachlan, and that covers a lot of ground. That is Closer, the best of Sarah McLachlan. Sarah McLachlan Afterglow, the Sarah McLachlan B-Sides and Rarities, and Possession. So, Leslie, your dibs on those. John next on Sarah McLachlan. Kenny Stanley on MD 45. He was the first one on that one. MD 45 is Dave Mustaine solo. Wow. I didn't even know that. I wish they would press that to vinyl. Robin on Afterglow. Some of these are already sold. Janis Joplin, both sold to Michael Ruckman. Michael Butler on both Janis Joplin. And then Leslie wants all Sarah McLachlan. Okay? So she got all those. And the Norah Jones are all... No, these are both full albums. Those are both full albums. And then there's Mellencamp. The only thing left there is poor John Mellencamp. All right, let me get this stack straight because it is full, especially with those dividers up there. And I have a feeling Donna's going to take both of these. I'm going to go ahead and put them on the stack. If I'm wrong, I'll go bring one back. I'm betting on Donna, though. And I'm going to go ahead. And she said both as I'm walking away with the stack. I had a feeling. All right. 3 full stacks. Tanner's going to come in tomorrow and be all like, oh, my God, he did it again. He's done it again, folks. We have no time to waste. No pausing, no breathing. I don't even have time to tell you who I am right now. Midnight Oil. Midnight Oil. Diesel and Dust. Shawn Mendes. Ooh, they're signed. Oh, boy. Those are pretty good. I'll let those slip. Signed Shawn Mendes. I'll let those slip. Another Shawn Mendes. The Mermaid Kiss album. The Mermaid Kiss album. Sarah McLachlan. Sarah McLachlan Afterglow Live. Sass Jordan. Why can't I say this word right now? I want to say, never mind, Sass Jordan. Girls and Boys, Ingrid Mickleson. Another signed CD, Ingrid Mickleson. George Michael Faith. Metric Fantasies autographed on CD. Messiah Thunderdome, John Mayall Wake Up Call, and Sarah McLachlan Laws of Illusion. Yeah, I can't say it. I'm shutting down. I'm shutting down. Okay, so let's go through these. Wow. So first thing we had was Midnight Oil, right? Yep, Midnight Oil, Michael Ruckman. Susie Breedlove was second. Shawn Mendes to Jim B. Shawn Mendes to Michael Ruckman. Those are both signed. Donna next. Greg Herman. Now there's another Shawn Mendes here sealed. I guess we can see, technically Jim B has dibs on Shawn Mendes if he wants this one, that one, or both. Limit one per customer on the autographs, Jim B. So we'll at least give one to Michael Ruttman. And then Donna was next if he passes. And then Greg put Shaw. And Greg's Shaw was, I think, for Shawn Mendes. And then Adam Bernardi, then Chris Ridlings. And then Debbie Winstead on Shawn Mendes. Then Lonnie Jolly. Then Chappie. Then Leslie Holt. And then Robin Glenn. Holy moly, that was a lot of Shawn Mendes. And then Donna Turner on GM. And GM... what was GM? George Michael. That's so to Donna Turner. Then Lonnie Jolly. Then Patty Williams. Then Robin Glenn. Adam Bernardi on the Ingrid Mickleson. Now, Adam, there's actually two. There's the autographed one. And then there's girls and boys. And then your dibs on that. Chris Riddings on Metric. It says it's signed on the CD. That's very common. Boy, I hadn't been checking disc. A lot of people sign the CD like that. Yep. That was, there's no telling how many of these CDs are slipping by that are signed. Y'all might get lucky. Just don't let me know if it's Paul McCartney or John Lennon, okay? Well, John Lennon was dead before CDs came out. Never mind. We have Adam Bernardi next on Metric. Ronnie Ritchie next on Metric. Michael Butler on John Mayall. And then an SM. That's probably for Sarah McLachlan. And that's for Leslie Holt. And then, how much time's left? 5 minutes. And then, so Leslie got Sarah McLachlan. Adam Bernardi wants the signed Ingrid Mickleson. And GMB wants the other Shawn Mendes. He was in, what was the name of that band he was in? Is it? Anyway, we don't have enough time. There's two Sarah McLachlans. Leslie, there's another one too. Yeah, that's so to Leslie. So that just left the Mermaid Kiss, Sass Jordan, and Messiah Thunderdome. And there's a sealed Ingrid Mickleson left if anybody wants that. Oh no, the box is empty. The box is empty and we don't have any time left. Hold on, let us see if there's some over here in this box. We might can get in one more handful. Is there some left in this box? There's some left in this box. Let me grab some of these. Hold on. We're not done. There's some right here. That box was killer, though. Man, we sold almost everything in there. Hey, there's another Leaves Eyes. We had that the other night. No, wait a minute. Is this stuff I've already shown? No, it's not. No, I hadn't shown these. But there's another Leaves Eye. I feel like we've shown that a bunch. The Best of the Lemonheads, Atlantic Years. Annie Lennox, Diva. Peter Mayer, Straw House Down. Megan McCauley, Better Than Blood. Sarah McLachlan, Afterglow. We didn't have that one earlier. And we have another Sarah McLachlan. We have another Sarah McLachlan. Sting, 10 Summoners Tales. I knew we hadn't gone through these because I don't remember showing this. Paul McCartney. Paul McCartney. S.A. Core Miem. Another Sarah McLachlan. Johnny Mathis. And Let's Go Sailing, The Chaos and Order. What did I hold back? And I held back Stone Sour. That doesn't look like... Is this with Corey Taylor? That doesn't look like his signature, though. It's signed. Is he in this lineup? Yeah, that's him right there. But that doesn't look like the signature I have of his. Somebody from Stone Sour signed that. It may not be too much. You never know. I might slip it in on Monday. Okay, so Leslie Holt on Sarah McLachlan. You got a lot to pick from there. Those now, you got Fumbling. You've already got a Laws of Illusion, and then there's Afterglow. Robin's next. Michael on the Paul McCartney. And then Greg, and then Lonnie, then Leslie, then Michael, then Debbie. And then she wants all of them, okay? You want even the duplicates or not? And do you still have vinyl, me, please? I don't think I have one on hand, but I don't know. I really don't know. Now, we got to tag some vinyl. This thing's about to end on Facebook. Lonnie Jolly got the lemon heads. If you go over to YouTube, I have to tag the flip video. It's going to take me a little bit too. So I'm going to be live on YouTube for about another 15 minutes, and I'm going to show what's left in that flip video. But I have a whole discount flip video still to show, not the duplicates. Okay, so you get this one and this one. And there's 2 more Sarah McLachlans left, Laws of Illusion, if anybody wants them. Wow, that was a great box. And I think we got several more like that one. And we'll resume those on Monday. But I have just about a minute left before Facebook ends. If y'all can come join me on YouTube, I got to top some loose ends. And for those that still on YouTube, you can, if y'all want to do some final requests for new vinyl, that's about the only thing. There's not going to be any more CDs. So for the Facebook people, y'all can rest easy. But I am going to be going through a flip video that I got to tag. And it's going to take a while. So Adam said he would do 25 on that Magical Mystery Tour. You're talking about from that previous crate? Japanese press? I'll take $30 for it. Need more time. I know. There's not enough time for everything. I don't have enough time for CDs. I don't have enough time for posters. I don't have enough time for vinyl. I don't have enough time for coins. I don't have enough time for records. I don't have enough time for books. I don't have enough time for autographs. I don't have enough time for toys. I don't have enough time for comic books. I don't have enough time to eat. I don't have enough time to sleep. I don't have enough time for anything. But we have to make it work. We do. We've got to we got to get through this. I gotta figure out how to sleep less. Maybe I can start going 2 hours sleep. This is sold at Adam Bernardi for $30. And I'm about to tag a vintage flip crate. And y'all are gonna see some vintage stuff that's left over. Okay? If y'all know how to clone, let me know. The new Rush album is not available. The new Rush box set's not available to us. I'm going to take these over here. Thank y'all. What an amazing customer base y'all are. Y'all been amazing. I'm going to take these sold CDs over here. Y'all are absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Even Seth. If you want to get those Rush albums, I usually don't send business to other websites, but I love Rush, and I don't mind saying this. If you want to get that Rush box set, you better go order it on Rush's website. I still got to order mine. It doesn't look like they're going to offer those for retail, Christopher. Unfortunately, those aren't going to be offered for retail, it looks like. So, man, we still got 3 John crates back here, and I see great stuff in the front of them. Yeah, I just don't have enough time. And I'm starting these shows earlier than I used to. I mean, I know I'm late every day, but we're still starting an hour or an hour and a half earlier, sometimes 2 hours than what I used to start. I've been starting 2 hours earlier than what I have been, a year ago at this time, and we still don't have enough time. But I've also seen this dramatic increase in sales this year, because when we laid out new sales goals, you got to be constantly growing in business, and we was like, well, what can we do? And I was like, well, I can't really sell much more from 7 to 2 or 1. But if I start it 2 hours earlier, we might can add a lot more sold items. And I do now realize if I started at 3, we could sell even more. But I physically just can't do it. There's just not enough time. If I try to do these shows any earlier or go any later, I just wouldn't have time to live or operate the other part of the business. So it's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Yeah, Facebook's done. Let me take these over here. We're about to tag a vintage flip crate that didn't get done before the sale. When I tell, I spoke to a cousin early this week on the phone, and he was my cousin that used to have the comic books in here. And he said, somebody told me you're live streaming 8 hours a night now. And I was like, yeah, we do 8 hours straight. And he's like, well, how do you have time to like do other stuff? He said, that's usually like a whole day's work. I was like, well, I don't, but I make time. We figure it out. We figure it out. So for those that's still on YouTube, I don't know how many. I don't know how many or who you are. But if y'all want to say hi, you're going to be watching me tag a flip video live. And then there's going to be some stuff left over. And so every morning. Wow, it was Stacy Metternich's birthday. I didn't even know that. I just got on Facebook and seen it was Stacy Metternich's birthday. Let me see what's been going on YouTube or Facebook for the last 8 hours. Pre-order comments. Pre-order comments. Pre-order comments. People joining the group. Let's approve 7 people to the group. All right. There's 7 new people in the group. Like notifications. Post notifications. Friend request. More pre-order comments. I'll have to go through all these later. But right now, I'm going to go to a whole lot of records. We're almost at 10,000 members. I'm going to click on my name. And in the morning at 6 a.m., there will be a video, a final call video for new vinyl, including the on-sale stuff that didn't sell. And we have a 9 o'clock video. And because it's Sunday, I meant to do it yesterday, but I ran out of time. We might even be doing. But here's the video 16 hours ago that uploaded at 9 a.m. And it's me going through this very crate you see in front of you. There's Jackson Brown. And I sort them by newest first. And usually, or Tanner does. He's been doing it for me because we just don't have time. And we go here. And there could be stuff left. But right now, you see all these comments? These are all claims for this video. So I've got to go through and pull them, and then we'll see what's left, okay? We'll see what's left. So I'm just going to work my way up, and I'm going to tell whoever's tagging this video who got what, okay? And right now, they're in order by price, so I can do it pretty fast. These are $6.99, $9.99, $14.99, and $19.99. And Mike Bartley was first. Mike Bartley got Bob Seger The Distance for $6.99. And that was a VG copy, and that's sold to Mike Bartley for $6.99. And then James Rayner got Santana Caravansari, and that was in the $9.99 section. So that is sold to, there could be some stuff left. There's a good chance there's some stuff left in here. I just don't know until we're done. James Rayner got Santana Caravansari for $9.99. If anybody wants to go to bed, thank you for all week, and invoices go out Monday. Either Paul will be doing a show tomorrow or me. Hopefully Paul, because I need a day to organize myself and organize the store as I usually do on Sundays. And we'll need, I'll need help. I'll need Tanner here helping me get all this stuff ready, or he'll probably be watching the sales. But we got a lot of stuff to clean up, et cetera, et cetera. All right, anyway. Charles Owens got Alan Parsons Project for $6.99. Thank you, Charles Owens. Charles Owens got Steppenwolf. I think that was for Magic Carpet Ride. Yeah, Steppenwolf second. That is $9.99. APP was $6.99. U2 Mandela for James Rayner. That's right here. Sealed U2 Mandela. That's sold for $14.99 to James Rayner. Thank you, James. That's sold to you. Petra wants Never a Dull Moment. Never a Dull Moment. Never a Dull Moment. That is... Who is Never a Dull Moment? Y'all never know. Y'all might talk me into doing something later after this. Never a Dull Moment. David Hoy just commented on Facebook, but I got a notification that it was Never a Dull Moment. That's the name of an album. What is that? Never a Dull Moment. Never a Dull Moment. Mad Love. Boomtown. What the heck is that? That sounds so familiar. Never a Dull Moment. It's something. Oh, it's Rod Stewart. It's Rod Stewart for $9.99. Thank you, Petra Pfeiffer. That's $9.99. Sold to Petra. Danny Thomason, you were second on Bob Seger. Danny Thomason, second on Bob Seger. Ed Hickey on Men at Work. That was right here in the $9.99 section. Or did I put that in $6.99? Some of these I get a little bit too generous. But I'm like, I know it will sell for that. Ed Hickey got Men at Work for $9.99. Joe Farrell got Culture Club. Joe Farrell got this for $9.99. Amanda Darby got Lulu to Serve with Love. That sold to Amanda Darby for $6.99. Mike Bartlett got The Doors Full Circle for $9.99. That sold to Mike Bartlett. And then Danny Thomason second on Santana. These are posted we post this every morning automatically. It automatically uploads 9 a.m. on the dot. Whole lot of records. It's a video pre-recorded. Me flipping through it just like I would live. People's on there. They start claiming records. And a lot of these are 50% off, 75% off. Some are $5 off, like a lot of $25 records I've marked down to $15, etc., etc. So they're really good prices, and that's why almost everything in here sells. We sell a ton out of here. Danny was next on Santana. Bill Samus next on Rod Stewart. Danny Thomason, though, gets the Hank Williams Jr. Greatest Hits Volume 3. And that's sold to Danny Thomason for $9.99. Mike Bartlett got the Roy Orbison for $14.99. That's sold to Mike Bartlett for $14.99. And then Bill Freeman on George Thorogood. That might have been a $9.99 record. I think that was right here, Maverick, I Drink Alone. That is sold to Phil Freeman for $9.99. Danny was second to The Doors. What the heck was that? Travis Woods was next on Culture Club. Let me give me 1 second. What? Fell over up here. It's weird. Must be a ghost in the store. Sound like somebody was up front. I was like, what's going on? Who's in the store? All right. Next was Danny on The Doors. Travis next on Culture Club. Ed Hickey got this really nice copy of Paul Simon's Greatest Hits. This is sold to Ed Hickey for $9.99. And then Chris Bachek with a 3-for comment. Chris Bachek got Van Morrison. Great deal on that for $19.99. He also got the Pretty Woman soundtrack. A great deal on that for $19.99. And he got Isaac Hayes for just $6.99. That's sold to Chris Bachek. All right. And then Jeff Malwitz got the band, Moondog Matinee. Jeff Malwitz, that's $9.99. Phil Ott got Sly and the Family Stone. That's sold to Phil Ott for $9.99. And then Kevin J. Reitz on Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Nice pickup there, Kevin J. Reitz. That's sold to him for $19.99. Okay, now Lillian came in with a 2, 4, 6, a 7 comment. And her first one is for the Nice Greatest Hits. And that was right here in the $9.99 section. That's sold to Lily McCurry. She also got Chris and Rita for $6.99. Chris Christopherson, Rita Coolidge. She also got Jackson Brown for $6.99. She also got the Ventures for $6.99. And she got the Beach Boys for $9.99. She also got Charlie Daniels for $9.99. And she got the Bee Gees for $9.99. Wow, so she got everything. She got the Nice, Crease and Rita, Jackson, Ventures, Bee Gees, Charlie Daniels, and Beach Boys. Everything. This is a really good deal on this. Captain Beyond, live, April 30th, 1972, white vinyl. That's sold to Stephen A. Young. Craig Weatherford, You Were Next on Pretty Woman. Lonnie Jolly wanted Stevie and Isaac. Now, Stevie's still available, but somebody beat you to Isaac. So that's sold to Lonnie Jolly. He got Isaac. Let me go ahead and let him know. Isaac. Thumbs up. I think that will get the point across. He was next on Sly. Greg Lee was next on the band. Sealed Rancantors, Help Us Strangers. Help Us Stranger. That's $14.99. $14.99, half off. That is sold to Robert Barnett. Greg Beddinger next on Jackson Brown. Debbie Winstead next on Lulu. And then Debbie Winstead got a Captain Beyond. That's sold to Debbie for $14.99. And then Clifford Umstead on Captain Beyond. That's sold to Clifford Umstead. Okay, then Mason Wheeler on Joni Mitchell. That was right here, Clouds. That sold to Mason for $9.99. And then Chris Smith wanted both Mellencamp's back to back here for $9.99 and $9.99. And then he was next on Pretty Woman. I'm going to put Mellencamp. I'm still going to like his Comcant, but I'm going to put Mellencamp time 2. Then Glenn Kesey got a Rancantors. That was just $14.99. And then Vicky put Sly and Roy. Those are already gone. John Darden put the Ventures. That's already gone. Christopher Nagy put Cargo. That's already gone. Christopher Nagy put Doors. That's already gone. And then William APN put Jimmy Smith. And that was just $6.99, and that's sold to William APN. Now, y'all are in luck. There's stuff left over. That's the only records that's left right there. And that's first, Linda Ronstadt, Mad Love. No condition notes with the original on her sleeve. Linda is just $6.99. David and David Boomtown, essentially half off. It was $14.99. Beautiful copy. David and David's now just $6.99. These are available for sale. The Graduate soundtrack, Simon & Garfunkel. Original Columbia Masterworks 2i label. No condition notes, $6.99. Leon Russell Carney. Leon Russell is $6.99. No condition notes on Leon Russell. That was $19.99. Rich Group wants Linda Ronstadt. Now the $9.99 records. The $9.99 records are Glenn Fry, No Fun Allowed, Clean Copy, Nice Jacket, Steve Miller Band number 5, Nice Vinyl, green Capitol label. There is an old retail sticker. And then $14.99 sealed, Help a Stranger, the Rancantors. That was $24.99. Eric Clapton, EX Condition, yellow Atco label, a Presswell. There is a such thing as a hot mix for this. Or a... it's like an alternate mix or something. I forgot the matrix. I bet John don't even know about it. $14.99 on Clap. I'm not saying that's the one. Roseanne Cash is sealed. A sealed original copy. It was $25. Now $14. And there's only one $19.99 record left. And that's the Allman Brothers Band, Brothers and Sisters. No condition notes, $19.99. Christopher Dean wants the Graduate soundtrack. Christopher Dean. And that's sold to you for $6.99, okay? All right, that's all that's left there. Let me scroll through. I hope I didn't miss anybody. I think I got everything, though. And there was just some people next. Some people comment without checking because they hop on and they don't want to miss something. And so they go ahead and comment, which is fine. We'll figure it out for you. I've always told people, just comment whatever you want, and we'll let you know what you got. If you get a thumbs up, or if you get a thumbs up, you got maybe partial. You'll find out for sure if you're watching live or if whenever you get your invoice. But Jetstream got Steve Miller. Awesome. Anybody else? I really need to stop there for 2 reasons. I was going to eat like 4 hours ago. I hadn't done that yet. My Mexican food's up front. I'm very excited. I have to clean up. G. Bebco gets the Almond Brothers. That's a great decision. Wasted words. Jessica, Rambling Man. I'm going to shoot another video just like this. I'm going to do another one. And then there's also going to be a new vinyl recap. I'm going to pick out 2 or 3 crates of great stuff. I'm like, wow, I can't believe this didn't sell. Wow, can't believe that didn't sell. Yes, let me check on Vinyl Me Please. I can find those without even flipping through them because of the top. They stand out a lot, Rich. Let me see if I can have one. I'll start right here first. And I've got Screaming Trees. Okay, it's not in that crate. Now, here's some Vinyl Me Please. I've got, let's see here. Chris Reddings on the Roseanne Cash. That sold. Thank you. I do have Vinyl Me Please Towns Van Zant and Vinyl Me Please Thin Lizzy. I'm still looking though. But here are the Towns Van Zants. For the sake of the song, 50th anniversary. Blue vinyl, mastered by Jason Ward at Chicago Mastering. And then the very popular Thin Lizzy, which is one of our best sellers now of the year. Vinyl Me Please, orange vinyl. That's cut by Kevin Gray, Coherent. I'm sure y'all know about that by now. But if not, I would grab one. This is all still going on the same invoice for anybody wanting to do the $8 in limited shipping, or take full advantage of it, I should say. All right, I'm in the next crate. No Vinyl Me Please in there, and now the crate underneath it. I got a lot to look through, but nope, not in there either. Did I look through that one for April dates? Man, I have a mess. I'm probably just going to get the dolly and wheel all this up front so I can get it out of my way and then bring it all back here. Okay, we're getting closer because here is the Bad Company, Analog Productions. 7 Mary 3. It would be right in here. Rush. Nope, so not there. I have a feeling we sold the last copy we have, but Rich, you might get lucky. I could have one more around here. Those are John's newest arrivals. Is this more new vinyl? Okay, I'm going to have to walk around to get to these. I got 2 more crates to peek in. I'll take Thin Lizzy if you don't have Anthem of Sun. Okay, we can do that. Let me look here. None there. What is this one? Uh-oh. It's in a Vinyl Me Please sleeve. Nope. Never mind. That's Rush. Rush Caress of Steel. It's not Vinyl Me Please, though. It's just that. I still got the Hello Dollies. There comes the train. Yes, there's a train coming through at 2 a.m. because of CMA Fest. Can y'all hear it? That's a train coming through town because CMA Fest in Nashville. Rich, I don't have any left. I've looked as well as I could. If it pops up, I'll swap it out. I'll go ahead and give you a Thin Lizzy. But I'm pretty sure that we have a waiting list. I'm pretty positive we have a waiting list. So I'll go ahead and give you a Thin Lizzy. I'm about to take an inventory. I'm going to sell that to you. I'm going to take an inventory of new vinyl because I have to. I got to do a lot of ordering tomorrow night. I'm going to free up my schedule by then. So I'm going to be ordering lots of stuff. So thank you. And let's see. Does anybody want these last? Including the sealed Rancantors. Let's see. So those were 7. How about 5, 5? We'll go ahead and do Glenn Fry for 7, so 17. We'll do that one, mark it down another 10 for 27, and we'll mark Clapton down for 10 for $37. $37. And John Griffin, I think I have a note to look for that for you, and so far, no luck. Unless y'all both want to go on waiting list, they could be in next week if I can get them. And with that, I really need to stop now because I have really tore the place apart digging for that. But John, I think I have a note with a message saying, Chad, look for this. I didn't see them during what I just looked through, so as of right now, no. And if anybody wants that bundle deal I just did, let me know. Those were bundle prices. So Rancantor individually still $14.99. I was doing 5 because those were 7 and 7. So 5 and 5, that was 10. So I said 7 on that. So 17 and then 10 for 27 and 10 for 37. I was trying to bundle those last ones. But if you want just a Rancantors, that last one that's left is $14.99. I was trying to clear out the rest of those so we can say that entire crate is sold. And John Griffin wants on the waiting list for Dolly. You got it? How many people still? Wow, there's still 71 people on YouTube. Could I convince everybody to hit the like button and we can get to 100 likes on YouTube? I can't believe there's still 71 people hanging out over here. And Hattori, if you do want that just by itself, let me know. There I am, Coletco. Just a Rancantors. Well, last sale of the night goes to Hattori Hanzo, $14.99. Unless anybody wants those last four for 5, 5, 7, 17, and 10, now $27. Which, heck, the Clapton was originally marked EX $33.99. The Clapton, that's like, buy Clapton, get 3 records free, and then I'm going to give you $2 off. What a deal. No, I'd be giving you $5 off. $6 off. Gosh. Buy 1 record, get $6 off, and get 3 records free. What a deal. Oh. Ooh. Great neck adjustment. I'm pretty excited about my burrito over here. There you go, Jetstream. Thank you, sir. Those last 4 sold to Jetstream. 5, 5, 7, and 10. I think that's worthy of an air horn, isn't it, Jetstream? Isn't that worthy of an air horn to wake everybody up at 2 a.m.? It's the stroke of 2 a.m. We just did a crate clean out. I have learned something. I can sell records at any time of the day. 8 o'clock in the morning, 2 a.m., 7 p.m. That's all she wrote. And we're done. Anybody have anything last thing to say? If you want to add something to your invoice like new vinyl, you can let me know now. You can message us tomorrow. You can, what else can you do? You can comment tomorrow during the video. I'm going to try to compile the best stuff I have around here. It's going to be right here. I'm probably going to go through 3 or 4 crates like I have been all week. And then at 9 a.m., there will be a discount video. Paul will be live tomorrow night at 5. If he's not live at 5, I will be. But Paul will probably be live tomorrow at 5. I'll be live again Monday at 5 to start a new week. But technically, the new week starts tomorrow. So your entire invoice will reset tomorrow. Your invoice resets tomorrow when Paul goes live. That's pretty much it for buying vinyl on the first, that wave. That's how that works. And then we got a lot to do. Thank y'all. Y'all are the best customers in the world. Just so you know, when you watch every night and buy from us, you are supporting a small business. You're supporting pretty much what I've always wanted to do my entire life. And it's turned out to be something absolutely existential. I had no idea. And it just keeps growing. And with a couple more ride hires, it's going to get even crazier and bigger. But right now, I'm going to go eat a burrito. Thank everybody. Well, actually, I got to clean up, shoot a video, go home, and then eat a burrito. So I'm about 2 hours away. So I better stop talking. Thanks, everybody. I'm going to hit this button that says end stream. Thank you. Good night from Lebanon. I'll be back again on Monday around 5 o'clock to start this all over.